Ding ding. Ding ding. Why you just have that look upon your face with the underestimation? It is so yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me doubt. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. You're never breaking me, never stopping me, never making me be less than all of me. Know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding.
Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mashed. Let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what? It's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's action.
till the moon comes out. Love it when we are together. When I'm with you, it's whatever. You make the weekend feel like forever. We could ride this way forever. Long as me and you together. Cherish the vibe like it's treasure. When I'm with you, it's whatever. Forever.
You and I, we a vibe. 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 We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP. You and I, we a shit. We a VIP. That's why OUANDME. They all mad at us, so they HATE. We out here living life, we ain't laying down sleepy. Traveling around, ain't no time to wait around. Every time we come around, we don't break, don't need a lounge. Get lost out in the world, you can find your way around. You can go from town to town, if you're tired, lay it down. I found your presence is a blessing, I dismiss. Cause me being with you is a gift on my wish list. Let's make the best of every opportunity, big trips. Cause we a whole vibe, tell them all my new. You and I, we a vibe. 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 We a VIP. We a VIP. You and I, we a vibe. We a VIP. We a VIP. You and I, we a vibe. And I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. Down the ride, down the ride. You and I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. Down the ride, you and I, we a vibe.
Hello and welcome to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals MLBB Season 5. Today is the last day of group stages. However, in a few more days, we will be hosting the playoffs over here at Quill City Mall, Kuala Lumpur. So we shall all see you here.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello and
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals Season 5 for MLBB. Here we are today, this very morning. We've got quite a lot of games prepared for you guys, but before we even jump onto that, this is the pre-show where we talk all things SPS. My name's Abstract. With me here is Husky as well as Chantel, both of which are from Stream C and Stream A. We can talk a little bit more about what has been happening in Stream A and C and perhaps a little bit on B itself. But before we even jump onto that, I do want to talk about what happened in Stream B. You know, I gotta have to talk about Stream B first.
Yeah,
go ahead. Stream B. B for best, by the way. Kaltizi. You know, Team Liquid Philippines, Kaltizi went in on Stream B yesterday, showed us exactly what it's like to show that he is not, well, some people say washed out, right? He actually gave us a phenomenal performance when we come down to game number 1 with the Hayabusa, getting himself the Savage. In fact, the very first Savage when it comes down to SPS Season 5.
The first one in SPS.
If I'm not wrong,
Season 5,
yes.
Yes, in Season 5. I don't think we've had any Savages. I'm trying to think back if we have even any Savages throughout the entire history of SPS, but I can't think of any.
The entire history, oh wow, really? That would be quite a tall order.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm trying to remember all the seasons that we had before. But yeah, knowing that Carl and TZ play the Hayabusa, you know, if you are using the Hayabusa, I kind of feel like it's very difficult to achieve a Savage because after the shadow kill, you have to wait for the other players, look for them, hunt them down. But for Carl TZ, he was just all over the place and even found the Udil for that Savage.
Exactly. I gotta have to say, of course, it is a lot about the micromanagement coming in from Kaltizi. But as you guys can have probably see from the preview just now, it is definitely not from his work all alone. You gotta have to give a huge thanks over to Udil for walking back into the fight.
For showing himself outside that microphone.
But more specifically, we do have the greatest wingman, Sanji. He knew what's gonna happen. You know, throw right into the Nightmare spawn and of course get the stun, and he knew that is a given Savage over to Kaltizi. And with that all said and done, it pretty much showed us how strong Team Liquid Philippines really is. And with that showing in SPS, they seem like they are the best contender to Yudu Red Giants. Although we gotta have to say, before MSC, you know, they did go for a scrim against Yudu Red Giants, ending up in a 4-0 loss to Yudu Red Giants, but that was before MSC. Everyone hailed them to be so great and all, but Chantel, what do you think of this? Team Liquid Philippines after MSC, do you think that they managed to, you know, kind of catch up to Yudu Red Giants?
Yeah, definitely. Because when we see the hero composition or the prioritization of heroes from MSC, it's very different. Specifically for Carl TZ, from the past, it was more on a Kais, more on the utility jungles. But this time, we see him with the assassins, right? So it's more on the draft changes, I think, for Team Liquid, the PH, as to why they are very effective for SPS Season 5.
I think on top of that is also during the challenge season, that's where we had this patch, right? Where the Lord Dancers, new items, and Liquid Philippines, they had to go through this lower bracket to get the challenge finals. They played the most games, and they also talked about the struggles adapting to this. Kaltizi, after MSC, really went ham on Assassin Jungler practice. And here he is, right? First Savage, TRPH, top of Group A.
It is quite a statement, don't you guys think? Well, in fact, when we're talking about statement, I do want to look at this one hero that made it into the patch when it comes down to the Snapdragon Pro Series, Ju Xin. Is it really a statement that we want to see in SPS, or is it just kinda meh? As you guys can see, Ju Xin has been banned a total of 17 times and picked a total of 8 times altogether, with a win rate pretty abysmal if you ask me, 38%. This is where I throw the question over to the floor, right? Ju Xin, Husky, meta or nah?
Meta,
That's a hard
meta
question.
Or
Meta,
nah?
but not S tier.
Not S
Because the
tier.
first time we saw Ju Xin was actually doing MWI, right? That was the first time that she was made available on on an international official tournament, and teams have found ways to deal with Ju Xin. I think N9P Flash was a very, very good example. When they go up against Ju Xin, she needs time to stack the Lantern Flare passive to kind of lift you up and toss you back. Mobility, CC immunity, those are all good answers to Ju Xin. And if you can gap close or force Ju Xin to take something like a Purify instead of a Flicker, she kind of gives up that escape mechanism, and it's actually easy to catch up to her.
Yeah, it's probably more on how the team actually builds up that hero composition that they have, if it's meant for a team fight or not. And specifically speaking, it was actually Smart Omega that has the highest number of games played for
right?
to Su Xin, right? But the win rate is more on a 50%. As seen in
yes,
the graphics
50%, yes.
earlier, but the effectivity is depending on the rotation actually of the team. If it's not given the proper rotation, it's not advisable to be used because it's more of a high risk and not a high reward. In the middle reward.
In the middle reward.
Because there's a high risk, high reward. But
Yeah.
this high risk, middle reward, it depends. Situational.
There also is, of course, some caveats when it comes down to picking Ju Xin. We definitely seen some kind of pattern when it comes down to picking Ju Xin. At least when we saw from all three players when it comes down to, I believe that FNOC, AP Brand, they all managed to play the Ju Xin before. Do you guys see any kind of patterns when it comes down to picking Ju Xin? What is required for you to really run with the Ju Xin?
I feel like if you want the hero, you want Ju Xin to be picked up, there are certain things that needs to be fulfilled, right? First of all, enemy draft, is it mobile? I think in mobile drafts suffer against Ju Xin. Second of all, like Chantal mentioned, do you have a front line to back Ju Xin up? She needs time, she needs space, and she doesn't have burst damage, right? It's over time.
It's continuous,
you need to give her time and space to really rack up the damage and help the team in those early to mid game. So conditional. Now, there's also at least when it comes down to required picks, I say that there is, of course, something like Harith, Minotaur, Ju Xin. It seems pretty darn popular, these three being picked up together. But most likely for me, when it comes down to caveat, you're gonna have a roamer that will be able to clear waves. But let's move on away from Ju Xin for now, because I think the most important topic that we gotta have to talk about is the overall standing throughout Group A and B, right? We're in a limbo now. We're in a limbo. So, Husky, walk me through with Group A for now. Group A, the only thing that's set in stone right now is that Team Liquid Philippines are guaranteed playoffs and Bigatron Beta have no chance of contending for playoffs. But that does not mean that they cannot affect the other four teams. Geek Fam, NIP Flash, RSGPH, and Homeboys are all stuck in this so-called limbo where they are playing their last series today, and depending on the results, two of them will not make top 3.
Ooh. It's kind of tough to actually look at Group A, right?
There's so much permutations.
So open.
Exactly.
Absolutely open. So it could quite literally go down to the wire here. And today is a day that we find out who are the top 3 teams that will move on to the playoff in Group A at the very least. When it comes down to Group B, it kind of seemed...
There's a light of who's gonna make it to the playoffs, but... the question is, who's going to be on second seed between Fnatic Onyx and Falcons AP Brand, right?
Fair. Because it kind of seems as though we do have Udurate Giants as leading the pack. Right? But FNOC and FCAP, I don't think that they are going to be real happy seated as number 2 and 3, because there is definitely a chance to be knocked out the very first game you enter into the playoffs. It's kind of annoying, especially the two of them are
and
like...
they're playing against each other today. But
yikes. Okay, so honestly, I'm super stoked for that, but I don't know how that is gonna be like. Between the two of them, does it really make a difference? Because from what I know, right, I believe that for FCAP, they are gonna be fighting against Rebellion. So that is going to be the game before them fighting against FNOC. So there could be a chance that the fight between FNOC and FCAP actually doesn't really matter all that much.
Yeah, I think it matters a lot more for Rebellion than it is for FNOC and FCAP because Rebellion have the two toughest match today. They gotta fight FCAP and they gotta fight YRG.
Ah, damn.
RRG.
It stings.
YRG, how many days again with the win streak?
122?
22 after yesterday.
After yesterday.
If today they win again?
If today they go unbeaten, it will be 123.
Oh wow, that's very, very long.
So this is
third
kind
of a year.
So this is where it begs the question once again. Team Liquid, will they be able to do anything against YRG? We gotta have to watch that in the subsequent games later on into the day. But we do have a highlight that I really want to talk about. Unfortunately, it's not in Stream B, so maybe it's not that important. But it is happening in Stream A, right?
Hey, by the way, awesome. Stream awesome. It's just you said again for B?
B for best.
B for best.
Us,
okay,
awesome.
A for awesome, C for
cool. Oh, actually, no,
cool.
MSC stream, right? Remember day one, we got all the MSC games, all the MSC matchup, coolest set.
I'm leading you to say champion stream.
Champions. YRG ain't here, we can't say that.
Okay, fine. Okay, we can do that. But you know, when it comes down to Stream A schedule, we do have 3 games that's listed out for you. We do have FCAP that was fighting against Bigatron Beta. Bigatron Beta versus Homeboys for the second game. And the highlight of the day, and that is going to be FNOC versus FCAP. The final game, and this is the M5 Grand Finals rematch.
Oh man, I got goosebumps, right? That's flashback. I remember staying up watching and it really felt like at that point FCAP was about to run away with the whole tournament. And then Fnatic Onyx, they started fighting back and then they fell at the very end. That was the golden road. It could have been a historical moment.
Yeah, I remember it clearly. We started around 7 p.m. and ended almost the next day.
Huh?
Almost the next day, 7 p.m. Then around 12 or 11:30 p.m. we're still streaming the game. So it was very long. And that type of a match is really one for the books because all along, I thought it was already Falcons AP Bren. But for Fnatic Onyx, they showed their antiques. They showed a different kind of play style. Probably we'll see that again on the next game because they played really well against YRG yesterday.
I gotta have to say that lineup, or rather this matchup between these two giants is definitely marked in history. But when it comes down to the two of them, one of these teams are marked for death. And in fact, speaking about marked for death, here in the B stream pre-show, out of these 3 of us, one of us is already marked for death. As headlines have shown, and in stream C itself, a commentator has stated that the moment that YRG drop even one game, he will drink hot sauce. Who is that person? I wonder what is this graphic over here.
I wonder if he's wearing a blue suit today. I think he's wearing a blue suit today.
That guy.
That's
that guy right there.
He looks the same as you. Are you that one?
Are you the one?
Am I the one?
Are you the one?
Am I the one?
He's ready.
Personally prepared the moment of your life.
I've been waiting for this.
Everyone has been waiting for this. Everyone from the talents, the crew, the players. They know what you have been doing and you have marked yourself for death. As such, the Tabasco sauce, the hot sauce is here. Are you ready to commit into this? Because there's no turning back now. Even if you say no, I'm dropping it in.
There's no turning back. Someone made a poster about it. That was it.
Hold him down. As I make this official, ladies and gentlemen, this is how the hot sauce is gonna be like.
How many drops again?
A good amount. A good amount.
By the way, guys, for those watching, other talents are here to watch this historic event.
Oh man, this is more historical than the M5 finals.
How does it smell?
I am not too sure if I'm able to
how
turn
red it is. How
there we
you
go.
see that? You see that?
Oh, no.
That's
Okay. It's okay. I'll deal with that.
It's
in a
okay.
bit.
Okay. I did it.
Hot sauce, hot
Chug, 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 chug.
I love the support.
Chug, 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 chug. Tilt it to the camera. To the camera. One more time.
like you're a great friend. One more time.
Oh my goodness. The crowd is raving as much as I want to see him going one more time. We're running out of time as I believe that we gotta have to throw Husky back over to Stream C and Chantel back over to Stream A. Thank you so much for the two of you for coming over to the show. I will drink this by myself. No, I'm just kidding. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, make sure you guys tune in to Stream A, B and C, whichever that you prefer the most. And we will be right back with you guys with 3 of the most tight games that you'll ever see when it comes down to the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5, day number 3.
Here we go!
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Day number 3 of the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals. Day number 3 once again. Here in Group B, round number 4. We got Smart Omega versus FNOC, Fnatic Onyx. This is a game where I like to say is a tall order of a clean win for the side of Smart Omega based on their standings at this point. But before we even talk a little bit more about this lineup, I do have got Terrence and Sadafa with me on this comfy set of Stream B, working with me and of course casting this very game itself. What do you boys have got to say about this upcoming game? Smart Omega versus Fnatic Onyx, starting with Terrence.
You know, smells like hot sauce, you know? Like,
It does.
I can literally smell the hot sauce right here, and it's like, you know, it's pretty fun. You know,
You want
it's
to take a
pretty
lick?
cool. Absolutely not, you know?
Still there?
Absolutely not.
I still have
Because
the remnants of the cup right over here.
yeah.
Oh, anyone wants his DNA?
we gotta post it. We gotta sell it online.
eBay!
Yeah, we gotta eBay that. Anyways, you know, all things considered here, I think today's match, especially for Smart Omega, we've seen them, I think, a little bit shaky. And personally, I feel like it's a do-or-die situation for them right now. Like, they've 2 more games to go, and they need to clean 2-0 in order to stand a chance to actually qualify the playoffs.
Exactly.
And it's not gonna be easy though. I feel like Fnatic Onyx has really set themselves up in this tournament, showing the world that they are still a terror to worry about, especially since they did bow out kind of early in MSC. I imagine there's a little bit of a personal vendetta here.
Okay. Now, before we even jump in to take a look at the game itself, yesterday we concluded the stream by looking at some of the top 3 plays of the day. But what exactly are those 3? Definitely, we gotta have to look at Kaltizi that won the highest amount of vote for the best play of the day. The Hayabusa Savage here in the middle lane. Game number 1 between the Homeboys versus Team Liquid Philippines. His finesse, working with the shadows, working all the way to the back lines and on the untimely, flicker of nets, that also contributed to that, and the very unfortunate turnaround from Udil also contributed to that.
You know, you have to give props towards Kaltizi, right? Like, he is definitely the guy here, especially in the caliber we're having in terms of tournament and the players that we have here so far. Getting a Savage is very, very difficult. However, let's talk a little bit more on Kaltizi, because I thought this was a play that was really, really good by him, because if he did not make all these plays here, it's a little bit unlikely that they will be able to win that game, because I felt like Kaltizi, he is the guy that ensures the objectives for the team. You know, the guys that, hey, you know what, I'm going to set the tempo, set the pace, and then just win them the fight.
Except that, okay, so personally, when it comes down to, you know, play of the day, personally, I would say that Carl TZ definitely deserved that.
Yeah, he's definitely the micro guy, for sure.
Definitely.
It had the impact.
It had the impact,
play of the day.
Well, for Kyle TZ, there is always that question if whether was it coincidence or was it intentional.
Fair enough.
So I would understand why there's not that much votes over to Kyle TZ, and JP for in that case is a really tall order for both
I mean,
JP
I
and
doubt Carl
LTZ.
TZ went into that intending to get a Savage. Though.
True. Yeah,
I highly doubt that
Are you mocking Carl TZ? He
No,
went
man,
in with the idea of Hayabusa. He says, I'm going in with the Savage.
He's going in the fight, but he's not going in with the thought that I'm gonna get a Savage right now, right?
True.
You never know.
That is true. You know what? I'll accept that. I'll concede that. It's possible.
But would any of the players from the side of Smart Omega come into this game fighting against FNOC with the idea of getting that 2-0? That's the question. We've ran through Smart Omega's lineup for quite a little bit already. But what coming into day 3, what do we gotta have to look out for here in Smart Omega, Terrence?
Well, here we have Ryota and Duryu, Ukir, Changnu, as well as Jom going to be starting off for Smart Omega once more. And of course, Smart Omega, they have been playing a lot on Stream B for the longest of time, and they are doing really, really okay. You know, we've seen a lot of consistency when it comes to team play or playing defensive, but taking games has been a little bit shaky for them.
Now, of course, we do want to see something a little bit more, you know, kind of like insights for Smart Omega, but we do have Mara upstairs, ready to interview the members of Smart Omega. Mara did give us a very fun segment of hero voice lines. So I'm very curious what kind of segment that Mara may have for us today. So Mara, take it away.
We're here with Smart Omega. Jome, we want to know how you're feeling, the entire team, because there's a lot of pressure on you guys. This is a must-win series.
Okay lang. Confident pa rin naman kaming kaya namin.
He says it's okay. They're very confident that they can do it. I want to see your confidence, actually. How about we test it out? All right? So you're going to be trash talking the opponent, Fnatic Onyx. But you're not going to say anything except what we hear in the Land of Dawn. You're going to be saying things in MLBB voice line style. All right? So release what you want to say to them.
First blood.
Oh, you're going to get first blood. First blood. What else?
Savage.
You're gonna do a savage? Savage! What else?
Shut down.
Shut down. These are the things that they want to do to the opponent. What else do you want to do to them?
Ano ba yun pag naubos? Wipe out.
Oh, wiped out. You're gonna wipe them out? Okay, what else? What else are we gonna hear?
For the last victory.
Victory! Okay, we want to see that, all right? Now, what's your message to your opponent?
Good luck. Sana manalo kami.
Good luck, and they hope they can win. We're going to give you all the luck. There you go. Do well. Let's see if you can do a 2-0. All right? All right, good luck to you. There you go with Joan from Smart Omega.
Thank you, Mara, and thank you, Jom. I'm pretty sure that Mara is just fishing for that victory.
I know, right? It was good. It was good. It was really, really nice as well. I was expecting, Jom to be a little bit big brain here. That goes like the Geek Fan Lions one here, there was like back then it was like panic or something like that.
Panic?
You know, like ones where all the team logos, they have like their own individual voice lines.
The team emotes.
Is really cool.
I miss those, to be honest.
Yeah, I know, right? It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's a great way to BM your opponent. But you know what? Let's take a look at the side of Fnatic Onyx this time after running down Smart Omega. Same thing, we actually haven't casted a single game of Fnatic Onyx here in Stream B. So for the sake of it, let's run down the entire lineup of Fnatic Onyx, Adafa.
Yep, we've got Lutp, we got Kyrie, we got Sans, Keyboy, and CW. A all-star lineup that has been around a little bit and of course performed very well in the individual MPL, even with the addition of a brand new player being Lutp, who definitely demonstrated his capabilities going into MSC, but the team ran into a very unfortunate roadblock, resulting in them bowing out before the knockout bracket. Obviously, they've come into this tournament though with a lot more to prove, being able to put up strong challenges against teams like the Red Giants even. So I think this is going to be a very difficult matchup for Omega.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, with that all said and done, I believe that Mara is more than ready to tell us a little bit more about Fnatic, or perhaps disturb Fnatic Onyx. Over to you, Mara.
We're here with Fnatic Onyx, and we're gonna check the vibe here. Season 13 rookie, how you doing?
Doing good.
Doing good. International tournament right away. Kyrie looking good as always. Hello, Sans. Hey, you're wearing a hat. You got shaved. I have a question. Kyrie, what would it take for you to cut your hair just like CW?
Maybe. Yeah, winning M6.
Oh, can we get a dare? If you guys win championship in M6, you're gonna cut your hair.
I mean M6 and M7.
And you're gonna cut M6 and M7, then you cut your hair.
Sure.
That's a promise. You say that's a promise.
Yeah, that's a promise.
Oh, that's a promise. He's gonna cut his hair. He's gonna shave it if he wins M6 and M7. Right down in stone. How about you, Sans? For you to cut this beautiful show them your hair. Show them the red. Wow. Ready for battle. He smudged it like this, ready for battle. When are you going to shave your head like CW?
Yeah, same like Irie.
Same. You're gonna shave your head. You say that's a promise.
I promise.
You promise. You have beautiful hair also. When are you gonna shave your head like CW?
Already before.
Oh, and again.
M12.
M12. In M12. Okay. Why don't you join them for M6, M7?
Yeah.
We're gonna get them all. Wait, what is it?
No. Coach Yep out, coach.
when Coach Yeb also shaves. All right. Okay. You know, Sans, we don't normally hear you talk. We want, your opponent was saying some things to you guys. They were saying they were gonna do a savage. They were gonna do a maniac. What are you gonna do to them?
Victory.
Victory. What are they gonna hear?
Defeat.
Oh. It's getting really hot and interesting in here. We're gonna see which team is gonna have victory. And we need to watch out for M6 and M7 as well when they shave their heads. Now we're gonna go back to our panel to break down sound for you guys.
Thank you, Mara and Fnatic Onyx. I gotta have to say, they are marked for shaver now.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, I feel bad for Mara.
Bad for Mara?
Yeah, it feels like she's getting trolled by both Kyrie and Sans.
Really?
Yeah.
I
Like,
mean,
M6,
they made a,
M7, that's
they
2
made
years
a
of a
promise.
No, that is a vote of confidence, right? They're saying that they're not gonna disappoint Mara. They're going to win M6 and M7.
Whose side are
shave
you
their
on?
heads.
They're gonna win M6 and M7, and in the meantime, Keyboy is just like, I've cut my hair before. Winning M6 and M7, pfft, no problem. So
Bro.
let us just win
Bro.
M12.
Bro.
Then I cut my hair.
Yeah.
Bro, whose side are you on? Like,
This side of the
SRG
couch.
#1 all the way, man. Like, why would you let
Yes.
Onyx win M6, M7?
No, we gotta give them their moments.
It's gotta be SRG, YRG
We gotta give them
as
their
well.
moments, sir.
Okay, fine.
SRG
whatever.
has gotten so much time in the spotlight. I love SRG, obviously, but they're not in this game. They're not shaving their heads.
Come on, man, bro. Like, imagine this, right? Imagine a cute Stormy Skies shaving their head if they win M6 and M7. Like, wouldn't it be they're cuter and cooler?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you Malaysian, bro?
Hmm?
Are you Malaysian?
I think so. Hi.
Hi. You're happy, aren't you? It's like we're not ganking up on you, huh?
Of course. But okay, let's move on. You guys maybe can take it off screen, or maybe I will just take a camera, just kind of yoink that camera and just kind of point it at you guys. Maybe we'll have like a very long fight all together. That's what I
Tell you
want.
what, maybe if SRG wins M6, you can shave your head. right?
If they win M6, M7,
yeah.
Smart.
You gotta hold yourself to that now. If you're gonna go that hard, anyway.
Smart Omega versus Fnatic Onyx. That is what we want to look at for now, okay? Game number 1. We've got the banning stage that's just going to go all the way through now. The banning phase, Juicin, meta or not? Are we going to be expecting the Juicin ban here?
I think it comes down to a situation where how they are positioning themselves in the current group stages, right? Like, how badly do they want to secure their slots and then make it to the playoffs, right? Like, teams, there are teams that they're pretty much already comfortable here. In this case, Liquid is one of those teams here. They can look to try and experiment a little bit more because there's still not enough data on whether or not how this Juicin is supposed to be played. So I feel like a lot of teams are still fresh to this idea. There are good ways, there are bad ways. I think Chantel brought a very good point. High risk, medium reward.
High risk, medium reward. But there is definitely...
Huh? I'm sorry?
Wait a minute.
What? Veil? Is this like an Ukir pick or something that we're not aware of?
Not that I know of. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Okay.
From production, they are gonna be restarting the draft. Okay, so
Okay,
one
they made a
thing-
mistake.
Yeah, they made a small little mistake, a little bit of a boo-boo. But this is the match that I'm looking out for, and there's a reason why I talked about Juicin specifically for this match, because Ukir has piloted the Juicin twice, and with a 50% win rate. Sans piloted the Juicin once with a 100% win rate. These two teams are one of the top 3 teams, right, that actually managed to make Juicin work.
If you ask me personally, since Omega's on the blue side, Onyx on the red side, normally Onyx would be the ones that need to ban Juicin. I personally don't think they have to ban Juicin.
I personally don't think that they will need
If
to.
Omega first picks Juicin, I feel like it's not a good idea.
It's not a good idea.
Yeah.
Elaborate.
Because, we know that Juicin is a hero that really requires proper team play, and you could say that on paper it works well with Omega because of their playstyle, but I do also feel like Onyx is going to take advantage of that to immediately go for more early gameplay to make sure it doesn't work. And I'm pretty sure that Onyx are perfectly happy with this, because if Omega doesn't first pick, the Zusin. Sans has so far been one of the most consistent players with it.
I think I can see where you're getting at as well here, but I heard a little bit of rumor here. If I'm not mistaken, there is going to be an upcoming patch that's going to be coming in tomorrow or the day after during playoffs as well. So I think
not again.
That's the problem, right? There has been a lot of speculation where Jusin can be played on the roam. So far, we have not seen a single Jusin roam yet. But why I bring this up is because I'm not sure it's confirmed yet, but the patch notes for Jusin is pretty much 4% increased damage to all spells and minus 12%
Kuda reduction.
damage taken.
Damage taken. Wait. In overall sense or when
Overall
she's activating? So it doesn't matter if she's in the Crimson
Yeah, but
Beacon.
that's the rumor, but we have to read the official patch notes yet. But so far, some of the patch notes that I've seen so far, it's kind of leaning towards that direction. So it might be potentially a roam Jusin, which I don't know if they want to risk experimenting it now, but yeah, it's something to kind of take note of when heading towards playoffs.
So we could be able to see more Jusin in the playoffs. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, definitely, 100%. It's either that or top ban.
Right, okay. Because now one of the main problems that we are experiencing with Jusin is the fact that as a mage, she's just not dishing out enough damage. The only thing that we are seeing out of a Jusin mid is the utility of being able to be really harassing the opponents. But this is not exactly a very conventional mage role that we are looking out for from Jusin, even when Jusin is taking the middle lane, right? And we have touched onto this many times. So I'm just gonna very briefly say this again. Whenever you pick a Jusin in the middle lane, you would require a roamer that can clear waves fast enough in the middle lane. And very likely, they would require to pick up Concussive Blast.
Yeah, I think when it comes to that as well, Jusin kind of reminds me of the playstyle similar to Alice as well.
Alice?
So, but it's like, it's not as tanky and sustainable as Alice, but it has the annoying factor of how an Esmeralda would do to you in your face. So I feel like Jusin is in a situation where it's half of everything, but it's just not there yet.
Okay.
No, she just fulfills a different niche, basically. Like, on paper, Zusin is very similar to Esme and Alice because they're all mages that are tanky, can take a lot of damage, but the way you play them is a bit different.
Exactly.
Because Alice and Esme get in your face, Zusin's a bit more of someone that'll be annoying, but like a little bit of a distance. Like, she wants to control you, she wants to make sure she's zoning you out correctly, and that's where we see the effectiveness of the hero.
Now we're gonna take a sideline here because of the technical pause. Let's take a look at the team head-to-head between Smart Omega and Fnatic Onyx. Thus far, Fnatic Onyx definitely have got way more kills to their name, but it's not necessarily that much. It's just a little bit of a shy bit of 3 less from the side of Smart Omega. But when it comes down to the team average damage dealt, they are actually pretty much neck and neck. It's kind of bleeding blue and red in the same rate. While the average GPM, Fnatic Onyx, they do have a tad bit higher. In fact, 80 GPM higher than Smart Omega, but it doesn't necessarily tell us the full story, does it?
Yeah, based on these stats as well here, you know, in terms of damage dealt is kind of acceptable. You know, you can kind of spam spells throughout the entirety of the game here. But what I do recall is that almost every single game that Smart Omega has played has pretty much reached to a stage where everybody is level 15 to a certain point.
Like, end game scenario.
Yeah. One of their longest game was like 24 minutes, 23 minutes-ish.
26, I think.
Yeah, 26 at one point as well. So almost every single game has been so drawn out to a point where it causes their GPM to kind of fluctuate a little bit lower. So again, Smart Omega, they have been leaning on towards, you know, just buying time, delaying for the later stage of the game, and then hope that Jome is going to be the key winning factor for the team.
I think the question will always come down to the fact where will Smart Omega be able to drag games long enough? How good are they in the early and the mid stages to be able to play in the end game? As what we have saw from Smart Omega versus RSGPH before, that is definitely the case. But here in the detailed team statistics, we are able to tell a little bit more about their win rate, which unfortunately is kind of abysmal coming in from the master of all trades, right? 16.67% onto the blue side, and the same thing actually onto the red side.
You know, these stats really do kind of propagate what we've been talking about with Smart Omega, where they do feel too safe as a team, and in some cases kind of a bit too scared to make the first move. You see their game durations really long. They have 0% first blood and first turret rate, and not exactly the best stats otherwise as well, only getting 1 out of 3 turtles and lords. And it's very clear to me that the lack of aggression, the lack of proactiveness from this team is what is contributing a lot to their downfall. Jom is carrying a lot of weight on his own.
Yep.
The rest of the team really needs to be able to back him up on that.
Agreed. You know, just now, fastest time 11 minutes, but average is 15 minutes. It just shows you how they kind of lean on towards the late game a little bit too much here. And I think he did mention as well, early objective 33% means that they pretty much just want to buy time, play safe, you know. And I think you brought up a very, very important statement, and that is too scared to make a play. And in this case, not making any moves is a mistake because of the fact that they're just afraid of making mistakes.
You know, before the game even started, when we are looking at the Mara's interview to Smart Omega, Mara did mention about the 2-0 against Fnatic Onyx. It is very important for Smart Omega to be able to get a 2-0 against Fnatic Onyx, especially since it is a lifeline for Fnatic Onyx and kind of to make Fnatic Onyx in a really tough spot. Let's reference back to FCAPs versus Rebellion that will be happening at the final day today, because what Omega would want to do is to be able to tie it out with Fnatic Onyx when it comes down to the points. But it's not going to be all that important anymore if FCAP versus Rebellion, sorry, it was the first game of FCAP versus Rebellion. FCAP gotta win a 2-0 against Rebellion, and I think that is a tall order for Rebellion as well. The moment that FCAP wins against Rebellion, that means that the upcoming game of FNOC versus FCAP doesn't mean anything at all, and Smart Omega is automatically relegated.
Yeah, it is going to be tough, but like it or not, they still have to win whatever they can here.
They need a 2-0.
They
It's a
definitely need a 2-0.
tall order.
Even a 2-1 won't work, huh?
True.
2-1 won't work at all.
Unfortunately.
The 2-0 is a must, because especially in the end of today, Smart Omega is actually going to go up against CU soon. And they are definitely going to come in with the understanding and the expectation that they want to 2-0 CU soon as well, in order to have a chance against Fnatic Onyx.
Yep. And now speaking of drafts here, Smart Omega, they prioritize the Roger for Joe in this game, but Fnatic Onyx, they do bring in the Julian. So this is something that I'm really curious here. Is Kyrie going to be playing the Julian, or is it going to be Sans?
Sadafa, I want to ask you this, or rather, I want to show you this. Fnatic Onyx, actually out of their expectations, they banned the
They
Juicin.
did ban Zusin.
Yeah.
I still, again, feel like it wasn't necessary, but the reason that they went for it was most likely to contest Roger and Moskov, because my initial thought would be ban the Moskov, because that is one of the heroes where Jom can 1v5 with, but it looked like they did contest it instead. Smart Omega went for the Roger, so they get the Moskov and the Julian, and as for Terrence's question, I do feel like it's most likely going to be jungle. Because if you play aggro, we already know that Omega is weak to that.
So what exactly would we want to see when it comes down to a gold lane? Or is it still really up for grabs for Smart Omega? Because, you know, we gotta have to look out for Fnatic Onyx lineup a little bit more.
I think so far, you know, when it comes to this kind of composition, right, you kind of need to balance out on what you want to play around your win condition so far. Smart Omega's draft has always been leaning on towards delaying, buying time, or just S-tier picks, but doesn't have, but the heroes doesn't really synergize with each other that well. So in this case, I feel like Smart Omega, they open up Edith, you know, they kind of want to keep it a bit of the flex here, but it doesn't really tell too much on how they want to take those fights.
Now, Smart Omega, we talked about the fact that we want to see Smart Omega be able to play to the late game. That is their expertise. That is their identity thus far. So grabbing heroes that is relatively good in the mid lane, or mid game, doesn't require too much investments. We're always going to be good. Wave clear, understandably, is super important as well. But when it comes down to a Valentina from the side of Smart Omega, what do you guys think about this? Because she doesn't really have that good of a wave clear as compared to some of the other mages out there. Yes, she have pretty good lane priority, but she don't really have someone to steal ultimates from for now.
Because, like, in the first place, Valentina as a hero is good enough that you don't really have to rely on stealing ultimates for her to be effective. And she's just kind of a universal pick as well, because what Smart Omega is trying to do here is to keep Edith as a flex, and then for their EXP lane hero especially to have a winning matchup. So they gotta go for their mid lane at this point, and Valentina is just the safest way to go for it. But I personally do worry about this approach, because when you go Valentina Edith, it's a very safe opener.
Yeah.
And while Omega has worked well with save, I'm personally not a big fan of it, because you're not really having a direct identity of what your goal is that game.
So your idea is to risk it for the biscuit?
A little bit more. Like, obviously, you don't want to pick a weird hero that just throws you the game, right? But we want to see a little bit more direction from this team. And mind you, again, during the draft, you don't want that. I just want to see something more from Omega, because up until now, a lot of their drafts, like Terrence has mentioned,
questionable,
have been not the most synergistic.
Yeah, and now seeing this draft here for Fnatic Onyx, I'm not sure if they are picking heroes with the intention of being flexible. So far, AP brand has been Falcon has been the team that has been doing that a little bit more. Sometimes they have Sanji kind of play the Julian mid from time to time, and it really synergizes and works well for them. But in this case, I don't think they're going to play Cho XP, you know, even though I would like to see those TikTok Chos, which are disgusting with the current patch with the Sky Piercer. But for now, I think it's pretty straightforward for Fnatic Onyx here. It's like you have this Cho to kind of start the fight, get a pick off, and then just one-shot somebody.
Yeah. The Cho doesn't really yell Lutpi to me. At this point in time, the Terizla is still relatively open to the lineup of Fnatic Onyx, so I'm not too surprised if that is exactly what Fnatic Onyx would want to go. At least for the first 3 core heroes that Fnatic Onyx has picked out on, they are definitely great when it comes down to pick off, but that could be a secondary win condition, because if we want to look at a Terizla eventual pick from Fnatic Onyx plus this Vexana that has already been picked out, it kind of seems as though Fnatic Onyx will want to fill a role. They want to fill up gaps in every single field, making sure that they have no weaknesses.
What? A Bane?
Ooh,
and a Lolita?
I do actually like the Lolita pick. There's a Moskov on the opposite side, should work very well against him. We've already seen it mess with teams in the past.
Enhanced Scythe as well.
Yeah, so there's good projectiles to bounce off of. Bane has been a little bit hit or miss. He's a good hero and the enemy team has a lot of dive, and in this case, I guess they have Cho, but I'm not a big fan of the choice to go Bane this game. Hopefully it pays off. As for Onyx, I actually really like the way they've gone for this. They pick Vexana because they want to leave EXP lane to last, because they know that Lutpi is a more aggressive player compared to Ryota, and if he can win the EXP lane, early game will go very smoothly for them.
A Lapu Lapu is going to be the final pick for the side of Fnatic Onyx. Very interchangeable when it comes down to the heroes within of EXP lane. They just require someone to be able to tank up really good hits and just kind of be durable, be sustainable.
Not gonna lie, I kind of like the idea that Smart Omega kind of brought to the table here. The Bane and Lolita gives a lot of AoE, forces Fnatic Onyx to kind of bob and weave a little bit more. And considering that they've pretty much locked down 4 of their characters here, they don't really have much choice to kind of switch up. So their final pick is pretty much, you know, somebody who's got to be able to tank through the sharks, somebody's going to be able to tank through those Numinon blasts in order to cut the backlines and then kind of make a counterplay here. So all in all, both teams pretty much has their own win condition, but definitely I feel like Fnatic Onyx has much more room to work with in terms of split push potential.
I gotta say, this is a very interesting draft from Smart Omega. We will only be able to tell what exactly is going to be their game plan coming in to fight against Fnatic Onyx. I would like to thank Terrence for coming into the panel, and of course, we are going to be jumping into game number 1 between Smart Omega versus Fnatic Onyx.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks again for joining us here on Stream B. Just like you mentioned, Abstract, this is going to be game 1 of our final day of the group stages, actually. With Smart Omega on the blue, Fnatic Onyx on the red. And I will say, just to start things off, that Omega actually has the easier comp to play on a micro standpoint. Fnatic needs a little bit more finesse because of the way their heroes work. It's a lot of in and out, a lot of skirmishing, but I do feel like their players are capable of doing so.
And of course, one thing that I would want to really take a look at is the fact that gold lane will always be at risk for the side of Roger, especially whenever we are looking at the Julian. You can pretty much expect that the Julian will always want to dip himself into the gold lane as much as possible, and the very fact that Roger got hit by Kyrie that early in the game kinda suggests to me that Jome might not be that used to the timing of a Julian jungle from the opponent side.
And Doryu actually in the areas. Yep, very nice observation there. CW instantly walking back, realizing the timing that this is where the junglers hit level 4. You will likely see a rotation, and Lutpi already notices that there isn't really anything happening down there.
Oh, nice stun coming in from CW, but with Keyboy already jumping in with a nice little stun, as well as the deadly catch. It is going to help them disengage a little bit to get themselves back on track.
This is where Onyx wants to secure Turtle and then immediately try to blaze it down as fast as possible. Quite a number of resources were used by Smart Omega earlier, and they can actually see that Chaknu's a little bit behind on EXP because he went up top to try and assist Jome a little bit more. In which case, they can either blitz the objective or try to play even more aggro to invade the enemy jungle.
A Blitzkrieg may actually sound good for them, but for now, it does seem like Smart Omega doesn't want to contest for this turtle and want to allow Bane to take the orange buff as soon as possible first. Both of the junglers are currently at level 5, and one thing, and the other thing that I want to consider again is the very fact that we are looking at a Roger versus a Moskov scenario, and we all know whenever you put a Roger and a Moskov in the same lane, the Moskov will always be having a field day.
As long as CW positions correctly, then it'll be very difficult for Jome to get on top of him. And Jome is ordinarily okay with this because his goal in this team is usually to try and farm up for late game. But on a Roger, you do want to be able to get a little bit more pressure going straight away.
Keyboy unfortunately wasn't able to land the Jikundo. Chaknu joins into the back, and there is going to be a nice terrify and a 4-man Numenon Blast. But unfortunately, the follow-up coming from the side of Smart Omega just doesn't seem to quite connect. As such, the Way of the Dragon connects down onto Ryota, giving Kyrie that kill. But before that, we do have Lutpi that manages to get himself the first blood on top of Andoryu. But Jome, after the top lane once again, he tries to go over for the quick little iframe, but that didn't really quite help him get out.
Beautiful rotation timing coming in from Lutpi here. That was actually an insane Numenon Blast landing on 4 members, but the Landshaker hit just in time. And because Smart Omega were still a little bit too behind, they weren't actually able to follow up on a beautiful teamfight setup by Chaknu, thereby giving Onyx some additional kills instead. That could have been a really different story if the Lapu Lapu wasn't there in that precise moment.
Eventually, I would say that Smart Omega would want to hold themselves a little bit of a congregation, right? Perhaps get themselves a little bit more engagement onto Fnatic Onyx, especially since we have been really asking for aggression for Smart Omega. But thus far, it kind of seems as though it is all passive gameplay.
Yeah, which I don't really like, because Andoryu went for Sky Piercer first item, which I feel like is a bad idea. You're not doing well enough for that.
We definitely want to see him being able to get kills, but Kyrie is the one that is already in the brushes. In the meantime, it is also going to be the Numenon Blast that manages to connect. They've managed to bring Kyrie all the way down to a low amount of HP, but an enhanced sword allows him to get himself a little bit more damage, but not enough healing to really get out of that. As such, Kyrie goes down. The fight prolongs, and Ryota with the Primal Rev, he's just going to be abandoning the Firelight to hope that he will be able to do enough damage. But Lutpi with the Bravest Warriors, he gets himself right out of that as soon as possible, and Ukir hoping that he will be able to get some of these projectiles to even kill Keyboy, but alas, it's not quite enough.
I think Onyx's decision to dive that deep was not the best. They got a kill on the Andoryu, which is great, but they also needed to keep a closer eye on Chaknu because these Numenon Blasts are really messing with their positioning, and then they kept trying to force fight. Even Kyrie used Enhanced Sword to do damage rather than escaping when his health was on 10%. He could have definitely gotten out of that. So I don't really feel like Onyx needed to give that many kills over, but I think they're still in an okay spot, and hopefully this gives Omega a bit more momentum because they really need it.
I thought that this is actually a very interesting item choice from Kyrie. The very first item, Blood Wings. What did you say of that, Sadafa?
It's for the extra HP, because I think we are looking at Kyrie. He realizes, okay, my team has more than enough damage without me needing to go for something like a Genius Wand straight away. Survivability going to be a lot more important because you have a lot of heroes that can punish dive. Like both the Edith, the Lolita, even the Bane actually can kind of stun you the moment you jump in. So having that additional shielding is a little more value at this stage.
So not go for damage, but perhaps look for growth in the later stages of the game. That seems like something that Fnatic Onyx will want to go for. In the meantime, here in the middle lane, Fnatic Onyx is just going to be knocking down onto the tier 1 in the middle lane, while Smart Omega looks for alternative trade down in the bottom lane. They left Lutpi all alone to kind of deal with this, but he's hiding inside of the brushes. Doesn't seem like he's too interested in taking a fight until his fellow friend comes in. As you can see, they're pretty much just going to be pushing everyone else away. There's going to be a 4-man stun, allowing Lutpi to actually allow the rest of Fnatic Onyx to come straight in, but that doesn't look good at all. The Dominant Blast from Chaknu channels up, but it doesn't have the flicker to flicker in to get everyone stunned up.
I'm liking what we're seeing here. Omega looks like that momentum they got from the earlier fight did actually... Hold on a second here.
Immediately, the Keyboy was hoping that he'll be able to open things up, but it got completely taken out instead.
Onyx kind of underestimating their opponents a little bit here, and it is good to see Omega actually making proactive decisions across the map. I get the feeling the coach has talked to these players during the break.
Ukir, HP not looking that healthy, but Lutfi right now, he was hoping that he'll be able to do a little bit more when it comes down to being able to bruise for his team. The rest of the members from Smart Omega is just going to be congregating right here onto the turtle. The Spear of the Spear of Misery is just going to be landing down. It doesn't seem like it's going to be much of a destruction, but in the meantime, it does seem like Ryota is going to go down before the Earth Shatter is going to be landing on anyone, while the Nimodon Blast is only landing on the Kyrie, allows them to buy a little bit more time before Kyrie deals enough damage. But alas, it is still a two-man death from the side of Smart Omega.
Yeah, good spacing there from Onyx. Smart Omega, again, I do like that they're making these proactive plays. They zone out the turtle pit, get the objective without too much problem. But it was the retreat that they had to be the most careful of, because there's no reason that Onyx would stay that long and without trying to mount aggression on the objective if they didn't have a different goal in mind, that which being catching Omega while they're disengaging after claiming the turtle.
Smart Omega seems to like they have been playing disengage for the longest time ever. Like they don't really want to engage on their opponents, or they do not want to go all in, despite their draft requiring them to kind of pop their ultimates and hope for the best. In the meantime, Eternal Guard coming in from Fnatic Onyx, not exactly sure what is the main idea of expending that Eternal Guard. But to be fair, it's only 50 seconds until the Lord appears, so it seems like a statement from Fnatic Onyx that we don't want to fight, we want to wait for the Lord.
It can just be used as a measure of scouting to provide vision and make sure that Omega can't go for any aggro. And answer your question about Omega, like it feels weird that they're not trying to catch people because they have a comp where they want to burst their ultimates down. This is a counter-engage composition. They are very good at punishing Onyx when they're the ones jumping in and they're waiting for those opportunities. Yes, they could make catches with heroes like the Edith and Lolita, but since they seem to enjoy playing more as a 5-man unit, I think this is a bit more like accustomed to their gameplay.
Accustomed to their gameplay. It's kind of working on a kind of playing on a whim per se.
No, not really. I think it's going with what they're more used to. Because they've already made some proactive decisions, but it's not in team fights, it's more in macro, right? It's them deciding, okay, we're gonna push S5, take a free tower down bottom, okay, we're gonna group around the turtle pit, and then whenever Onyx engages, then they respond.
So, in the end of the day, what exactly do we want to see from Smart Omega? Because we have been mentioning we want to see them being aggressive, while in the meantime, they are also a counter-engage comp. It kind of seems counterintuitive for us to be able to mix aggression and counter-engage if they really want to play to their win conditions.
Oh, you absolutely can. You can play the map in a way that forces your opponent to fight
engage on you. Ah, okay, I get it. So that actually means that Chaknu have got a lot of things to bear. There's a lot of burden on him. He gotta have to open up the map enough. He gotta have to be the threat. He gotta have to make sure that Fnatic Onyx don't claim parts of the jungle or claims parts of the river. Is that right?
Yes, technically, but I don't think there's as much of a burden on Chaknu as you may think. Because the way that Smart Omega plays is together anyway, so I don't think they have to worry too much about that. Because it's not just Chaknu that can punish engages, it's not just Chaknu that can scout brushes, right? We do actually have Ryota to help do that. Even Andoryu can kind of participate here and there. So, because Chaknu doesn't have to worry about protecting his team, he can do things like that.
Oh, super aggressive. We're just going to be running it down onto Fnatic Onyx, and that is going to be the Nominal Blast that lands onto Sans, activates onto the Flicker to ensure that he will be able to put quite a bit of distance from him to the opponents. And Doryu, though, he did manage to successfully take a kill down to the Lutfi, even though he went for the Bravest Warriors, hoping that he can create even more gap. Keyboy doesn't seem too healthy as well. Fnatic Onyx, one by one, is just falling to the hands of Smart Omega, or rather, they are just kind of cycling all these damage.
Was there some miscommunication there? I don't know why CW blinked into his Spear of Destruction when the rest of Onyx was running away, but okay, free kill for Omega, free Lord, And that was really nice. Jaknu actually taking the proactive decision to jump in, flicker, Numenon Blast, catch people, and then Omega just collapses. And this is what we want to see. There is adaptation. Omega is realizing that because of the composition and gameplay style of Onyx, they don't usually stick together. If you find someone, more often than not, they are alone.
Just from that one fight, that has allowed Smart Omega to almost break even when it comes down to the economical difference. They're only looking at what, close to 1,000 gold deficit, and I'm pretty sure that they will be able to do a lot more from that.
I think they can do a lot more with this. What they have to worry about is Onyx is going to adjust a little bit now. You can see that they're actually playing a bit closer together because they realize that Omega is taking advantage of them trying to open up the map individually. So Kibo is trying to bait movement here, which they will.
Moskov is currently at the top lane. As such, Smart Omega understands that if they want to make a move, now's the time. But do note, it is global presence Moskov after all. They're gonna have to really watch out for the Spear of Destruction. In the meantime, Jom really putting himself out there, poking out Keyboy just so that the Lord will be granted a few more hits onto the turret. As such, he's just gonna be running right in. The rest of the members of Smart Omega, they're just waiting and biding their time, while Moskov is just working onto the top lane. This allows Keyboy to jump right in first. He sacrifices himself, allowing that kill. That is going to be a trade between Endoryu as well as Keyboy, but Lutfi is going to be the next one onto the chopping block, retaliate with onto Ryota. Yukir, Chakdu, and Jom. They understand that this is not the time for them to continue playing it out, while Moskov, he understands that he wants to join into the fight. Kyrie, with a quick little enhanced chain, hoping that he will be able to do enough. Chakdu activates the bulwark, allowing himself to run a little bit further, but CW doesn't seem like he really wants to let him get away.
Onyx is attempting to break tempo from Smart Omega. You can see that they're experimenting with different timings of taking engagements because they realize that Omega is uncharacteristically looking for fights themselves. They were trying to bait movement, which they did, weren't quite prepared for how deep Omega might dive in, but then instantly adjusted to try and retake the fight when Omega had already used multiple resources. Omega still has an advantage here, even though the net worth isn't quite in their favor, but they need to make sure they are ready for further adjustments, because if they keep trying to go for the same strategy, that is what is going to bite them in the butt.
In fact, biting them on the rear is something that I believe that Fnatic Onyx would want to do, because it has been, I think, in the past 2 or 3 team fights whereby Smart Omega has quite literally been sticking together like a glue. But for now, Keyboy immediately with the way of Dragon onto Ryota. That is going to be a big amount, that's going to be a big kill for the side of Fnatic Onyx. As such, that is going to be the Numenon Blast from the side of Chaknu, hoping that he will be able to create a little bit more of a diversion onto the side of Fnatic Onyx. For Smart Omega going down one after another. CW activates himself and being able to get 2 kills, allowing the rest of Fnatic Onyx to wipe out Smart Omega. It does seem like the top lane inhibitor turret is already destroyed, and Smart Omega with no one in around the home. Fnatic Onyx very easily clinches this victory.
A good attempt by Smart Omega and notable improvements made to their gameplay, but still not quite enough to pull the wool over the eyes of Fnatic Onyx, who will claim victory in game number 1 and officially eliminate Omega's chances of moving on into the next round.
That's a big statement from the side of Fnatic Onyx. Omega, unfortunately, you know, the 2-0 dream is no longer possible. But the show gonna have to run anyways, so we are definitely looking out for game number 2 from them. Let us invite Terrence back onto the panel. What do you have for us?
You know, what a game. It's a bounce of froth on identifying how they want to win those games and set up their win conditions here. Both Fnatic and Onyx as well as Smart Omega played this really, really well by understanding how they understand the tempo of the game itself here. And I have to give props to Smart Omega because they forced Fnatic Onyx as much as they could to actually play towards their strengths, which is clumping up as 5, force a fight with them, and then burst them all down with the Deadly Catch as well as the Numenon Blast, which worked out. And when Fnatic Onyx realized that this isn't working out, buying time for CW to get his farm by going for cross-map plays was so smart, because at this point in the game, CW, he may have made one mistake, but because of how far ahead he was able to catch back up, he's able to do so much more relevant damage, which kind of destroys the purpose of having the shield coming from Chaknu as well.
I would say that the top lane push down from the side of CW was ultimately the pivot for FNOC. I would say that at one point in time, Omega and FNOC, they are kind of neck and neck, right as if the lot was taken. But during all of the situation, CW knows that if I wanted to join the team fight, I can join in any time. But that is quite reliant on the Spear of Destruction. What if the Spear of Destruction don't land?
Yeah, that is going to be a lot of what-if situations coming from the pro players here. But ideally, I think the winning factor and turning point for Fnatic Onyx here is got to be Keyboy catching on towards under you. Because think about this. Smart Omega's composition is designed in a way where we want to put you in a choke spot and just one-shot everybody. If you make one small little micro mistakes, the Deadly Catch is going to one-shot you. The Terrify coming from Valentina is going to catch you off guard. Ryota is going to chain stun you to death, and etc. In this case, the moment Keyboy got a catch onto his under down bottom, which stops their main damage output to kind of chunk down through Kyrie, chunk down through Sans, chunk down CW as well, was pretty much the turning point where I say, hey, you know what, I can bounce back. And that is where Smart Omega kind of dropped the ball.
So, with that all said, with the gold and XP draft, it really comes down to the point whereby Smart Omega have found some ways to create some turbulence over to the side of Fnatic Onyx. I really hope that it would have been a bullish graph for Smart Omega at one point in time, but it has never dipped. They have never made Fnatic Onyx dip so low to the point of deficit just yet.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You would notice, because anyone looking at this game from a third-person perspective would think, oh, the gold and EXP must have been going back and forth throughout the whole game. No. Onyx was in control the entire time. Did they make mistakes? Yes. But I think those mistakes were made to try and test the waters and figure out what the next angle of approach is going to be. Because you'll notice, Smart Omega, even though they're playing more aggressively now, which is what we want to see, they're still playing in the same way. They're grouping up as 5, but this time they're just, running at them as 5 instead. When you group as 5, you can split push the map. You can find farm. You can accelerate your EXP, which is what Onyx is doing. And you will notice, even though Omega were engaging every fight the same way, Onyx were changing their timing.
Yeah, amazing stuff coming from them as well here. And let's talk a little bit more on the MVP here. It's got to be Kyrie on the Julian. He's 5-1-7. He's been positioning himself in a way he's able to kind of make a lot of counter plays as well alongside the Vexana every single time. And for him to go for those enhanced scythes, the enhanced swords, the enhanced chains combo as well, he's been switching it up between wave clear as well as trying to catch one of the members coming from Smart Omega from time to time. So I believe, a lot of these highlights here, there are a lot of instances where he is always looking for flank angles to kind of set up for kills.
As you can see from all these replays, Kyrie is understandably one of the most important players from the side of Fnatic Onyx, where he's the only one that really possesses a massive amount of burst throughout the entirety of the game. As long as he is in control of his abilities and know when he gotta have to get out of team fights using enhanced sword, or if he can play aggressive and greedy with the enhanced scythe, those are pretty much pivotal to Fnatic Onyx. The moment that Smart Omega actually puts a lot of threat onto Kyrie in the early or the mid stages of the game, I think that they should be able to create a lot more angles for them to disable Kyrie and put him in a 7 seconds cooldown. And during that 7 seconds cooldown, Smart Omega could have fought back and really bruise the front line of Fnatic Onyx even more. But unexpectedly, Kyrie's positioning is the most important thing that we gotta have to look out for. That's why Smart Omega can't find those angles.
I do also want to give a shout out to the player that is allowing Kyrie to find these positionings. Lutpi on the Labu Labu was very pivotal in this game, because you saw the way that Smart Omega was playing. Every single time that a new target showed up, they kind of shifted their attention to making sure they got rid of him first. And oftentimes, this was Lutpi because he's jumping into the backline to deal with Vexana and the Roger, right? Yes, he ends up dying a lot for it, but he's doing his job of enabling Kyrie to cycle through his abilities multiple times. And also, good shout out to Keyboy at the very last engagement, because you saw how aggressively Smart Omega pushed out. They got lulled into a false sense of security because they've been the ones engaging fights the whole time. They think, we'll just push out onto the map and look for them again. But Onyx are ambushing them.
I think I kind of brought this up during the drafts as well, right? Like, the idea that Fnatic Onyx has is that their biggest strength is that they have a lot of split push potential. Their only win condition is that they needed to bob and weave. So during the middle stage of the game here, Ludwig was that guy to kind of bait spells. But guess what? Smart Omega wasn't biting, and because of that, he's died a couple of times because of the kind of taste. And because of that, they switched up their attacks and then figured out which worked and which didn't work, and then found the solution to actually close out the game.
So hopefully by the end of that game number 1, Smart Omega will be able to change things up a little bit and of course kind of prepare themselves for what may be coming in the near future, because this is important for Smart Omega. This is one of the few times whereby they are able to fight one of the top dogs without too much of without too much stake, because at this point in time they are already out. Might as well take this time to experiment a little bit more. So game number 2 undoubtedly is definitely gonna be a lot more flavorful. So make sure you guys tune back in for game number 2 between Smart Omega versus FNOC right after this short break.
Here we go!
How long can you twerk for? How many strip clubs that you work for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for. I can tell a lot about a girl on the first twerk, 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 twerk. I can tell a lot about a girl on twerk. Please go. How long can you twerk for? How many strip clubs that you work for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for. I can tell a lot about a girl on the first twerk, 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 twerk. I can tell a lot about a girl on twerk. Please go.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show here in Stream B, where we have just concluded the game between Smart Omega PH versus Fnatic Onyx from Indonesia. And because of the conclusion of that game number 1, Smart Omega unfortunately has been well, eliminated from the chances of going over to the playoffs. Fnatic Onyx, the Porcupine, have pretty much pricked out this Omega team.
Oh boy, this is gonna be I would say a very, very good improvement for me, for Smart Omega. But their chances of making it to playoffs is gonna be a little bit difficult here. And as you can see, I think 3 of us here, for once, we're all united. You know, just predicting 2-0s all the way for Fnatic Onyx.
You know, there is a theme for today.
What?
And the theme is a 2-0 theme for Stream B.
Ooh.
At least for me, that is my prediction. There is a reason why I'm wearing these socks. Donut socks.
Donuts.
Oh,
we can't actually see it because our predictions are blocking it.
Oh yeah, don't worry. You guys will see
Yeah,
that
you guys will see
donut
that
in a short little bit.
Yeah, you gotta put it higher.
I gotta pull it
Oh, there
higher.
we go.
There we go. Hey. Hey.
Camera, go to abstract
So many
real quick.
O's. So many O's. so many O's.
But yeah, it is a bit unfortunate that like we have so little faith in Omega that all of us predict they're going to be losing 2-0 here.
Yeah.
Well, statistics don't lie.
Yeah, that's what I'm just gonna basically say. Based on their gameplay thus far, there is a reason why we all predicted this same score. And while I think we saw good improvement from them there, it still wasn't quite enough. They're still missing something.
I mean, it is a tall order after all for them to get themselves this clean win, and they gotta have to take things a step at a time.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to do it a little bit slow, and eventually they might be able to face off against FNOC again in the near future, or perhaps even in Season 6 of the Snapdragon Challenge Finals, or rather, the entirety of the Snapdragon Mobile. So without further ado, I believe that we do have a game number 2 that is ready for us. And what are you guys gonna expect from this? Will Smart Omega, you know, kind of troll around a little bit, or would you think they will play serious, or, you know, kind of experiment?
I think this is a perfect game for Fnatic Onyx to kind of try out the Juicin, to be honest.
Or even for Fnatic Onyx?
Yeah.
Okay.
For first pick, they should take the Juicin. You know, like Smart Omega. If they let it through, I don't think they want to, but it's okay to kind of test the waters on how far this Juicin is going to be pushed to the limits in the right hands. Right?
But would that be a responsibility for Fnatic Onyx or Smart Omega to ban?
I think it comes down to Smart Omega banning it. I feel like Fnatic Onyx is very eager to jump on the bandwagon and say,
right,
hey, is this good? Because so far, if you think about this here, it has been Zas. Today is the day where, what is Zas?
What is Zask? Zask is...
You know what's really surprising? I was looking at a glimpse onto the match between Rebellion versus AP Bread. I didn't see a single Zas.
Not banned, not picked?
Not yet.
Okay.
Interesting. I mean, we do personally believe that Zask is a little boring to watch. You can't deny that he's very effective.
Okay, it's banned now. It's banned now.
But yeah, looks like they do ban it out, but now this creates a very tricky situation because if Omega bans Zusin as their final ban, you are giving Kyrie Ling and yeah, you know, or Hayabusa or anything like that.
Yeah,
okay, Ling's gone.
Ling's gone.
So
but
Juicin is
still available. Juicin is available. But yep.
See, called it. The predictor, Icy Baby, can see the future.
So Sans is going to be the one that is going to be piloting onto this Juicin, unless the concept of a Juicin roam is going to happen. But it doesn't feel like a keyboard thing. But Smart Omega, they responded by stealing away that Hayabusa off of the hands of Fnatic Onyx, since that Hayabusa is definitely available for Kyrie to pick up.
I think it doesn't really matter what Kyrie can or cannot play here. It's more like how they want to learn and improve their gameplay as a team, right? It's not very often you get opportunities to kind of play with international teams. And so far, I think Fnatic Onyx,
there's two kind of stakes.
Because of their current position, their stakes isn't that high to a point that, oh, they need to win this game. They need to prepare for the bigger picture. And personally, I think the playoffs, when they compete the playoffs, that is going to be the bigger picture for them. So understanding the limitations of a Juicin is going to be very, very important. I think one of the interviews coming from YRG, they have already mentioned here, oh, it's not really that much of an issue here. They have figured out the ways on how to deal with it. But that's the thing. They said it, but not every single team is confident in saying that.
So when it comes down to Fnatic Onyx, they have responded really quickly by picking up a Edith for themselves, as there isn't a lot of Romans that will classify for to justify picking up Concussive Blast for their emblem. So at least for Edith, that is definitely something available for them, and they are definitely going to pick that out. Followed by Julian. It worked out in game number 1. Let's work with game number 2 again.
In addition, Edith is one of the few heroes that can actually match Arlet in flexibility during the draft. And since Smart Omega already have an Arlet, Fnatic Onyx don't actually know whether this hero is going into Roam or EXP, so Edith kind of plays a similar role and works well with Zixin, as you mentioned, for helping with that wave clear if they decide that it goes over the Keyboy instead.
I highly doubt that they will flex out this Edith.
Yeah, I don't think they would. Well, technically they can, they can put XP, they can put Roam. But I'm more curious on what Smart Omega is going to ban right now here. I'm pretty sure it's a no-brainer. They've got to ban Roger here, kind of limit CW's options in terms of marksman here. Like, I'm not sure why they're hesitating. Maybe they're just discussing on how they want to deal with the Juicin. But all in all, I feel like taking away the top 3 S tiers is pretty much a no-brainer. Yeah, okay, they lock it down.
I want to tackle on the topic about flexing the Edith. The moment that you flex out the Edith and put Edith in the EXP, what are the other available Romans that would work out with Juicin? Being able to wave clear fast enough?
I think Angela is pretty good. Rafaela is pretty good as well.
You have Grok.
Yeah, Grok.
Grok is the most obvious.
Ruby
works pretty well
amazing.
too. Cho even, if you wanted to cancel the Hayabusa. So there's plenty of options.
That's
they don't
actually
have to worry
plenty,
too much about that. With Moskov and Roger banned, this leans me into thinking that CW might want to go for Beatrix at this point. Like for a lot of these older gold laners, CW, Benny, QT especially, you're gonna go to Beatrix if all the STs are out.
I'm not sure about the Brody pickup if they want to go for it, but now when they have the Aurora, this is gonna be a tough one for CW, Rao.
It's actually a possibility.
I think Clint is a safer option. Clint is definitely one of the safer options here based on what we're seeing right now. We're not expecting like a Fanny game this week.
Carry?
No, looks like I'm wrong. You're bringing the carry. All right.
Wait.
A little
Okay.
interesting.
So as much as I want to say that, carry is good or carry is bad, in this case, mostly when you pick up the carry is because you want to deal with very tanky front lines from the opponents by dealing true damage based off of their max HP. But this doesn't feel like a typical carry to me. Would there be a chance that we're looking at the tank carry that we have seen before?
I actually do think there's a good chance it's a Thunderbelt carry.
Yeah, Thunderbelt carry isn't too bad.
How about emblems? Is it that is it the is it the Festival of Blood together with
No. I still think
so.
it's gonna be Swift.
Weakness Finder?
Weakness Finder, maybe. Yeah.
Weakness Finder.
No, sorry. Quantum Charge would be a little bit safer. Yeah.
Okay. As much as I really want to see a little bit more sustainability, but perhaps we'll find out a little while later. As we have the entire roster that is just going to be locked down. Smart Omega, they are going to be settling down with a Grok onto their final pick.
Onyx, they bring in the Kufra to deal with the Harif mobility as well as the Haya. I like this. They've got a lot of answers to this. They've got a lot of CCs. I think that's the thing about Juicin, right? You need to have heroes that has a lot of CC for you to build up those stacks in order to use Lantern and drag somebody back into play. So in this case, Fnatic Onyx, they have a decent amount of CCs, decent amount of AoEs here, whereas Smart Omega, they're banging on the fact that I think it comes down to who catches each other's tempo. So that's something that I think Smart Omega has put a very, very solid lineup to test Fnatic Onyx draft.
A pretty scary lineup when it comes down to Fnatic Onyx. When it comes, especially when Terrence did mention that Kufra plus Juicin combination working on Hayabusa, real scary. But with that all said, we are going to be jumping into game number 2 between Fnatic Onyx versus Smart Omega. Thank you, Terrence, onto the panel. We will invite him again once game number 2 is over. How is this gonna be like? Is it a 2-0 in favor for Fnatic Onyx, or will Smart Omega be able to defy the gods and give us a 1-1?
I guess we'll find out, won't we, ladies and gentlemen? Game number 2, Onyx currently 1 game up on Smart Omega. Considering that Omega is already officially eliminated from the competition, there are no longer any stakes in this game for them, and it is a chance for them to just bring something out for the sake of pride.
So right off the bat, we are looking at both of the junglers trying to be as fast as possible, and it doesn't seem like they are working in the same way. Fnatic Onyx have decided to start off on the gold side, while for the side of Smart Omega, they decided to start from the EXP side. So at least there is some form of vertical jungling from Kyrie to work on. He didn't really do what we saw in game number 1, whereby he start off in the EXP, end up on the gold, and then level 3 immediately start poking the gold later.
He actually decided not to gank at level 3, which is a very common move for Julian. And I think that is respecting the possibility of Smart Omega grouping up together and roaming. Because they have a Grok and an Aurora. If he runs into the wrong brush, he will get caught. There's a very good chance he gets taken out, especially since he figures Endoryu will likely be close to level 4 as well. But because of the way that Keyboy has been assisting in stealing camps, the Hayabusa actually a little behind on EXP.
So right here in the middle lane, Endoryu unfortunately is just a shy bit away from getting the Ogi shadow kill. As such, Keyboy didn't manage to find himself running away real quickly with just a sliver of health.
Looks like Kyrie actually gonna focus on just hard scaling this game. Despite the fact that he knows he already has a level lead on Endoryu, Fnatic Onyx not interested in contesting Turtle.
Yeah, so honestly, Smart Omega, they want to focus on to these standing objectives. Endoryu, unfortunately and definitely not on the same level as Kyrie. Kyrie and friends seems like they want to skill up a little bit more for the later parts, but in the meantime, middle lane seems like we do have Ryota that finds himself being airborne and comboed out with the Edith, but somehow Ryota manages to run away, while the Crimson Beacon coming from the side of Sans did manage to activate. Yoinks Chaknu back into the front lines, but it's not gonna do too much from that point on.
A good attempt from Onyx. You could see the combo of Zeusin into the Edith for a lot of single target lockdown. The reason they didn't kill Ryota was because Ukir's timing was actually really good with the freeze from Aurora. It stopped them in their tracks before they could follow up and allowed Ryota to dash away.
There we go. That is going to get another combo, but unfortunately Keyboy actually misses out the hit onto the side of Chaknu. The Guardian's Barrier activates, and that is going to cut things out a little bit more as Endoryu took that opportunity and brings Keyboy down.
I think Onyx themselves recognize that they'll probably have a little less damage compared to Omega early on, so I think they're just trying to hard scale to the stage where CW and Sans are going to be able to more effectively participate in teamfights. And that means that this is a very valuable window for Omega. If they're able to stifle the aggression from Onyx and stop them from this scaling strategy, then they actually have a pretty good foothold in this game.
So coming up onto this, CW currently, he does have a 2100 gold onto himself, while unfortunately Jome, the master of all trades, with a total of 2500 gold. Okay, we're just gonna see a little bit of a change from the start of CW. He's slowly trying to climb up in gold as much as possible, but the top two, when it comes down to the gold leaderboards, is kind of flicking around between Jome and Endoryu, suggesting that Smart Omega, they're actually doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, I think though, what Onyx is doing is they're trying to play for late game. Hold on.
A really good jump right down the Jome, but not quite enough, or it's not exactly something that Fnatic Onyx wants to continue.
Yeah, I think Onyx wants to play for late game because we already know how scary Zeusin is when she has 3 items. We know how scary Carrie can be when she has her Trinity completed. So even though they have Kyrie on the Julian, who should be able to snowball off of kills early on with Keyboy, it looks like they're committing to the full team scaling strategy and beating Omega at their own game, basically. Like saying, we're gonna play for late game instead. You guys can try all you want, but if you can't stop us, then we just win automatically once we hit around that 15-16-minute mark.
I mean, it's not quite necessary for a Julian to work off of Snowball. It's definitely great to be able to, but it is not a necessity. Julian will still be very, very viable, even if if the Julian is completely neck and neck with the opponent's jungler. There is still a lot of damage output coming in from the enhanced scythe, regardless. And Julian is one of those heroes where you are able to you choose exactly what you want out of a team fight. You have escape mechanism, you have engage mechanism, you have burst potential, all in a single kit of a Julian. So Kyrie will want to be as flexible as possible, and I agree, just leave it to Sans, wait for the perfect opportunity. Once Sans be able to pick up the Clock of Destiny, I think that is where Zeusin will be a lot more aggressive, and that is where Fnatic Onyx will come in together with that aggression.
Well, looks like we're back. Very nice. And thank you once again to our marshals for resolving things so quickly.
Well, the Tyrant's Rage did manage to land onto Ukir, forces Ukir to actually work with the... Oh, it kind of seems as though it was the crown, but it's not gonna be the case. We do have Ukir joining back to the team fight once again, being able to get a kill on the Suns. Lutpi, the next one down. The Keyboy jumps in, Tyrant's Revenge, lands on top of the Andoryu. Kairi took the opportunity and brings him down. The turtle will now be slain by the hands of Kairi. And now Fnatic Onyx really happy with the results. They have only lost Sans as well as Lutpi for quite a bit of a favor.
We can actually, I feel like that last sequence is, oh wow, it's not over.
Yeah, Kairi still want to be aggressive on Ukir, but Ukir still within the heart of the turret and right under the nose of it. This is gonna be safe and sound for now.
Oh, I don't know if Kairi knew Jome was in there, but he just found him by accident.
But I don't think that Jome will want to continue the fight, as now he purifies himself, ensuring that he would not go down or would not be yoinked out by Sans. But it doesn't seem like it is going to be enough, as he's going to go straight down. The next one on the chopping block is going to be Chaknu. That combination coming from Kairi and Sans is unfortunately not going to be activated just yet, allowing Chaknu to slip off.
He actually wasted his wild charge though, so that's actually something Onyx was able to bait out. I like that Andoryu used the opportunity to steal away the purple buff, so a little bit of a win there from Omega. But you can see Onyx just upping the momentum the moment they won that previous team fight. They had a really good presence of mind that even though they already lost Lutpi and the rest early on, they still targeted Andoryu and got the turtle.
As the rest of Fnatic Onyx, they are drawing a line on the entire map. Keyboy is right above of the second tier defense turret in the bottom lane, while the rest of Fnatic Onyx will just be going in to steal the opponent's purple buff. Smart Omega knew enough to not jump in and not jump the gun. As we have said before, Smart Omega seems to have a pretty good trigger discipline, and they're just really observing what goes on around the map.
Yeah, I hope that they don't take too long though, because right now the game is going exactly what Onyx wanted it to be. And by the way, when we discussed during the draft, we wondered that this could be a Thunderbuck carry. No, CW is going for the Trinity, and I think that is in line with what Onyx is doing. If they were aiming the fight a lot early on, Thunderbuck carry makes sense. But if they're going for the scaling instead, then just going straight for your damage items is the obvious choice.
Yeah, and I think the Fnatic Onyx is really happy with the progression thus far. In the meantime, the final slash is going to be landing on 3, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like Chaknu will be able to land any much out over the wild charge. Well, Andoryu goes on the back line, was hoping he will be able to do enough damage on the Lutpi as he goes after the primal rage. Keyboy all alone, hoping that he will be able to do something, but he's going to be in the hearts of Smart Omega, allowing a double kill on top of Jome. The next one they want to do is to bring down the tier 1 in the middle lane as soon as possible.
And this is what Smart Omega needs to continue doing. They are thriving in the chaos of battle. If they're able to just run down Onyx at this stage, Onyx, who is committed for a scaling playstyle, is not going to be able to quite respond in kind. A lot of that thanks to Ukir controlling the front lines and making sure that Onyx is being punished for walking too far in front. I think Lutpi is still doing a great job. He was on top of Andoryu that entire fight, and that is why Kairi was still able to get the turtle despite the disadvantage, but it cost him his life. So Omega actually evening up the odds right now. Net worth difference basically 0.
Yeah, there's almost nothing at all. So Smart Omega came in into that fight pretty effectively with Keyboy and Kairi down. They are definitely working their way into something a little bit of a bigger scale of things later on. But what exactly will Smart Omega do right now? Because they managed to take down the T1 in the middle lane and the top lane. The bottom lane still is a little bit of a threat, because as you can see, Smart Omega lost T1 and T2 in the bottom lane. They're gonna have to really watch out for any potential split push from the side of Fnatic Onyx.
Split pushing, it seems to be one of Omega's biggest weaknesses, because again, this is a team that really plays closely together and is able to win team fights through that way.
They have a Hayabusa though.
Yeah, Andoryu was doing split pushing earlier on, but you can see that he doesn't do it quite as actively as Onyx. They're just splitting their members all the time. When they group up, they instantly try to make something happen, and if it doesn't work, then they spread again.
I would say the Fnatic Onyx definitely will have some macro plays in order to get themselves the turrets. Like that drawing a line in the bottom lane is what they wanted and what they did. But for now, it is going to be the wall shot that is going to be landing right down on Lutby, and a chain frost down onto Lutby brings him down. And this is the fight for Onyx as they are going to be retaliating. Kyrie gets himself a single kill, but Jome takes him down instead. A really good vengeance fight. While Jome, he runs back with a really good synchro chrono dash to get himself a little bit more shields. Smart Omega, they still have quite a lot of people to work around. And Dory with the OG Shadow kill brings Sans down. Immediately brings himself all the way back onto the Shadow to be safe and sound. This is Smart Omega's retaliation. Bring 3 men down and having the priority on top of the Lord.
This is what we want to see. Omega taking advantage of Onyx wanting to split the map to find a tempo in between rotations where they can really punish them. And I think they actually did find a great window of opportunity there, immediately engaging. Out of everyone they found, they actually did wall charge Lutpi, which is a very important target because he's the one in charge of disrupting the backline. So without him, you could see Onyx just kind of falter a lot more.
Scramble.
On top of that, something people may have missed, Keyboy was charging up a Tyrant's Revenge in the bush to kind of initiate and stop the members of Smart Omega from diving his team, but he got cancelled by Final Slash.
I missed that out.
The Arlet actually scouted the bush without knowing for sure that Keyboy was in there and cancelled him mid-charge animation.
Ooh, that must really hurt for Fnatic Onyx. That would explain the outcome of that team fight. Although I gotta say that combination when it comes down to all of the lockdown combined from Chaknu and Ukir, Lutpi actually have got no way of retaliating. Like, he's just rooted down, he's stunned all the way, he's frozen down to the core. There's no fighting back.
It's not a lot you can do because like as an EDIF, you usually soak a bit of damage, then you go into your ult mode and then you dish out that damage back. But this hero is actually weak to being heavily locked down because if you can't ult, you really don't do all that much. And he only has a Thunderbelt right now. So not a lot of defensive items to survive an onslaught like that.
Yeah, he's still half building his items. He does have a robe as well as the half item of Dom Ice. So he's kind of working his way on, just kind of double dipping his toes. So it will take some time before he will be able to get some full item. As I believe that we can get some value out of Terrence because we are already 10 minutes into this game. So Terrence, what do you have for us?
You know, I think it comes down to win conditions, right? Like Smart Omega, they have a very solid trump positions and I feel like they're playing around Uki really, really well because of this Aurora pickup. And a lot of people kind of anticipated in this current patch as well. Hey, Zas. You know, it's either Zas, Vexana, Valentina. Aurora is one of those very, very underrated one because of the fact on how spammable its spells are. And it's not the type of spells where, oh, it's just a Novaria first skill. Oh, it's just a casual Farsa stun. It doesn't really hurt that much. But in Aurora's case, those setups are very, very life-threatening to a point where if you get hit by one of it, you will think it's like nothing. But if you stack it over time, it is a bigger setup for your teammates to kind of whittle you down because it's a very, very strong peel tool. And I think in Smart Omega's case, they're utilizing it very much more better compared to Sans, who's currently in a situation where you have this Juicine. Hey, I'm dropping my lanterns. Great. Is it life-threatening? Not really. You know, even Jome as well, he was able to time the purifies a couple of times to kind of dodge lantern, like 9 seconds here at the last tick before the lift. He purifies it away, cancels out the lift, and then resets the entire stack for Sun. So I think so far, a lot of teams have struggled with Zusin in a sense where if you're snowballing, great, amazing hero. But if you're not on the 50-50, you do need that Brute Force Bracelet as a third item or maybe even a third to fourth item power spike before you see the full effects of this Juicin. And so far, Sans has not even close to those timings yet. And even his third item progression, he's not even going for the Brute Force Bracelet.
What is he actually going for?
He actually went for the Blood Wings.
He does have a, he does have a Clock of Destiny
He's
right
got
now.
a Clock and Blood Wings.
Blood Wings too.
Not too sure if he intends to go for Brute Force Breastplate as
I mean,
the
he's
third
tanky
item.
now. He's pretty tanky, so...
It's enough, but you usually need that third item before Zeusin really becomes the hero that you can never run away from. So I think it's very good that Omega has decided, all right, we gotta play for this timing, we gotta rush them down, and they're able to punish because what Terrence highlighted about the Aurora is actually correct. I do feel like them playing around Ukir has been the main point of what's been allowing them to get this lead.
Right. So since we are now back to the game, thank you so much to Terrence for coming in with that interjection. Gives us a really good idea about what we should be looking out for. Namely, it is going to be Ukir. With the Lord that's just going to be marching down middle lane, Fnatic Oni have got quite a bit to work with, as we now have got the final slash landing right down onto Lutfi. Again, when it comes down to the Frigid Frost, making sure that he will not be able to retaliate or do anything at all. Keyboy, unfortunately, is going to be the next one onto the chopping block. Smart Omega doing an amazing job thus far before it even lands onto the inhibitor turret. Smart Omega have already taken 2.
They're coming in with vengeance right here. Onyx have done a good job. They've cleared up the Lord, so they only take a little bit of damage on their inhibitor, but Omega is just pushing it.
There's still a holy defense, as now all of the creeps is just going to be wiped out already. Smart Omega, they are working on a counter-strafing kind of game, and they still manage to take out more kills onto Kairi and CW.
This is probably the best that Smart Omega have looked thus far, and they seem a lot more confident with the way that they're executing their team fights. Perhaps the pressure of no longer having to play to claim a spot in the playoffs is lifting a bit of a weight off their minds, because you're seeing the way that they're taking these fights is really good. They have players diving in the backline, taking control, causing disruption. Again, Ukir being a very important role, because Lutfi is not getting to do the typical Edith thing. He's just getting bursted the moment the fight starts.
Yeah.
And that means that this hero kind of amounts to nothing.
It's kind of scary what a Aurora can really bring onto the table. To whoever just kind of looking at Edith and finds that Edith is really annoying, or in fact, any annoying tank per se. Aurora comes in real clutch to really just disable that one frontliner. Smart Omega is working out this front to back very darn effectively.
What Onyx will need to do now is, again, adapt and change their positioning. The reason why Lutfi is always getting bursted at the start of the fight is the way that Kufra works is that he actually waits a bit. Hold on.
Yep, he waits a bit and he lands. As now, he did manage to get a really nice lockdown to Chaknu, but Chaknu flickers away. And they is barely alive. Fnatic Onyx used quite a bit just to get him down, but it's not too big of a deal, as the Lord will be back in only 10 seconds, which will take some time for Fnatic Onyx to get their ultimates back.
Yeah, CW are gonna need to wait until, I think he's full items before he can really burst down a player like Chaknu. If it's anyone else, I think he'd be able to get rid of them there, but the Grok actually is pretty tanky at this stage, even having that Dominance Ice to slow down CW's damage overall. So,
Keyboy in the action, lands on the Chaknu, but it's not gonna be a motivation to start a fight.
Yeah, I think that is why Smart Omega, they want to be the ones in control of the fight, and Onyx doesn't want to force a situation when they know they're already behind in farm. So a bit of a gentleman's agreement there to back off.
Oh, Sans gets himself running backwards with the Crimson Beacon. Lutfi manages to land a pretty nice Earth Shatter, just disengaging for the entirety of Fnatic Onyx. But now they found us a little bit of opportunity while really whittling down the HP of Chaknu. So the quick little Conceal gets himself running away. The Lord priority ultimately will go over to the side of Fnatic Onyx for now.
That was very dangerous positioning by Sans right there. We know that Zeusin can eat some damage, but he came dangerously close to being picked off. Though Onyx actually followed up on that well by punishing Omega for diving into their jungle to try and finish off the Zeusin. No casualties though, so we end up being reset to 0 and maybe dealing with a bit of a Lord dance here. And I also have to note, Sans' third item is a glowing wand. It is not a brute force breastplate, so he's actually not very tanky.
I would say that with the Blood Wings, it allows him to be relatively tanky already. So I would say give and take, right? You kind of change it away, change the Brute Force Breastplate away for a Blood Wings. You constantly get yourself the amount of shields, which allows you as a Juicin to play poke. So when you poke the opponents, they poke back, you have your shields, and once your shield is depleted, you join back to the fight, you join back to poke later, you get back those shields. It's essentially some form of renewable health.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. I mean, that is the reason why we see Bloodwings being used by so many different heroes nowadays. It's just such an efficient item overall. But because of the way Zusin works, you do typically want to also have that Brute Force breastplate. Because that is the point.
Crowd control, right?
Yeah, that is the point where Zusin is kind of difficult to get rid of. And by going for Glowing Wand instead, it means that he's committing to actually a DPS playstyle, which is understandable but risky.
I think that the main reason for the Glowing Wand really is just to deal with Jome. Jome is really darn annoying. I mean, 6:1:3 is the current scoreline. So we are looking at kind of like a front-to-back game from the side of Fnatic Onyx. They deal with the front lines and then eventually onto Jome. They need to eventually be able to ensure that the shield generated by Jome is not going to out-heal the damage potential from Fnatic Onyx.
That is true. We have to remember that Necklace of Durance was combined into Glowing Wand, so it does offer those same properties without forcing your opponent to attack you in the same way that Dominance Ice does. Looks like Onyx, though, have actually been able to zone out Smart Omega, the Glowing Wand actually playing a role in slowly whittling down the opponent's HP and forcing them back to reposition. But will it be enough?
The next item for Sans definitely gonna have to be the Ice Queen's Wand, and once that item eventually pops up for Fnatic Onyx, I think Smart Omega will have to kind of play possum and be really afraid for any form of these poke potentials that Sans will be able to bring onto the board.
Looks like Onyx going to reset here. Got multiple members going back to regen HP. They're able to do this because you can see from the waves that Onyx have actually set up pushes onto Omega's half of the map, and because they see that their players are going to deal with that, they have a bit of free time to go back and regroup without risk of Omega maybe coming in and blitzing the Lord.
There we go, Tyrant's Revenge, Tyrant's Rage, landing right on top of Chaknu. This time Chaknu is the one that would not be able to do anything, but unfortunately Lumpy is going to be the next one onto the chopping block. Jome doesn't have a lot of HP left, thus he's just going to work under the beetle to get his HP back. Keyboy flickers himself backwards. Bouncing ball, he's going to be safe and sound for now.
We can see now Smart Omega in a bit of a difficult situation. They still have the gold lead, but remember how I mentioned CW will only become a threat when he has his full items? Well, he does. He completed his Malefic Roar a little while ago, and you can see how difficult it is for people to stand up to him.
A waiting game down in the bottom lane. We have a very slow push for Fnatic Onyx, and they are just waiting for that opportunity. The moment that they see even one hero down in the bottom lane, expect aggression from Fnatic Onyx.
Smart Omega will need to make sure to deal with that, but they also got to make sure they have enough players here in the Lord Pit to prevent Onyx from doing the same thing, blitzing the Lord when they know they have a numerical advantage. Chaknu gonna continue scouting.
And it does seem like Kyrie will be able to enhance and get the Lord down very amazingly. Keyboy, Kyrie, next one, down. Unfortunately, Chaknu is surprisingly still alive because of the immortality. As such, CW, Lutfi, and Sans, they're gonna have to go back all the way through. It all lies on the Sans. He's gonna have to pick people up and throw them right back. But Lutfi frozen down once again. Primal Wrath, he's gonna be staying alive for a little while longer, but Dome gets himself the godlike. The Lord pushes down and marches in from the bottom lane. Gives Fnatic Onyx a little chance to breathe. But is it really enough for Sans to defend this all alone against 4 members?
This is going to be a 4v1 situation. Another 10 seconds before K-Boy comes back. Omega could blitz this.
He can't clear waves fast enough, unfortunately. As such, Smart Omega gets himself the one game away from Fnatic Onyx, the 2-0 that I predicted. My socks, guys, my socks. It doesn't mean anything no more.
Your socks did not help us here, but I think Smart Omega are going to be very happy about that. Yes, it's not going to matter for making it into the playoffs, but it gives them a little bit of that pride back because they were able to take down a very powerful opponent.
Ice Queen's Wand, Glowing Wand, the Queen's Wings, Clock of Destiny onto the side of Sans. It doesn't have enough damage. It doesn't really do anything. That is the weakness that we see from Jusin. So perhaps playing the long game from FNOC didn't quite work out. What do you think about this, Terrace? Is it really about the late game that FNOC can't prepare for?
You know, that's the thing about Jusin, right? Like, it's either you go ultra late or you go mid game. In this case, Sans opted to go for the utility playstyle. So going for Glowing Wand and Ice Queen Wand is much necessary in a way to kind of set things up for his teammates. But the problem with this build is that it's so expensive. And the thing of how you need to build Jusin is you need to go for Clock of Destiny because of the mana issue. And then you need to go for Blood Wings for that additional movement speed. So that's the problem. Two major items that is very, very expensive. And on top of it all, usually at this stage, you kind of need that glowing ones already in play. First item glowing ones, or maybe even second, or either a first item ice cream ones to kind of set the fight in their favor. But when Sans went for this build means that he is going to sacrifice a lot of his tankiness, and which in this case, I think a perfect example of a great Jusin player so far in SPS tournament is got to be Sanji, right?
Sanji.
Like, how you play Jusin is pretty much you need to be very, very up and personal and pretty much being able to zone everyone on your own. And Sans hasn't been able to do that because of the composition that Omega has. Like, if he tries to walk up forward, Ryota is there. Tries to walk up forward, Ukir is there. Tries to walk up forward, Chaknu is there to always pressure him from the sides. And I think prior to this fight, the moment Sans got all these 4 items, you can see the impact. But unfortunately, 4 of his teammates is down, and he just couldn't, drag it out a little bit longer here.
Yeah.
So I feel like in this situation, Fnatic Onyx, if they were able to drag the game another 3 to 4 minutes, I think this is where you start to see the power of Jusin.
Yeah, so for the side of Fnatic Onyx, they just kind of needed a little bit more time. The final slot onto Jusin is what will probably turn the tide around. But, I gotta have to say, Smart Omega, they went through the entirety of this game, they made very calculated risks, and they understood and identified who are the main few people to really bring down. As we saw that Lutpi constantly being frozen, constantly being called out time and time again. Zadafa, do you think that was one of the main key issues from the side of Fnatic Onyx?
100%. Not having Lutpi in all of these fights is basically taking a 4v5, and if you're taking a 4v5 and one of your heroes is Zusin, you already don't have enough damage to actually contest in that, right? And I think that's why Ukir ends up being the MVP here.
Fair.
All those freezes. This is a hero that's really good at disrupting the flow of a team fight. And Onyx kind of depends on that flow with a composition like this. So it messed with them a lot.
Frigid Frost is not a easy skill easy skill to land, which makes perfect sense for it to be a follow-up skill on top of perhaps the wild charge or perhaps onto the final swing.
It comes down to the power spike of the individual hero itself, right? Like Aurora, pay attention to how Urki has been very oppressive in all these fights, right? Even in minute 9 here, he's able to get a Blood Wings. The moment he got his Blood Wings as well as Genius Wands, everyone from side Fnatic Onyx is already struggling to kill him off. And even if they do kill him, he does have a passive that kind of give him that little free Winter Crown fallback to kind of extend those fights. And because of this, Fnatic Onyx has been struggling to deal with it. So that, again, it brings back to the question here, what were the win conditions for Sans as well as Ukir? Sans needed way much more time, a very, very late game eccentric compositions, whereas Ukir, he's going to be oppressive right from the get-go. So it comes down to who is able to punish who first. In this case, I feel like Smart Omega just understood their assignment a little bit better. They were given the tools to kind of execute. Yes, you have to give credit towards Fnatic Onyx with stealing the Lord, but unfortunately, the lanes just wasn't favoring them.
So, Ukir, Aurora. It worked out great for them, and banning out the Zarsk is understandably very effective in this case. So if they're able to kind of repeat this again, that would be great. But the other question is also going to be whether FNOC will actually want to go for a ban onto Aurora. Is it worth it or is it not?
It could be worth it, depending on what exactly it is that Onyx want to do in the next game. I personally hold the sentiment that Onyx actually were trying to test something out here, because this is a little bit different from what we usually see of them, right? Committing to a full late game scaling composition like this is a bit risky in a meta that really promotes aggressive gameplay. And they could have actually tried to go for stuff with Kyrie on the Julian. Instead, they gave a lot of free time to Omega. Basically, the early game, nothing happened. And that's exactly what Omega wants, right? Yep. This is a team that loves if nothing happens in the early game, because once they have some items, then they can fight 5v5, and that is where they're strongest.
I think I made a prediction before the first pick drafts where Fnatic Onyx kind of brought to the table, right? Like they have this win. They can kind of limit test on what they want to do. They got the Jusin, which is great. But what's the problem that Jusin have? lack of damage. And they compensated with a triple mage composition, which I think it was very easy to itemize against from the side of Smart Omega. You've got Oracle on Jome, you've got Athena Show on Chaknu. That pretty much solves a majority of the damage output coming from Fnatic Onyx, whereas the physical part, only CW is got to worry about. And again, early to mid, you're not going to see CBW contribute a lot of damage yet. So again, like Safa said, they are banging on that late game potential.
Alright, so with that said, we are going to be jumping into a very short break and just going to clean up the battlefield in the land of Dawn. And until then, we have quite a bit of time, so I believe that we do have quite a little bit of interesting content lined up for you guys. So during that moment in time, make sure you guys preview the footage and enjoy your time. We'll be back again in a short little bit with the final game between Fnatic Onyx versus Smart Omega.
Here we go!
Give it up for your Snapdragon Pro Series champions, Team Onyx!
Hi, my name is Kairi Rice Del Sol. I'm the jungler for Team Fnatic Onyx. In Jakarta last year, our SPS experience was real fun, and thankfully we got the championship last year. We had a lot of our ups and downs, but every tournament we try our best, and that's what we're gonna do in this tournament. I think personally for me, the only thing that's gonna be different in SPS is the place. And for the team, I think we're still gonna do the same. We're still gonna give our best, like always. After we won the championship, like we had photos with fans, I think that's the only memorable one. I mean, it was already a year, but whenever we play, we always give our best and we're always confident. That's all I can say. A lot of teams are improving right now, like Singapore, Cambodia, Malaysia, and yeah, we still need to fight them with all we got. I think our bracket B right now is very fun. We have the MSC finalist, which is SRG and Bren. So we're very excited to face them again. I think in MSC we just had a little bit of internal problems, which isn't that worst, but also a part of our losing is because our enemy was also unpredictable and they also got strong. I think in all tournament like SPS, where I see all teams as equals because all of us deserves to be here. Our one and only goal is to win the championship. Hello to all of the fans of Fnatic Onyx. I thank you so much and we hope you guys support us in all our tournaments.
Sunshine dripping off your skin. I just wanna take it in. Magic shimmers in your eyes. Can't look away, 'cause it's so nice. Give me all that sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all that sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. It's better with you, better with you, better with you. It's better, it's better, it's better, it's better. It's better with you, it's better with you, better with you, better with you. It's better, it's better, it's better.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. It has been a very entertaining game coming in from these two teams. Smart Omega from Philippines and Fnatic Onyx from Indonesia. The one that we thought is going to end in a 2-0 is not going to be the case, unfortunately. So that is our prediction. All gone. Terrence and Sadafa is joining me here on this table for this final game between Fnatic Onyx and Smart Omega. In fact, is this gonna be... I believe that this is the final game that Terrence is gonna be covering for the group stage of SPS, right?
Oh no, the entirety of SPS.
Oh,
but
the
it's okay,
entirety of
you know,
it.
it's all good. It's all good, you know. I feel like this is a perfect time to kind of talk about the ideas that's going around Smart Omega and Fnatic Onyx. Like,
right, okay.
Fnatic Onyx, obviously, they are trying to limit test. And that's something that I can value, I can appreciate. But for Smart Omega, even though we are expecting them to be out by day number 3 here, I like that they still have the mental resilience to say, you know what, even though it's against Fnatic Onyx, we're not giving it an inch. You know, there is a reason why, I'm sorry to say, Fnatic Onyx didn't qualify for MSC. So even though in his videos, Kyrie said that they have small issues that they need to kind of work around with,
right?
But you do see a lot of cracks in Fnatic Onyx play style just now.
Right. I actually do want to segue that portion over to your expectation versus reality, right? Coming into Snapdragon Pro Series, what are the teams that you have seen whereby you believe that they are supposed to do well but didn't, and what are the teams that isn't supposed to do well but did very well instead?
I think Rebellion is one of the teams right now that I feel like I expect them to do pretty okay. But that's the thing, right? The games that they won are the games that I did not expect them to win. But the games that they lost, I expected them to win. So that's
I think
one of
we've
the teams.
seen some of that. Yeah, I think the Snapdragon Pro Series this time has been a bit confusing because there's been a lot of situations like this, right? Where we thought maybe, oh, RSG is going to do a lot better. Don't seem to be doing all that well. See you soon. NIP Flash. Like, a lot of teams are having some difficult, and even like the top teams aren't exactly invincible, right? Even the Red Giants are dropping games here and there. Liquid, not the best.
Not yet. They dropped games, they haven't dropped series.
I said
Are you sure
games.
you're Malaysian?
I said games. Are
Okay,
you sure you
okay.
can hear?
Okay, fine. I
We
don't
can
wanna be-
continue
yeah.
on the draft first, so let's jump in on the draft, but I will still love to listen to that conversation. So let's switch it over to the draft, continue the
You just
conversation.
want us to fight, don't you?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Anyways, going to the drafts here, third game this time, Smart
come
Omega
on.
gonna be on first pick and Fnatic Onyx on second pick here. I do see the Arlet, I do see the chips as well, but the question here is, does Fnatic want to try themselves against a Jusin in terms of matchup? Because game 1, they did ban it off, not allowing it for Smart Omega to play. So, do they want to try it?
I think that at one point, I think Fnatic Onyx will do the same thing. It's kind of going back to the red side, where they would just ban Jusin for their last pick. Especially since this task has been taken out. I think the Fnatic Onyx is going to respect the Jusin and say that, you know what, Ukir has played Jusin twice. Let's not give him another count.
Oh, okay. Looks like Jusin is going to be banned off as well. And I think now Smart Omega has two options, right? Like, one of it is going to take away Kyrie's hero pool, or do they still prioritize on the Moskov? Because in game number 1, they did prioritize the Roger over the Moskov, and CW was able to make a very, very convincing comeback in game number 1. So adaptations has definitely been made here for Smart Omega, denying it away from CW. But now, I feel like Fnatic Onyx, do they want to keep options open for Kyrie? That's going to be something, because they have picked Julian 2 games in a row.
That's true.
Do they want to give him the higher booster now as a priority? Do they want to give him maybe even Lancelot to a certain degree?
Nah, no reason to go Lance if you still have Julian
It's
and
Kyrie
Hayabusa.
Lancelot, mate.
It's not
Kyrie
the era
Lancelot, man.
anymore.
It's not the era anymore?
Wow.
Of Lancelot in general.
Oh.
You see every player playing Lancelot having difficulty, no matter how good they
Irad, for
are.
example, definitely saw a little bit glimpse of the Lancelot from the side of Irad. But Fnatic Onyx finally marking that Luo Yi on the map, because Luo Yi has been forgotten time and time again, despite being one of the top contenders on the side of MSC.
You know, it's funny to see, like, I think I brought this up in day number 1 as well. Like, hey, what happened to Luo Yi? Like, it's the most broken mage in the right hands. But at the same time, people just kind of pivoted to Zas. And now for them to go back to basics, I really like this. They are still keeping options for Kyrie, and that's huge because now he has more kits to kind of worry about rather than one-dimensional Julian where once you go all in, if you don't do something within 7 seconds, you're dead.
Yeah, so at this point in time, I think that Fnatic Onyx is going to keep that Roger relatively open. There could be there could still be a chance for the Roger to pivot over to the jungle. So at least when it comes down to the final pick of the jungle or the gold lane, there is still that X factor available for Fnatic Onyx. Okay, never mind. Throw whatever that I said for the past 5 seconds out of the window because the Julian is going to go to the jungle again for Kyrie.
Yeah, I do see where you were coming from though. Like if they actually left the jungle position open, they could have potentially forced Smart Omega to ban assassins instead of other roles. But I guess they do want to make sure that Kyrie has either Julian or Hayabusa available going into this game. And we do see the Lolita being picked up, even though this game there isn't a lot of projectiles to reflect. Because of that Lo Yi, you can actually turn around on those applications, bounce them back. And if you time the Numanon Blast correctly on a diversion, can really punish.
I think now Fnatic Onyx needs a very, very strong frontliner or a very oppressive one to kind of join in the fights, right? You look at this, Julian, Roger, these are very, very divey compositions here as well. You can dive the backlines, kind of catch the Lolita. They need somebody who's going to be in the backlines. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Lapu Lapu again, but I don't think it's that big of issues for Smart Omega. But Ruby is something that they have to worry about.
Now, there's another thing that they should worry about. Aurora. And I love to see that fact because Fnatic Onyx respected that. Went for the second phase ban onto the Aurora and Vexana. So with these two heroes out of the window along with Jusin, what is that mage hero that we want to see from the side of Smart Omega?
It does make things a little bit more difficult because a lot of the AoE options have been just taken off the table. I actually thought that we were going to see Omega pick Aurora as a third pick. I didn't really feel like Lolita needed to be prioritized so early on. So I do hope they have something in the back pocket.
I like how I called the Ruby. This is good. But I feel like Faramis usually should be a go-to for Smart Omega. But based on this composition that Fnatic Onyx has, I don't think Faramis is that great against this composition.
It's possible, actually.
It's not that great.
How about Valentina?
Yeah, I think Valentina is much safer for Smart Omega rather than going for the Faramis. But I'm more concerned on who they're going to be playing on the jungle role here because right now, they didn't really focus too much on his jungle role. So he does have a lot more options. He can still go for the Hayabusa, which I think is very, very popular now. Again, but no, they don't go for it. They go for the Novaria instead. So slows, increasing hitbox, and it allows
opening up the map for diversion.
But no, they go back to basics. Baxia. I like this.
You like this?
Yeah, I actually like this.
Damage though.
I do worry because
I worry.
This is kind of Omega going back to the triple frontline lineup where like they're literally the only team that consistently plays a triple frontline lineup and it has kind of been on and off for them.
Okay, hear me out. So the reason why they're going for this triple composition is not because they are looking to win fights. They're looking to buy time knowing that Lo Yi is always going to out-macro you in terms of mobility. So instead of committing to the fight, they're hoping that this tanky compositions doesn't give free kills whenever the divergence kind of sets up an ambush here. So I get where Smart Omega is going here. But again, they are going to lack a lot of damage.
In most situations, I would agree with that. But right now, my main problem would be triple front line. You don't have a mage that is consistent.
Yeah, agreed.
Star Shatter, the moment you miss that Star Shatter, you lost already a lot of damage. And the fact that your triple front line doesn't have a lot of damage, you miss one Star Shatter, you know you're gonna have to go back because you can't rely onto a Moskov in the early or mid game.
Yeah, I can see where you're going at as well here. That just kind of shifts the focus on who is going to be carrying the weight and the burden to kind of carry through the game. And in this case, Smart Omega is going to be up to Enduryu with the Baxia to kind of set the tempo for the team. Get very, very oppressive in early game as well. Deal with the spell vamps from Kyrie. Deal with the spell vamps from CC. Deal with the spell vamps coming from Ruby on his innate on his innate ability. So it is going to be a lot of weight onto his Enduryu here for Smart Omega to kind of push them through towards this game.
All right, thank you so much over to Terrence as we are going to be moving on to the final game of the series between Smart Omega and Fnatic Onyx. Now, I didn't really get the chance to really ask Sadafa about his idea of the lineup of Smart Omega, but now's the time.
I share similar sentiments to you, Abstract. The lack of damage is very concerning. Keyboy is playing very aggro here on a hero that Orden... Oh,
Wait,
he stole it!
No way! Oh, no! Oh, no!
Oh,
that's not a great start. That is so not a good start.
Okay, I'm looking at the cooldown on Andoriu's retreat too. He started with it. He was not expecting.
Oh, he started with it.
Yeah, he started with it to maximize efficiency, so he was not prepared to retreat.
He wanted the cooldown to be over by the time he reached over to the orange buff. I mean, let's be honest here. You're looking at a Ruby Roam and a Lawyer in mid. Who would have thunk that this Ruby is gonna come in and raid you?
Like, you hold on.
It doesn't seem like Kyrie is going to get away that easily though, but he is going to go for the enhanced sword and just immediately pivoted himself out of that.
Okay, I love the creativity here because Smart Omega, I can't even blame them for this. You would never expect a invade from a Ruby roam.
Never.
And that is why Andoriu uses retreat to start to get efficiency. Chaknu and Uke are not there to help him jungle because who does that, right?
Who does that?
But it worked. It worked really well, and that's what we want to see because Smart Omega are hedging on late game. You have Novaria, you have Moskov. Those are your only sources of damage. You do nothing until late game. Onyx are the ones that are going to run this game down and end it ASAP.
This might actually potentially be the kind of first Lord and a lot of the inhibitor turrets will go down already kind of situation. I don't believe that Andoriu will be able to do anything. In fact, to see them trying to challenge for this turtle is already out of it.
Yeah, that's a bad idea. He should not have done that. He's already one level down. There's no reason for him to be there. His team is not ready to back him up. Go for your purple buff instead. Try to catch up in EXP with Kyrie when he's taking the objective. And because they decided not to do that, Omega are even further behind. They can actually zone him off of his purple buff now.
I think that is exactly what they're going to do. In fact, Andoriu have pretty much expected that Fnatic Onyx would want to steal this purple buff away. As such, he started off onto the orange buff. Kyrie already at level 6, while Andoriu just hit level 4. The level discrepancy is just so jarring. And what exactly does Smart Omega gotta have to do at this point in time?
It's a bit hard to say. They're gonna have to slow it down, basically. They have to make sure that there's vision on the map at all times. Because they just don't really have the tools to actually directly fight Onyx right now. That's why I don't like this draft. Onyx can run into their jungle with impunity because they've already created an EXP gap against the most dangerous early game opponent being Andoriu. And by the way, Kyrie actually left the small purple buff too.
Oh,
so like, you see that icon on the bottom? Yeah,
it shows
it's
that
delaying the respawn.
And you gotta have to really kill it before it respawns out. But in the meantime, it does seem like Smart Omega really wanted this kill on the side of Keyboy. So at least they did manage to find a little bit of a consolation for their early game by taking Keyboy out.
And that is good, but I worry if it's gonna be good enough. I think like Jom getting the last hit on that was very, very crucial.
Ryota now up in the top lane finds himself taken down as well. So Fnatic Onyx is definitely on a charge, while Smart Omega is kind of on a kind of wild goose chase.
Yeah, again, Jom needs to get farmed ASAP. That's why him getting the last hit and getting that kill was actually really important. You gotta funnel his... Oh!
That's way too much damage from the side of Fnatic Onyx. We are talking about a triple front line from Smart Omega, but yet Chaknu has been obliterated in second like a hot knife through butter. And Fnatic Onyx taking the turtle, going into opponent's jungle, completely dominating and being an alpha to Andoriu.
I think Omega are on the receiving end of realizing why we don't play tank junglers anymore. You have 3 front lines, doesn't matter. If you have enough damage, they just melt anyway. And that is exactly what Onyx is doing.
The Drill of Destruction lands right on top of Sans, but it doesn't seem like that is going to be too big for them as the diversion allows Sans to run away. But the next one is going to be on the chopping block is going to be Kyrie as the Nominal Blast lands right on top of him. Ryota actually have decided to go for a flicker penalty zone onto absolutely no one, unfortunately. So that is some resources used.
Yeah, I don't know what that was from Ryota. That felt like a mess. But Onyx also made a lot of mistakes here. I think it's continuing.
That's gonna be onto CW. He wants to walk away. Keyboy immediately went straight in for the armor fended and effectively managed to save CW at the cost of the tier 1 at the bottom.
Yeah, Omega is still gonna be stronger in a direct 5v5 situation because yes, you can melt tanks nowadays, but you still gotta put a little bit of elbow grease into it. And Onyx are just running at them again.
A little bit of a dent in the armor from the side of Smart Omega. When it comes down to the poking game, Fnatic Onyx is still relatively strong, even though we are looking at a Novaria with the Star Shatter. Once again, remember this, it is all about these skill shots coming from Smart Omega, which ultimately makes this game so much more difficult for Smart Omega to play. The moment that this Moskov played by Jome don't land the skill shot of the Spear of Destruction, you would know that that split push coming in from him is not gonna pay dividends and your entire team is gonna go down. The moment that Novaria misses a Star Shatter, your entire team fight will lack a lot of damage for a good 5 seconds.
Mind you as well, even though Onyx did end up making mistakes and giving over unnecessary kills, they still have a 3k net worth advantage, and it's actually growing. Because if you pay close enough attention, you will realize that Onyx is farming 75% of the map. When Omega has this many frontline tanks that need to be in fights and a tendency to want to roam together before taking a fight, they're not farming efficiently. The only player that is actually scaling is Jome.
There we go, Divergent coming from Fnatic Onyx. It does seem like the Star Shatter is not going to land. Ryota with the penalty zone did manage to land on the one, but unfortunately that is going to be the Ammo Fender landing on Ryota. He's actually taking a lot of hits. He's still alive though, and Doryu runs in, round Kyrie, brings him down. Ryota flickers backwards. He's going to be safe and sound for now. The rest of the members for the side of Fnatic Onyx just going to be hiding themselves right within of this square, while CW runs right in, leaps in, but it doesn't seem like that is going to be enough to kill anyone from the side of Smart Omega.
This game is messy, man. Like, I am seeing a lot of mechanical mistakes from players that really should not be making them. The fact that Chaknu flickered forward with the Numenon Blast to actually end up missing everyone is... Yes, he flickered forward to slot himself really nicely between all the members of Fnatic Onyx and didn't actually land on anyone. And you would think that Onyx should be able to punish that, but I also feel like Kyrie needs a little bit... Like, either he's lacking practice on Julian or he's tired. Because he's diving in way too much.
Well, speaking of diving, Andoryu jumps right in and of course chained it with the Dominant Blast and chained it up top with the penalty zone. That is CW that's going to be the first person taken down. Fnatic Onyx runs right in and runs right back, right underneath the turret's nose. They're going to be safe and sound at least for now after realizing, yeah, we lost CW, we can't take this fight.
This is weird, man. This is very weird. Onyx should not be losing these engagements.
They
honestly don't need to be taking them in the first place. You need to be willing to sacrifice people here. Omega's gonna keep running at you. You don't have to do the same.
Wait, dude, are they really going to go this fight as well? Never mind, CW is joining in. Would they be having enough damage? Yes! Kyrie comes in from behind, gets a kill down on the Jome, while the Numenon Blast is just gonna be landing. Ryota running all the way back. Lutpi swinging her yo-yo. Gets another one down to the name, and Chaknu all the way in front of the base. He's also going to be taken down with 3 members down from the side of Smart Omega.
This is not a pro game. This is Brawl with 3 lanes. Because that's what it feels like these players are doing.
Really scrappy.
It is very scrappy. Onyx did manage to punish Omega for pushing too far there, but one wrong move and that could have cost them a lot. I am really surprised at how old on.
Very uncharacteristic, but for now, the quick little jump coming in from Boxia's shielded Unity, who jumps in and finds himself sacrificing his life for technically nothing, as he wanted to go for the Lord Steel. So that is 1 Lord lost and Andoryu taken down too.
You know, one of the first tips I would give like a hard stuck epic player is to not fight so much. Yeah, they're gonna watch this game and tell me that tip is not worth it, you know? Like, this is... I don't understand what these teams are doing. Like,
to be fair,
Onyx seems confident enough to take fights, so I'll give them that. Omega needs to chill a little bit sometimes.
I'm not too sure. Maybe it's the fact that this game doesn't have any weightage That's why they're just kind of shutting the brains off a little bit and just kind of like, yeah, let's just go with the flow.
I don't know about that. It's weighing very heavily on me.
Well, I'm pretty sure that we are going to be seeing Sadafa transcending into madness in a short little bit. You know what to say, but 400 billion at a time, we have Ryota jumping in onto Sans. Sans has been caught time and time again. I don't think that that's looking very good, to be honest.
Yeah, but it is fine. He's still able to get out. I think this is the reason. This is the reason why Malloy isn't quite as popular anymore. You get jumped once and you realize you don't really have a way of escaping. But Onyx is gonna be able to continue this siege because Omega's already used some of their resources.
Diversion? Wait, okay, never mind. I thought I saw something. But for now, the game is gonna go on to a quick pause in the midst of a fight.
That's not a good timing.
In the midst of a fight?
That is a very unfortunate timing for something to happen that requires a technical pause. But hey, better that the players do it to make sure that they're able to continue the fight properly rather than deal with whatever is going on.
In case people didn't hear me say this, in the midst of a fight?
Yes!
Oh man! That is ugly. The moment that I jump in, I'm gonna have to go in full on with the play-by-play. How is that gonna work?
I mean, arguably though, if a pause was coming this game anyway, there's a very high percentage it happens in the middle of a fight.
Fair. Technically, it's technically better because this is just the initiation, right? It's not the middle, not the climax.
No, I think it's a pretty important timing. You know, I think we are jumping straight into the crux of the fight here. There's been an initiation. Ruby has flickered in to pull the Terizla. Like, this is where everyone's gonna throw their stuff.
This is tough to absorb, but you know, my expectations into this game, whereby I believe that Fnatic Onyx will be able to end this game within 11 minutes, is almost there. We are 10 minutes and 46 seconds into the game, but it's not necessarily going the way I thought it would have been. Because Smart Omega is lacking on so much damage, and they rely a lot, once again, I said before, on skill shots. And there are, of course, times that some of these Spirit of Destructions and Star Shatter that didn't quite work out. Fnatic Onyx though, their positioning has been relatively scattered, where Sans have found himself being caught a couple of times, Kyrie going kind of underestimating their opponents and just kind of putting himself in relatively bad positions, or maybe Smart Omega is just making full use of their mobility and they're just understanding how they want to position themselves in this game.
Well, looks like we're back into it, and I guess both teams took that pause as an opportunity to say, okay, we're gonna shake on it, it's time to go.
Time to fall back. I mean, you wouldn't want to overestimate, or rather, you wouldn't want to really just jump in, especially when there is no creeps around.
Let's have a look at the itemization currently. Things are looking pretty solid for Fnatic Onyx. They've already got a 6k net worth lead. And CW actually going for Thunderbelt into Sky Piercer on top of everything. Oh. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, we got the Flask into Bloodwings on the side of Chaknu for that extra shielding.
Wow, that is a lot of HP, or rather shields, to really work with. In the meantime, the diversion is just a scouting tool. The rest of Fnatic Onyx is just working on very much poking mechanism. Look at the damage that's going to be landing onto Andoryu. Ryota jumps in with the penalty zone, landing onto the 2, allowing Ukir to get into the Star Shatter, getting one kill down on the Keyboy. The next one, the chopping block is going to be Kyrie Sans. The next one, to the eyes of Ukir, the one and only Ukir, landing all of these Star Shatter. And CW understands that, yeah, I can't really do anything except for to fight back onto Andoryu. As such, CW takes that one kill. Lutpi, right in the faces of Chaknu, he's just melting people down with those true damage that we are expecting to see. Ryota is going to be on the chopping block and is going to be executed and going down into the ground. The next one that probably will go down into the coffin is Chaknu. Lutpi and CW leading the charge, and they managed to find some opportunity from all of that demise.
Well, this is where we see the pros and cons of having 3 frontline units. Are you very good at diving the opponent? Yes. Are you very good at following up when all your DPS options are gone? No. That's how Onyx is able to turn that around, because they do still have Lutp and CW alive. And because Omega are not able to find a full wipe there, they're able to buy enough time for Kyrie to come back and secure that Lord, which means that Omega are gonna need to mount another base defense. I will say though, it actually was Onyx's mistake starting that fight there. That was not a very good place, because you know how easy it is for Moscow to do damage in small, narrow funnels.
The alleyway is the last place that you'll want to face off against a Moskov. But regardless, it seems as though that the fight was actually pretty optimistic for the side of Smart Omega. They really ran it down on Fnatic Onyx, but I think that they kind of overstayed their welcome, or maybe underestimated Fnatic Onyx during that wild goose chase. As such, losing some key players amidst of all of that chaos.
Yeah, they were feeling themselves a little bit too much here, and let's see if that punishes them enough to cost the game.
Keyboy's looking for something, but it's not really landing anything just yet, as the members from Smart Omega is really respecting that I'm offended. Not quite yet, but at the top, middle, and bottom lane, the inhibitor turrets are gonna go straight down. Ryota start things off with the penalty zone, but no one from the side of Smart Omega is going to be following up, because they gotta have to deal with this lot for now. The rest of the members from the side of Fnatic Onyx, especially CW, ran right in and tore everyone into shreds, allowing Fnatic Onyx to take this game for game number 3, allowing them this win of the series.
That was just an absolute mess of a game right there. I do feel that the players enjoyed themselves midway through and then got a little bit exasperated towards the end, because I think that turned out a little bit more difficult than Onyx expected, considering how smoothly it was going in the early game, and shows that you do still need to respect a team that is quite good at fighting 5v5, because you will often find yourselves in those situations once you get into the mid to late game phase. And I think if Omega are able to work on that and polish up some of their weaknesses elsewhere, they have a lot of potential.
I think that even for Fnatic Onyx themselves, they aren't exactly too satisfied with this win. They gave one win away to Smart Omega, and this game that Omega drafted for themselves is not exactly a kind of draft that Fnatic Onyx would have trouble with. But you know what? Maybe there's something else that we don't know. As we invite Terrence back onto the panel, what do you have for us watching from the sidelines?
You know, a win is still a win, but nevertheless here, the idea from Smart Omega, I dissected it during the draft as well. And Fnatic Onyx was able to identify that, and having Keyboy to kind of slow down Anduri's farm was pretty much the set that they needed to allow Kyrie have like a 4 to almost 5 level lead on top of Anduriu, which forced Smart Omega to lose a majority of the damage. And I hear you guys. You guys were saying that, hey, they lacked a lot of damage, but guess what? Look at the stats right now. 163,000 over to 161. So I don't think there was a lot of damage issue. But it came down more towards execution. I think that one moment where Smart Omega was able to make a turnaround down bottom, where it was a little bit of a misplay coming from Ukir, where he missed his spell and allowed CW to just 1v4 all the way through. And like you guys said, they don't have the damage dealer. Joel was the guy that was taken out right from the get-go. So all in all, I feel like it was mistakes from both sides, but eventually Fnatic Onyx just had more room to work with compared to Smart Omega.
I think through this game, we all can agree that Ukir gotta have to be that player from the side of Smart Omega that we gotta have to look out for. This is a game that really relied on the Ukir to really dish out the damage, and at any moment that he misses Star Shatter, the team suffers a massive consequence. But time and time again, we have been seeing Ukir actually landing all of these shots, so we gotta have to give credits where credit's due. That 163,000 damage dealt from the side of Smart Omega is heavily contributed over to the side of Ukir, and I say this guy, he knows his mechanics and he's landing on these shots perfectly. But before we even jump in to take a look at the rest of the information and perhaps who's the MVP from FNOC, we do have Mara that is upstairs ready to give us a stunning interview. Mara, take it away.
Here we are with the winning team, Kyrie from Fnatic Onyx. Congratulations. Let's talk about what happened in this game, in this match. Let's talk about game number 2, because a lot of people thought it was going to be a sweep, seeing that they predicted you were going to be the much stronger team. What happened in game 2?
I think we were a bit rushing throughout the game. And we also forgot to buy dominance ice for the Harit and Arlot. Yeah.
Now, thinking about this entire series, were you able to control it the way you wanted to? What was missing here?
I think we were, like I said earlier, we were rushing a bit. Like, yeah, like we were trying to find fights that were not ready yet.
What do you think Coach Yeb is going to say when you go in to your dugout room? Pretend you're Coach Yeb and I'm Kyrie. What's Coach Yeb going to say?
Nice game.
A nice game. What are you going to say to your teammates?
I already...
You already told it to them. Oh, tell me.
Say.
Okay, tell me. What is it?
Nice guys.
Nice guys. So you were satisfied with everything. What do you think is the missing piece or something missing from Fnatic Onic to make sure that you go all the way to the grand finals?
Maybe we just need to clean things up, our team fights and our clash.
Okay. You know, Kyrie, I'm looking at you and I get to see why people get crazy every time they see you, okay? Why? Now, all the fans here in Malaysia are crazy about you. Even the casters, every time you do this, they get, oh my God, Kyrie's over there. So you have a lot of supporters. What do you have to say to everybody who go crazy every time you go on camera and every time they're watching Fnatic Onic?
Thank you so much for the support, and yeah, that's all. We will always do our best to win.
Congratulations once again, Kyrie. It's always nice to interview you. Now we're going to go back to our panel and talk about that a little bit more.
Thank you, Mara, and thank you to Kyrie. Oh, we've got Kyrie interviewing. Sorry. Gold Lane and EXP Draft. Let's talk about that. All right. So far, it's kind of like the same thing as what we saw in the previous games, where Fnatic Onic, they kind of give and take, but in the end of the day, it has never been a deficit for Fnatic Onic. They're kind of keeping things still within control.
Yeah, I think, you know, he brought up a very, very good point as well here. A lot of times they take fights they weren't ready about as well. Kyrie did mention that. And I feel like, you know, individually and the bigger picture of what they want to set in terms of their goals and what they want to achieve throughout the game was pretty much set by Fnatic Onic. Everybody did their job right. Like, first thing, Keyboy, disrupt and do his farm. Buy enough time for Kyrie to have a lead and then let Kyrie snowball the early to mid game, which kind of allowed them to do so. So I feel like Fnatic Onic pretty much win the early to mid game, but Smart Omega definitely threw a very, very curveball by putting all their eggs in the basket. It's like, you know what? He's going to use Divergent. He's going to pop up here. If he pops out, we're ready for him. And that's where Smart Omega was able to kind of bounce back a little bit here during, I think, the 8 to 9 minute mark.
Now, of course, we gotta have to crown the MVP coming in from this. Fnatic Onic, we gotta have to say that, oh, okay, the CC. At least it's a surprise for me. 4:0:7. What do you guys think?
I do feel like we didn't see a lot of Lutpi in this game, like compared to everyone else who was making flashy plays and flashy mistakes all throughout. Lutpi was a little bit of a silent player on the side, but his score does speak for itself, and considering that everyone else was making some kind of unnecessary misplays, Lutpi being there to fulfill his job of slowly whittling down the opponent and popping the vengeance to force Joan to kill himself.
I think the other thing that is important is that he's probably the only tank slayer of the team against a 3 frontline composition. So it's kind of, now that on hindsight, it's kind of expected that Lutpi is supposed to have a pretty good time.
Yeah, Lutpi is pretty much having free reigns throughout the entire game, right? Like, everyone from Smart Omega has like skill shots that they need to pre-aim and take the fights, whereas Lutpi, he doesn't really need to do so. Like, a couple of running here and there's nothing much Smart Omega can stop him unless Chaknu will be the ones to catch them off guard. And I think whenever the fights go in favor in Smart Omega, it's because Chakno was able to get very, very big Nominal Blast. And this was the big turning point, right? Like, you can see there's a lot of major damage output that actually hit as well. The Astro came in coming from Mukir, the Nominal Blast, and interesting enough, you know, Chakno went for, like I said as well, Flash of Oasis, as well as Blood Wings, which is more damage, which I don't think helps a lot, but it contributed a little bit if he hits those spells.
I realized that looking at all of these footage, a lot of these team fights, no one cared about Lutpi.
Yeah,
They kind of forgot he existed,
Exactly.
which is exactly what he wants.
And that's exactly how it worked out for him. 4 kills, 0 death, and 7 assists. He's on the sidelines dealing a lot of these yo-yo damage, and I think that even at one point in time, Smart Omega don't even know where all these damage are coming from.
Yep, it was like a 4v2 situation, and Lutpi just completely demolished them here. And I think it comes down to understanding their drops really well. And I like Smart Omega. They put all their eggs in their basket, hoping that Jome is going to be carrying the game. They got that job done, but again, vengeance just turns the game.
So with this game from Fnatic Onyx winning against Omega, this pretty much guarantees Fnatic Onyx into the playoffs, because the next game that they're going to be fighting against is Falcons AP brand, with Smart Omega and Rebellion eSports the only contenders for the 3rd slot, which unfortunately I don't think that's going to be possible for Smart Omega anymore, while Rebellion eSports, they are going up against Falcons AP brand for game number 1, and I believe that we should have a result for that, and I'm pretty sure that even for Falcons AP brand, they want to go in with a 2-0 victory. As such, Omega goes home after this game, and the game between Fnatic Onyx versus Falcons AP brand is probably just going to be a wet noodle fight. I don't think that that's going to have too much impact on that anymore, Sadafa.
I think the main point is, from this series as well, Onyx needs to learn something. I think anyone who was watching could tell they have better game sense, better macro, better micro. They should be outperforming Smart Omega in every facet. What caused them to lose game 2 and bring game 3 so close is because for some reason, Omega were able to drag them down to their level. They can play the map, they can open it up, they can do any number of things. They decided to fight 5v5 into a team that wants to fight 5v5.
So perhaps we'll be able to watch a little bit more onto Fnatic Onyx versus Falcons AP brand on, of course, the other streams. So really excited for how that is gonna be like. But the conclusion, once again, unfortunately, goodbye to Smart Omega. Hope to see them coming into MPLPH and perhaps in the future.
They still have one more game. They still have one more game.
I mean, yeah, but
they
when it
don't
comes down
qualify
to
for the playoffs.
impact,
But they will still show up one more time.
Yeah, they are going to be fighting against you soon though. So at least we've got that. We still got one more game to at least have fun with, I suppose.
It's okay.
So we'll see them both soon.
They will have
see them soon.
Very nice reunion.
See them soon. But that is going to be the 3rd game, in fact. But the 2nd game, which is the next one that's upcoming, is going to be Team Liquid Philippines versus RSGPH. That is definitely a game that you guys are going to have to look out for. And once again, the game which is the lifeline of RSGPH. So ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys don't go anywhere. The next series is definitely gonna be spicy, and we're just gonna see you guys after this very short break. Take care.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hey guys, it's Rose, and right now I am with Sanji and Carl TZ from Team Liquid Philippines. So, hi guys, kamusta? Okay, so for today's segment, we are going to be playing a game. Never have I ever. You know what's never have I ever, right? But we're doing it with a twist. Which means I'll ask a never have I ever question, but the friend has to answer for him. For example, I'll ask Sanji, and he has to answer for Kaltizi. And when I ask Kaltizi, he has to answer for Sanji. Sino gusto mauna? Who wants to be first? Okay. Never have I ever bought the wrong item in game but refuses to sell it.
No.
No? You think Carl is good?
Yeah. Bumili na item pero...
Ayaw ibenta.
Binenta.
Binenta. He said, Carl buys the item but sells it if it's wrong.
Hindi. Nangyari na ba yun? Siyempre.
Oh.
Meron po ano.
Oh, there is an incident. Okay.
I don't know.
Blade armor po na doble ko.
Maybe I don't know.
Maybe you don't know. Yeah, you know what? Maybe you don't know. Steal a teammate's buff. Carl.
Madalas po, madalas.
Oh, always?
Tapos kunyari po, di sadya.
Oh, okay. So, okay. You know what? Maybe we're not that different from pro players after all. Does it happen in Scream?
In tournament one time.
Tournament.
When?
And we lost the game.
Oh!
But that's accident.
Oh, it was an accident. That one was accident. In ranked game, it's on purpose.
Yes.
Okay. Use a hero for a role it's not intended. For example, maybe Gold Lane Angela, you know? Do you think Carl does that?
Yes.
Yes? Carl does that? What example?
Labaria, Matilda.
Jungle.
Yeah.
What?
Nakalimutan ko pa, Estes.
Estes.
He does. He really does. Sanji, has Carl ever played an entire game in the toilet?
in screams.
Screams in the toilet?
Yeah.
What kind of screams do they do?
Ano po kasi, yung CR medyo malapit lang po sa ano eh. Parang nagkakarinigan po. Pag hindi na talaga kaya.
Ano na talaga?
Oh my God.
Emergency po.
Emergency. So, that's it for Never Has My Friend Ever. I think what we've gathered is they're all very close. Yeah, that was pretty fun. Thank you so much to Sanji and Carl Tizi.
You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. Right here for game, or rather match number 2. We got Team Liquid Philippines versus RSG Philippines. The showdown of the Filipinos. Which two teams, or rather, which team is going to be the one to come up on top? That is going to be the question. And of course, coming into this matchup, this is, unfortunately, the lifeline of RSG Philippines, as they are pretty much ranking themselves at number 4 with a total points of 6 by the end of yesterday. So they have quite a tall order with this last match working in for them. The moment that they actually manage to find themselves a 2-0 victory on top of Team Liquid, they will be able to find themselves in 8 points. So there could be quite a lot of things that we can expect. But in the meantime, here on the very comfy desk on stream B, not really a desk, but comfy set, I do have Sadafa and Eterna back here with me. So I gotta have to take this moment in time and of course just let Sadafa carry it on and tell us a little bit more about Team Liquid's lineup. What do we have from them?
Well, Team Liquid, they've been doing pretty well for themselves here at the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals thus far. Sanford, Kaltizi, Sanji, JP, and Benny Cutie have all become household names. And I think they really left an impact on our minds as well after Kaltizi was able to get the first Savage of the entire tournament yesterday.
He's really telling everyone out there, right, what he's made of and that he's still in it to win it. That despite all the doubts that were, manhandled onto him, I would say.
Is that the term?
It's the term now. Manhandled onto him. He's still showing that he's got it, right? One of our first Savages. I think we had a Savage on a different stream.
Oh, really?
We'll talk about that later.
Oh.
I think Gideon mentioned it before, but his performance on the Assassins has been spectacular. And obviously, TLPH right now on the standings in their current group, they're number 1. So no matter the outcome, I believe, from this game, it doesn't really put them in a risk of not making it to the playoffs.
Yeah, it's not gonna bring them in a tough spot. I mean, granted, there is a game between NIP Flash versus GeekFam ID. If GeekFam ID didn't manage to get a 2-0 victory, it just puts them at 10 points, which is going to be neck and neck with TLPH if they were to lose 2-0, which is... don't think that's gonna be possible. I mean, well, we got Eterna here. She's granting them the Eterna's blessings.
That's true.
So
That's true.
You gotta have to expect a lot out of them. But for now, since we're talking about Eterna, you gotta have to tell us a little bit more about RSG Philippines.
Okay, right now we have Nibor, Irad, Aqualite, as well as Kuse. And the thing is, RSGPH, they're kind of struggling, right? Like you mentioned, a lifeline for them right now if they still want to get into the playoffs. Technically, it's still possible in their group, but that does require them to get as many points as possible, aka 2-0 TLPH, which at this point, seeing how consistent Team Liquid has performed over the past 4 days, it's a big challenge for them, for sure.
It's gonna be a tall order for sure, which is an unfortunate thing to say because we want these teams to be evenly matched. And I think that RSG PH and Team Liquid PH both have had highlights in their careers, but in this tournament specifically, it's clear to me that RSG Philippines is having difficulty really finding their identity. And it's very strange because on paper, they should be a team that works very well in an aggressive meta.
Agreed. But, this game itself is actually relatively tricky. So stick with me on that, alright? This is gonna be relatively long. Because the game between NIP Flash versus GeekFam ID is ongoing. That pretty much means that NIP Flash and GeekFam ID are two contenders that could be in the top 3 spots. At this point in time, GeekFam ID have a total of 7 points, while NIP Flash have got a total of 6 points. So it really depends on how that game eventually goes. If NIP Flash couldn't draw a 2-1 or a 2-0 in favor for them, then that is gonna be really difficult. In fact, since we're talking about NIP Flash versus GeekFam ID, that game is running concurrently with this very game itself. So even for RSG Philippines, they won't be able to find out if whether they made it to playoffs or not even after this game is ended, unless, NIP Flash versus GeekFam ID finished.
They just really need to focus right now, right? Just
Yes.
focus on themselves, try to perform as best as they can, and, try to look for their identity, like you mentioned earlier on here, Staffa. And the thing is, maybe with the roster shakeup with Irad coming back in, it has impacted them in a way. So
let's hope that they can draft to what they excel the most as we come back into this first game.
I do believe that when it comes down to Liquid versus RSG Philippines, there is a little bit of a beef going around, if I'm not wrong.
Is that so?
If I am not wrong, because when it comes down to both Demon Kite and Ira, they kind of have something against Kaltizi. So maybe I think I heard it somewhere, but I can't really confirm that.
Oh, a little bird told you?
Interesting.
A little Johnny told me.
Your team is
All right. I think we can definitely play on that a little bit here, because I wouldn't know what the beef was about, but I would imagine that Carl, as a player, has a lot of accolades under his name, and as someone who hasn't played a lot of Assassins recently, has gained flack up until yesterday, right? So whether or not he continues down that line of Assassin is going to be a very interesting one, because quite a few of them have already been banned out.
Now, of course, we have got, when it comes down to the Assassins, Ling, Fatty, and Hayabusa already taken away. In the meantime, we also have got Harif, Roger, and Chip taken away. So Team Liquid PH now have got quite a little bit of options. Moskov is currently still open. If they're open to the idea of picking up Jusin, which is something that Sanji has piloted before, that could also be a possibility.
Yeah, for TLPH, one of the things that we've noticed so far from them is their what would you call it? The way that they draft, they either usually go for either the Zask in the first phase or the Moskov when it's
Zask,
opened
right.
up, right?
Yes.
So the Zask is still up for grabs for them to pick up, but they opted to go for the Moskov, and the Moskov has shown his place in this meta, right? I think a couple weeks ago we saw the Harith always being prioritized in the gold lane, but now with the Moskov, with everything being a skill matchup, it really does favor the gold lane a little bit more when the Moskov is being put in there. And for RSG Philippines, we do see the Zask coming through as well as the Julian.
Boring!
It is kind of boring to watch that.
I'm gonna keep on going that throughout the entirety of the tournament, man. Whenever Zaz appears, I'm just gonna boo him.
I can get behind that movement personally, but you can't deny the fact that he is still a very effective hero here. So hopefully Liquid will be able to deal with that somewhat, and I do think they already have the tools for it. We have highlighted in the past, Minotaur Faramis is a very powerful teamfight combination, and Liquid are a team that likes the team fight. So having this under their belt already enables them to make really aggressive plays towards the mid game.
This is a very team-fighty team from the side of Team Liquid Philippines, at least for now. This is the main core that they want to work with, being able to, like you said, go on very aggressive at the start with the help of the with the help of Realm, while we can also expect them to work with the Minoan's Fury to really engage throughout the entirety of the team fight. And RSGPH actually drafted this Claude on top of the on top of these two heroes, Faramis and Minotaur. What do you guys think about that? Because personally, I don't like it.
It's interesting, right? But a lot of people have said that the Claude is actually the counter towards the Faramis. So it really depends on how the execution and the implementation of skills happen when the team fights begin, right? Because if the Claude waits patiently after the Minoan Fury gets hit, and then we see the Netherrealm being popped off in as well, the Blazing Duet comes in after, and that will negate all that extra HP coming in from the Netherrealm. But of course, we also have to take into consideration that the Minoan Fury can cancel the Blazing Duet from the Claude. So it's a tricky way, I would say, in these particular team fights. It just really depends on how disciplined everyone is and how not trigger heavy they are in the team fights as well.
So that means that it means a lot to Kusei to find the right time to go in with the Blazing Duet. The problem is that right now, okay, I wouldn't say it's a problem actually. In fact, it's actually a lot better for RSGPH because they haven't picked their EXP laner, they haven't picked their roamer as well. So this could eventually be able to set them up for something to be able to kind of tank up for Claude and just buy enough time to make TLPH use the Minoan's Fury and the Nether's Realm.
I actually do quite like that RSG has left EXP and Roam for their last two positions, because making sure you're picking the right hero to counteract Liquid here is going to be very important. Now that they've already shown all of their sources of DPS, they gotta make sure that the final two heroes are actually able to set up those windows of opportunity for them to make sure Claude can come in, deal with the Netherrealm without being disrupted by the Minoan Fury, and they're still keeping things open as well, they're picking the Edith so that they can see Liquid's lineup first.
I think that Ruby is actually picked from TLPH to deny RSGPH of that. So right now, durability is available on the side of Edith for RSGPH. So the EXP lane, we gotta have to work with some form of sustainability, which is in this case, I think that even for a Lapu Lapu, it might work.
But what about the Carl Teasy Lancelot though? I feel like we gotta talk about that a little bit.
I mean,
this is Carl Teasy on his hero. His hero.
Yeah.
And it's a big denial away from Irad because so far Irad has been picking up the Lancelot quite recently. So you mentioned about the Ruby takeaway, but not just the Ruby, it's also the Lancelot takeaway. It puts RSG in a position where, all right, we're going to be forced on heroes that maybe we're not too familiar with as well. And with the Kufra being picked up too
that's
now.
fine. That's great. Right. To be able to cancel out the Ruby as well, Ruby, technically the Moskov, and Lancelot, I'm down with that. But you know, the Lancelot, we did talk about this very briefly in the previous series. So Dafa, you yourself did mention that, you know, Lancelot is kind of in an iffy spot.
I straight out said that this is no longer Lancelot era. So I will make the claim.
Throwing the ball back to you.
If Carl Teasy can win a game and show off impressive performance on Lancelot when it's no longer his meta, he will truly cement his place back as an assassin carry.
That means that they may actually be the final contender to Udurate Giants. The question that we surfaced to all of the viewers during the pre-show. Is TLPH really the true contenders to YRG? This is the game where we gotta have to look out for that. Team Liquid PH, they are vying for the chance to show who they are, while RSG Philippines is fighting for that lifeline. So who's the one that will win game number 1? Let's see.
I'm very excited to see you once again. Thank you, Abstract. We'll catch up with you once again once the game is over as we jump into game number 1 with Team Liquid Philippines on the blue side versus RSG Philippines on the red.
Coming into this game, I think a lot of people are already eyeing TLPH as one of the favorites, but wait a second, in the mid lane, this is one of the things that I really wanted to talk about, right? Because I understand that they are trying to put their eggs in the way, for TLPH in particular, right? Putting their eggs in a way that they are leading in these team fights, but I'm worried about the mid trio prio. Sanji is going to struggle. Wait a second.
Sanford in some trouble, forced the flicker very early. Even the Purify forced out by Sanji by a 4-man rotation in the mid lane. RSG, unfortunately not able to get any kills, but just still continuing onwards right into the enhanced chain. And we can see a kill. First blood goes to Irad.
So back to that point, right? That really just underlines the point that I was trying to make. The fact, oh, wait a second, it's gonna have to wait again.
Benny has Purify, but he doesn't have enough HP. So another kill going quickly to RSG. Here comes Carl. He's aiming for Light. Already half HP. Torn Rose, will he be able to finish? The puncture misses. Light flickers away just in time and survives.
Man, RSG Philippines, they are angry in this early stage of the game. They understand that they have the mid trio prior, but wait a second.
Guys, let Eterna talk a little bit. Sanford trying to survive under the tower. Not gonna do so. Irad picking up names, already 2 kills.
This is what I was worried about, right? Faramis is great in these team fights. JP is going to be great in these team fights on the Minotaur, but they don't have the mid trio prio. They're not going to be able to clear as fast as Aqua on the Zask, as well as Light with the Kufra. And now the setup is just perfect. RSG Philippines, they're controlling all these side lanes coming through. They're actually leading with a 1.4k gold lead, and now they're centering around their next neutral objective. Light already opening up the vision, opening up the map, and it's all really going to come down to who's going to be able to set up better and who's going to get that level 4 power spike faster.
Yep, I really like what RSG Philippines has been doing so far. Light looking pretty engaged once again, bouncing ball, keeping the cow underneath the Dominator's descent. JP forced to back off, not even level 4 yet on the Minotaur. The rest of Liquid looking to get on top of Turtle, but Irad will secure it easily. Nibor buying a lot of space, pops the Primal Raft. NetherRealm actually, just barely reaches, but is burnt out instantly, and a Tyrant's Rage on 2. Sanji and Carl Teasy picked off in quick fashion, and Kusei even wins the 1v1 against Benny.
This is not good. This is not good at all for Team Liquid. If they were banking on the fact that they had a better team composition, the fact that they're losing all these side lanes put them in the inevitability that even if they want to go full 5, the way that they're actually behind on 3.7k gold, it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to get into the winning conditions that their team composition had. RSGPH now are going to be able to get that turret in the top side, granting them way more maneuverability around the map, but what's happening here?
Yeah, Carlteasy, he's stuck bouncing ball, just barely manages to puncture out thanks to a little bit of presence from JP. I'm really loving the aggression coming in from RSG, already 6-0. Maybe this is the identity they've been looking for.
Finally, right? I mean, they understand the position that they're in, right? They're so precarious on the standings that if they lose even one single game, that will put them behind amongst everyone else in their group. And look at this, they're playing as objectively as possible. Light though charging.
Ooh, Carl actually able to steal back that purple buff. Nibor gets the onwards, probably on the wrong target though. Has to flicker out of tower range. That means Minwoo and Fury hits nothing. But Liquid at least can get out. Oh, hold on. Really nice Tyrant's Revenge. Gonna be cancelled by the I'm Offended. RSG looking for another kill. Forces out the Nether Realm. No casualties here, but a lot of resources used by Liquid.
For sure, and that's right before the turtle spawns, right? Only 15 seconds left for that next neutral objective to spawn, and RSGPH, they're in a position where they have everything to their advantage, right? Irad right now level 8. We do see Carlteasy is actually falling behind at level 7. You mentioned that this may not be the Lancelot era, and every time RSGPH picked it up, they haven't been able to secure that win. So Carlteasy on the Lancelot also not having a great time.
And speaking of the instant combo, Light just takes him out, even gets the kill for himself despite everyone else there, and secures a free turtle for Irad.
It's only been 5 minutes, Dafa. Only 5 minutes, and look at everything that RSG Philippines have picked up for themselves. They have all the neutral objectives, they've picked up a turret, they have all the gold shield as well. I'm pretty sure Kusei is on his merry way to his second item at this point.
Now, where has this RSG Philippines been this entire tournament? Oh, better late than never, because they're continuing. Light charging up, unfortunately misses the Tyrant's Revenge. Minwoo and Fury forced out, hits 2 under the tower, blazing duet, whittling them down, finishing up JP, killing spree for the Claude. And NetherRealm has to be used just to escort Benny out to safety.
Man, Kusei's already leading in 2k gold. In 5 minutes, he has the corrosion scythe already on his way to his second item. Benny QT unable to even pick up his boots, right? So everything is kind of on the line here. I think TLPH needs a little bit more time to get into those power spikes, into those item power spikes for themselves. Sanji's also falling behind, just able to get that enchanted talisman as compared to the Zask, who's already built in his first item too. So it's a tough position now for RSG. Not RSG, sorry, TLPH. And now you guys get a little bit of a graph here. DHS also built in, but wait a second.
Oh, they're hungry for some beef, and they will find it. Mega kill for Kusei. JP down before he's able to do anything. And the rest of Liquid just have to back it off. Irad even using Retry to slow down Carlteasy. The threat from RSG is massive. This should be a free tier 2. Light comes in, finds one. The stun not gonna come out in time. That means Benny goes down, and Sanford will follow right afterwards. Another double kill for Kusei. 6-0 on the Claude.
A 3-0 trade, right? 2 kills as with the tower. But wait a second.
Another Tyrant's Rage. They found Carlteasy. NetherRealm. Will it keep him alive? Torn Rose. He actually does get out. Well played there. Able to escape his fate. But Liquid, you can see just how much of a threat they're under. There's nothing they can do. Minwoo and Fury flickers forward. For what, JP? There's no follow-up. You need to get out now. Kusei even BMIing forward. Liquid, what do they do?
That's the question, right? What do they do? Because technically, this is what TLPH has been able to do to other teams. This is the Echo Express finessed by RSGPH. They're giving them a taste of their own medicine, and it looks like TLPH have not found the solution to it just yet. All they can do right now is try to get Benny QT to his power spike. He's still on 1 item, still only holds on to the corrosion scythe. He is falling 3k gold behind of Kusei on the Claude at this point, and they're nowhere near in a position to be able to go in for the contest. It's only been 7 minutes!
Ooh, Carl just barely dodges the Tyrant's Revenge. Has to use his ult to escape from the Kufra. And you can see Liquid can't even punish RSG for deep diving into their jungle. You can tell the difference just from their items, where Sanford has to go first item Radiant, while Light can afford to greed for an immortality.
That's the main difference. It looks like concealed play though.
I don't think he's gonna commit here. This is a little bit too much. Like, RSG can give Liquid some time to breathe.
Look, I'm so used to every time you pass it over to me for something big to happen. So I was in a little bit of a disbelief there. We do see a charge coming through. Doesn't really actually commit onto it. But again, that is going to be another neutral objective taken over for RSGPH. Now, with so much action, do you really believe that it's only been 8 minutes?
I can't believe it's only been 8 minutes. And it's 11 kills to 0. This is Liquid Echo. I can't believe they're in this situation.
And now they're pushing it even further, right? RSGPH, they don't want to give Team Liquid a chance to breathe whatsoever. Even these buffs have been taken out. But look at this, what that...
Ooh, a nice catch down here. Aqua picked off instantly. We did not see what happened, but I assume it was Sanford with the I'm offended based on the ult cooldown. So RSG get punished a little bit here, but will it be enough?
That's a big question. 13 seconds is all they need to kind of revert back to the push that they initially wanted for themselves. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough time, but it looks like Light is looking for a position. But wait a second.
Sanford again, the I'm offended finds Irad. Shut down, given over to Moskov. Probably the best person to get it. But here comes the Blazing Duet. NetherRealm has to be used to cancel out damage. Primal Wrath as well. So much DPS coming in from RSG Philippines. There's already one down. That's Sanford, JP, Sanji. Just all falling down like bowling pins. Triple kill for Nibor on the Ede. And now Light looking for another engage or just scaring the remaining members. It's a 3v3. Liquid will be able to defend against the Lord, but how much more damage will they take?
That's the question. And now they are going to try and look for a way to clear in those waves, but Carl Tise goes in very aggressively.
Execution, he gets it! Shut down onto Kusei, punishing his positioning, perfectly identifying the BMI.
But that was beautiful, right? That does buy Team Liquid a little bit more time to revert back, to reset, to restart. They do lose an inhibitor turret in the top side, but lucky for them, that's exactly the side where this Lord is going to be spawning back into the game. And surprise, surprise, right? TLPH now, the Moskov, Benny QT already has his holy trinity being built, Corrosion Scythe, Golden Staff, as well as that DHS. So he is in a position where he can put in the damage, and luckily enough for him, there's not a lot of physical defense items that have been built. I think one of the main differences now for them in the team fights is the fact that the Claude, that Kusei has already got that Wind of Nature. So that is going to be a deterrent when it comes down to it.
Yeah, I'm glad Kusei didn't go too greedy with their itemization there and still decided to go Wind of Nature as a fourth item. Because even though RSG have this lead, we can see that Liquid is still finding opportunities. And they really want to avoid a comeback situation. Sanford, nice, I'm offended, onto 2. Stops the engagement by Light. JP doing a good job of zoning as well. They did not fall to the engagement from RSG.
Not just yet. 14 seconds left. And again, right, the fact that the inhibitor turret that was taken down for TLPH in the top side is on the same side that RSG Philippines want to go and contest the Lord does give them a little bit more of an opportunity to utilize these waves to their advantage. So it's not so much worse of a situation for TLPH. There's definitely something that they can work with. Carl TZ now at level 13. Meanwhile, we do see Irad at level 15. So that's the main disadvantage coming into this neutral objective. Irad should have the better time of getting that retribution down. And it looks like TLPH, they know this.
I think backing off here is the correct decision. They tried poking in their heads a little, but they realized that RSG were already on top of the Lord. So better to regroup. Don't lose anyone here to defend against this, because it's only the first of the game. So you usually shouldn't do too much damage.
Right now, RSG Philippines, they're playing this perfectly, right? They understand that Team Liquid want to go in for team fights. Even from the start of the game, they didn't allow that 5v5 team fight from happening. They were able to get scrambles across the board, get pickoffs across the board, and utilize that to their advantage and eventually pick themselves up in a snowball.
And they finish it off. Light finds one, gets cancelled once again. Actually has the flicker out to safety, so no clean engage here for RSG. They'll get the mid inhibitor, but the Lord has already fallen as well. Sanford gonna miss the I'm offended. Here comes the NetherRealm. Liquid wants to commit for a fight. They're actually able to cancel the engagement once again from the Kufra, but Blazing Duet doing so much damage. Kaltizi gonna be the first one to fall. Sky Piercer on his ass, finishes him off. The crystal is exposed. Liquid trying their best to defend, but it is not enough. RSG Philippines with the win in game number 1.
What in the world is going on here? I definitely did not expect that coming from RSG Philippines. Philippines, but they definitely showed their mettle when it comes down to going up against Team Liquid Philippines. Looks like RSG Philippines' lifeline is still up in airs, and we can definitely expect them to go a little bit crazier from this point onwards. Would it be a 2-0 or would it be a 2-1? That is ultimately still going to be the question. But the other question that I'm gonna have to pose over to the desk is, what exactly is wrong with Team Liquid? Or is it really just a Dafa kneeling it on the head, where Lancelot is just don't have anywhere in this assassin meta?
While it is true that Cortese on the Lancelot probably contributed a little bit because he could do less on this hero compared to other assassins, I don't think it's fair to put it all on him. I don't think Liquid were prepared for this, because this is not the same RSG Philippines that has been playing in the tournament.
Right? It doesn't feel like them, to be honest. And in fact, this is kind of what everyone, like the talents included, expected out of RSGPH. Day 1 and Day 2, no one was expecting the kind of gameplay coming from RSGPH whereby they take very bad losses per se, but coming in to fight against TLPH, where we thought that, you know, RSG is just not feeling it for the entirety of Snapdragon Mobile, but here we go. A 4:15 scoreline for this game itself. This is what we expected out of RSGPH, just that it came out from absolutely nowhere.
I feel like today is a day where we're going to get a lot of upsets. I feel like today is a day where these teams that are in a precarious position on the standings are going to step it up, because this is not the first time that we've been surprised today. Earlier on, Rebellion was able to get a game out of FCAP. In what world did we think that that was possible? And yet they did. So this is definitely a great showing from RSGPH to put themselves back in. And obviously, TLPH, they really need to go back to the drawing board. They really need to think about the drafts, honestly, because again, like, they were losing almost every single lane, and it was an expected outcome that RSGPH could capitalize over it from even the beginning of the game. Like, if you take a look at this golden EXP graph, we see it just slowly become a snowball for RSGPH because they understand their mid trio was more prio. They utilized that to put priority in their XP lane as well as their gold lane, and then they really were able to capitalize over that.
I'd like to digress a little bit because you mentioned a point whereby it's a day of upsets. Because not only did FCAP lose 1 point over to Rebellion, but YRG also lost 1 point over to See You Soon, which is currently at the bottom of the table, if I remember correctly. They didn't even win a single game coming into the entirety of Snapdragon Mobile. So what exactly is going on today? That's the question. Is it just kind of like the Cassis kill is coming all the way throughout the entire board, or is it just the power of my donut socks just not giving me the 2-0 that I want? You know, O for donut, whatever it is. Nibor is going to be the one that come in on top with the MVP of the entirety of RSGPH with a scoreline of 3:0:9 with a total of 80% kill participation.
Nibor was able to set up a lot of those initial kills. We already know that Edith can be very strong right from the beginning due to how long she's able to CC a single target. And I think Nibor also got the chance to shine where he did a lot of damage with his primal rafts later on. It got to the point where he was so comfortable, he could afford to go for an Oracle as a second item. That's like a very greedy build.
Oracle?
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, I personally am not expecting that as number 2, right? Understandably, that means that he really want to get a lot of value out of his primal raft.
For sure. There were so many moments that we saw that, and I feel like that's what makes the Edith so valuable. And I was surprised that TLPH didn't even pick up the Edith first, because that's what they're usually accustomed to.
Right.
When TLPH are on second pick, they always pick up the Edith because they know, A, it's very flexible when it comes down to the drafting phase. It can be flexed into the robe and the EXP lane. And even if they're lacking in damage in the early stage of the game, this Edith can carry through. I mean, look at that, and look how aggressive Nibor is playing. It also goes to show that Nibor has really stepped up in this game.
I would say that what we are looking out for when it comes down to the two front lines to really buy time for Claude, it really came through, right? Especially since when it comes down to the disruptions coming in from Kufra that really disrupted the hack out of Sanford, I believe Benny QT, and even when it comes down to, who was the final person that we are looking out of? Lancelot, right?
Kaltizi.
Kaltizi. So there's a lot of things that they can't really do because of the Kufra. And then the Oracle coming in from Nibor also made things even more difficult for them to even burst down this Edith when he's out of Phylax, especially when that is when Edith is the most vulnerable. But I guess this is just a great game coming in for RSGPH. I really do want to see if whether they will be able to get themselves to 2-0 or not. The day of upsets is dawning upon us as we are going to go off for a short little break, especially since I'm pretty sure that Team Liquid are going to have to reset themselves a little bit before coming back in to face off against RSGPH. The lifeline is still here for RSGPH. How would they fare? We'll see you guys in a short little bit after this break. And welcome back to the show. We concluded game number 1 between Team Liquid Philippines versus RSG Philippines here in Stream B. A major upset over to the side of Team Liquid Philippines, especially we all were expecting a 2-0 sweep in favor of Team Liquid Philippines. But once again, the title of this game is after all the Lifeline or RSGPH, and that is definitely still available. Now, with that upset, I think that pretty much shattered every single one of our predictions, as you can see. That's a 2-0. Oh for don't. Okay, cramp. Cramp.
Okay. All
Okay,
good?
never
All
doing
good?
that again. Never doing that again.
Yeah.
That's actually not good.
Old.
It's not your day.
Okay.
It's not your day. Okay.
Okay.
Man down.
I feel so much better.
Okay, that's good.
I'm gonna be here for a while. No, I'm okay now. But okay, 2-0 in favor for Team Liquid Philippines. None of you guys definitely expected that result. But what does Liquid gonna have to do in order to get themselves back and kind of go for a reverse sweep?
I think having more mental preparation for it is going to help, because the way that Liquid would have gone into this is they expected to be dealing with a team that was going to come a bit more online towards the early mid phase, which is where you're going to see a lot more team fights around the turtle objectives. That's why they went for, you know, Minotaur Faramis, because they figured that is when RCPH is going to be the biggest threat. But they kind of upended that expectation by going in right when the game started. So their composition was not the most prepared for this kind of aggression. And going into game number 2, I think they'll be a little bit more ready.
How about you, Etana? Do you think that is also some kind of I guess underestimation from the side of Team Liquid Philippines?
I wouldn't say that.
No?
I wouldn't say that. I don't think TLPH is a team that goes in a game and has that as a problem. I would actually agree with Dafa here. I think that the drafts could have been a little bit better and could have been executed a little bit better. Not to say that they did a really bad job or anything. It's just it feels like the execution, RSGPH, they were a lot more sharper.
Right.
And it really goes back to the boring pick that you hate. Zask is a problem. Zask is so good at bullying any mid laner in the mid lane because of his range and the DPS damage that he already has at the start of the game. Because the fact that they were clearing a lot quicker, we saw the rotations from RSGPH be a little bit more up to par, and so everyone kind of was falling behind. We saw at some point, right, that Benny QT was 2k, 3k gold lead behind, and that's a big problem for someone who's relying on that Moskov to dish out that damage in that mid portion of the game.
In that game, we definitely did not manage to see too much value out of the Nether Realm. I mean, as what you said, Etana, that the Blazing Duet coming in from from Claude really did shred down all of that extra HP from the side of NetherRealm really quickly, and it doesn't seem like JP on the Minotaur could have done anything because he pretty much used up everything that he could. The amount of peel that Nibor as well as Light could bring onto the team is unexpectedly a lot, probably because Light actually did try to focus onto Kaltizi a lot, which forced Liquid Philippines to kind of show their hand and just do whatever that they can to keep Kaltizi alive. And once that is out, they have another caveat to work with, and in the end, that's Claude. But as you guys can see from the screen, we do have Zask.
Thank you, producer, by the way, for backing up the point that I'm trying to make. Look at these stats, guys. 71% win rate for Sanji, 100% win rate for Stormy, and a 75% win rate for Udil when they pick this Zask up.
100% win rate with 5 games is kind of insane. It really goes to show what Zas is able to bring to the table. Again, he's such a complete package right now. He has slow, he has damage, he has stun, he has escape, he has lane pressure, and he has burst. It's just the full package. Everything you could want from a mid laner in one package. It's just kind of a boring package.
Such a boring package. Press out and you wait.
Yep.
I mean, in some occasions, yeah, sure, you press out and you win game kind of situation, but this is where you gotta have delayed gratification out of your Dominator's descent. I mean, to a certain extent, I can dig that. You gotta have to wait for good things to come, or good things come to those who wait. Yeah, sure. But for Zask, is that going to be banned by Team Liquid Philippines or not? Because RG Philippines definitely did manage to pilot that Zask pretty much to perfection. And I wouldn't be too surprised if RGPH would want to first pick that Zask.
First pick is a bit greedy.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're gonna leave it open.
Okay, so that could be a possibility for Sanji to actually pick that up instead. With the first pick available for either the Moskov, Jusin, those are all available, or, okay, Hayabusa is going to be that case. That means Team Liquid, they actually do have quite a lot of options.
I think they should go Zask Roger or Zask Edith here.
Roger is banned.
Okay, so Zask Edith.
What about the Julian though?
Oh, okay.
Actually, no.
How about the Moskov though?
Yeah, thinking about it, you don't need to go Julian, because like RG already picked their assassin. You can leave that for a little bit later. Prioritizing things like the Edith, like the Zask, like the Moskov, as you mentioned, would probably be higher value.
I mean, we have been seeing the Edith being picked up by Team Liquid quite a lot, as Eternal has mentioned before. So we wouldn't be too surprised that Team Liquid PH were to go back to the basics, which is exactly what we were looking out for, except for the Zask part. The Moskov and the Edith is going to be the one that has been picked up. So at least they have they pretty much covered quite a lot of angles, whereby they have crowd control, lockdown, damage potential, cross-map plays that is currently available too.
Because I think the two main problems that we saw from game number 1 has either got to be either the Edith, that was able to pick up the MVP, by the way, in the hands of Nibor, as well as the Zask. So from this, we can identify that Team Liquid, they are seeing that as a problem, right? They see it as a problem. It's also a big flex for them to utilize themselves. Sanford himself in the EXP lane requires a hero with a little bit more playmaking capacity. So that's something that the Edith can offer. And that flex again, right? So now, what do we think about this, right? Terizla as well as the Harriet, these are big priority heroes, as with the Julian follow-up.
Interesting. We're not actually going to see the Zask here. I actually
First
figured
phase.
RSG might want to go for it, but I suppose without the easy setup that they had previously in the form of the Edith, it does become a little harder to execute on that. And they're probably anticipating that Liquid is preparing a counter for it. Like, the reason they would let it through is because they're ready to deal with it, and so they go for Terizla Harif instead.
There is quite a lot of flex option coming from Team Liquid Philippines, whereby Edith could go to EXP or roam, while Julian could go to mid or jungle. All of these are all still applicable. While Team Liquid definitely put out quite a bit of respect over to Light, because he definitely played phenomenally when it comes down to that Kufra, constantly just picking out onto the Lancelot over and over and over again. So there also still be more possibility that Team Liquid PH is actually setting themselves up for more of these dashy heroes. And to be honest, when it comes down to the RG Philippines, they have a lot of dashy heroes too.
The Zask gonna be locked in here. Liquid didn't ban it. They knew they had priority going into the second phase, so they're gonna have access to a very powerful mid lane hero that will ensure much easier rotations from the Julian and the Edith. RSG really need to make sure that their mid laner is going to be able to match.
For sure, for sure. They got to think about this right now, right? And they also have to think about the fact that right now, honestly, TLPH, they have a lot of magic damage coming through for them. But the only thing that I would think that they would require is a little bit more setup in terms of their composition. I think, would you like this Edith in the Roma, or would you like this Edith in the EXP at this point?
I think keeping it flexible is the highest value actually, because it means that they can see what the enemy EXP lane is and decide what Sanford will
Good
have.
battery! I love this battery coming in from the Carmilla and the Hayabusa. In fact, from the previous stream, we did see before that the opponent's Moskov was actually chained by the Curse of Blood, and popping off with the Wind of Nature, the Ogi Shadow Kill plus Curse of Blood combination still went through the Wind of Nature.
Yeah, it's actually a great combination. Curse of Blood just generally works well with any hero that's able to spread out a high amount of damage at once, so Hayabusa, and works very well with heroes that are able to apply lots of CC at once. So the Aurora as well, meaning that RSG are going to have a very solid team fight. but also means that they won't have quite as aggressive a first couple of minutes as game 1.
Wow, the
Let's
lack
see.
of mobility. That is what I'm looking out for from the side of Team Liquid Philippines. They do have quite a bit of lack of mobility aside from the Moskov. So at least when it comes down to the Camilla pick, it becomes super high value.
I agree. A lot of the heroes from the side of TLPH are very committing heroes, right? They want to dive into these team fights, and they also want to dish out the damage when they do. And I think that is going to be a big problem. We saw the Moskov having trouble even though he has the double dash setup coming through. And that's something that is scary, right? What's the plan now for TLPH? Are they going in for a little bit more team fight with the Tigreal? Because if they do in a 5v5, there's just so much AoE from the side of RSGPH. They have drafted in a way that has put them on top if they commit to it.
Not gonna lie, RSGPH draft is scary. Pretty much covers every single weaknesses that they may have in the lineup. They have single target they have single target burst, they have lockdown, crowd control, everything that is just jam-packed in this kit. So would this actually end up in a 2-0 for RSG Philippines and keep them alive in this red group? We'll see to find out.
That is going to be the question that we all want answers to. Thank you again, Abstract. We'll catch up with you later. As we jump straight into game number 2, RSG Philippines on the blue side currently 1 game up and already causing a bit of havoc in the mid lane against Liquid on the red side.
See, this is surprising, right? Because usually in this kind of situation and in this kind of lane, we would expect that Sanji on the Zask would have a little bit more room to work with and a little bit better of a wave clear, but it looks like Sanji is the one that's getting caught quite behind, and this is a really good start to the game here for RSG Philippines. I think the first thing that really caught my eye as we entered the Land of Dawn and as we entered the portal was 3 Purifies given over for RSGPH. That's a lot of respect, and they understand that JP is going to be able to find these moments, but a lot of aggression already in the bottom side of the map.
Carl TZ taking a lot of damage. He'll hit level 4 first. His health drops low, no more resources on RSG, so not able to punish that, and that means Carl will have that EXP lead straight away.
That's going to be a problem, right? What's RSGPH's idea here with their drafts? Are they waiting for that level 4 power spike? Are they going to let this neutral objective go? Because if that's the case, then this is fine. Are they looking for more kills? If that's the case, then that's fine. But if they're looking for neutral objective takes, I think Irad needs to catch up a lot quicker because Carl TZ will have a better time when it comes down to it. But look at these predictions. 86% for TLPH. So we can already conclude that this has been a huge upset.
Yeah, a lot of the audience agreed with us in saying that Liquid should have the better chances here. RSG definitely catching everyone off guard, but a nice freeze, great combo onto the Tigreal. JP dropping so low, and that is going to be first blood given to Irad. A nice 3-man gang. Amazing way to start this off, because now they're gonna have to buy a little bit more time for JP to come back into the game and to help set up for this net neutral objective take. Oh, and the fact that he actually utilized his Purify there. So that's a big resource spent, and that's a big resource that they desperately need when they want to go in for these 5v5 to get that neutral objective. This puts RSG Philippines in a better position in that regard. It means they don't have to worry about the Flicker implosion for a little bit, but they do still need to contest the turtle, because you can see Irad actually trying to go for some farm, which means Liquid are currently in control of it. Penalty zone comes in, Carl gets the turtle. Curse of Blood comes out on 3 members. Actually, Frigid Frost doing a lot of damage. Sanji forced to jump out of his ultimate, dropping real low on Carl TZ as well. He'll be able to get out alive, and RSG will immediately back off. I don't think they need to re-engage this.
Oh?
Ooh, Irad gets caught, Earth Shattered. Do they want Sanford? He still has his ult, so yeah, probably not.
Okay, that was a 1-for-1 trade, right? Team Liquid PH, they were able to get that turtle in the hands of Carl TZ, who had a EXP lead over. But what's going on in the top side there? Is Sanford in trouble?
Yeah, it's a 1v2 here, but he has
No
Primal
way.
Wrath. We know how strong Edith is when you got that full Wrath. Nibor and Aqua actually both have to back off and recall against Sanford alone.
Oh, wow. That's a baby 40 for you. Still able to get out of there as well. The outplays coming in buys them a little bit more time as TLPH. They focus their, attentions elsewhere here. I think they're looking for a better trade in the bottom side, trying to help Benny Cutie get to that power spike quicker.
Sanford definitely felt good about that one, though. Considering what happened to them in game 1, that's a little bit bit of payback over to RSG Philippines. And now 4 minutes in, we can see that the net worth difference is not that high, which looks a lot better for Liquid considering their performance so far.
Yeah, I would agree, right? TLPH, they're putting up a fight here. They understand the winning conditions of their composition, and they're not going too heavy in these trades, right? They're not playing into the traps that RSGPH have set for them like they did in game number 1. And this is starting off quite good for the first 4 minutes of the game. And even in the lane, right, we do see that Benny QT has respected. Wait a second, did he get that?
I think he did. If I saw correctly, he was able to secure that. And that means that RSG has a little bit of priority in the bottom lane to contest this turtle. They're actually going to give up a little bit of gold shield up top because Nibor has already started rotating over. And that means this could be a good setup. JP and Sanji, the only ones here right now. Turtle getting blitzed. Implosion comes in with the Sacred Hammer. Only catches Light though. That's not going to be enough along with the knockup. A Curse of Blood going to land means JP is taken down. Carl falls right afterwards. Double kill to the Harry. Frigid Frost doesn't catch anyone, but forces Sanford back. Does he actually live this? Nope, he's gonna explode to the Terizla. And that's 3 kills really quickly to RSG.
That was a 4-0 trade stuff. Irad, he was able to get that neutral objective take. He was able to get that turtle for himself, and then they win in the team fight. I don't really understand the idea that TLPH was going for with that exchange earlier on, because they went in one by one, was taken down one by one. They were scattered, they were behind in the setup, and then they lost everything with that. That's a 2k goldie now for RSGPH.
JP 100% expected to catch more people with that implosion. It seemed like RSG were so close together, but he only caught Light, basically the worst person to catch out of everyone. And then Liquid kind of committed onto it since JP had already gone in and got caught by Curse of Blood, which combos really well with the rest of RSG, which means lots of damage.
Here's the thing, right? As you were talking about that, there's something about the Tigreal that requires you to have someone else in your composition that has a big crowd control skill, right? Either it be the Terizla or the Lapu Lapu or even the Ruby that was banned out earlier, right? Because with 3 members from the side of RSG Philippines holding on to the Purify, that in itself actually is able to negate the pressure that JP is supposed to have. And when they were caught in the same position, when TLPH was caught in the same position, they at least had the Terizla. So either Terizla would open up to bait out the Purify and then JP would come in later, or vice versa. But with this composition that they brought, they don't have that much of leeway to layer the CC skills to bait out these Purifies, and then we don't really find the value of the implosions anymore.
You need a lot of game control and coordination, basically, to be able to force out the Purifies before the setup, which I think RSG already were aware of. A beautiful dodge by Irad. Wasted Flicker Implosion. Such an important cooldown for Liquid. PH is gone. There's no way they can contest this turtle anymore. I don't think they should risk it. RSG is just gonna stand there menacingly and get it for free.
And unfortunately, in the bottom side of the map, they went in for the clear already, right? So Benny QT couldn't even find a trade to get that tower in the bottom side. Okay, he was able to get out there with a sliver of time as Hussein was able to walk into that bush. But again, right, RSG PH, they're picking up the time, they're picking up the momentum, and now Team Liquid PH are scrambling for scraps.
I can't believe this has turned out this way. RSG. Turns out they don't need to rely on early game cheese tactics either. This draft is really clean. Gameplay is good. They know exactly what they're doing, and they are slowly whittling down Team Liquid Philippines.
Yeah, they're so good at understanding TLPH, right? I don't know if that's really good prep coming into this matchup, or what, right? Or they woke up and they chose violence today. Because every time TLPH go in for something to look for a trade, it feels like RSGPH, there's 2 steps ahead. And the fact that they've been able to play out these team fights rather perfectly with the way that they're comboing and layering their skills has been fantastic. RSGPH, what did you guys eat for breakfast today?
That's what I want to know. It seems like the breakfast of champions, if you ask me. Instantly concealed. They see Sanford and Kaltizi out of position. They want to engage on it, but here comes JP and Sanji. RSG maybe not in the best spot, but penalty zone finds 2. We can see Kaltizi gonna be able to use that enhanced sword to get out. Ogi Shadow Kill doesn't quite do enough damage. Irad actually staying under the tower, maybe a bit too long. Costs him his life. Sanford onward, finds Nibor, doesn't have the Earth Shatter follow-up. Team Liquid low, but they're able to slowly separate RSG, forcing the flicker out from the Edith. Nibor has to get out of here. Zaman Force allows Kusei to pick off Sanford. Light also gonna be picked off, and Kusei gonna be shut down. This could be bad. RSG losing members left and right. Team Liquid finding the opportunity they've been waiting for. The passive on Aqua only delays his demise. And Team Liquid find 4 for 1.
Did you see Benny QT, Staffa? Did you see the way that he weaved in and weaved out of that team fight? He didn't have his Holy Trinity, and he was still able to do that. Now he does, though, with those many kills under his belt, with those assists under his belt, he has built in that DHS, and this could be the turning point that TLPH has waited for and has severely needed from the first 9 minutes of the game.
A fight like that completely resets advantages you have, and we are seeing that. Team Liquid have already evened up the net worth. And that is what they're playing for. We already know how scary Moskov can be once he finishes those items. So RSG may have just made a massive blunder.
Yeah, the Team Liquid PH, they adjusted really well, right? They understood that when things get a little bit chaotic, when these team fights get a little bit chaotic for RSG PH, when they're able to bait out these resources before they go in and commit for it, that's when they shine and that's when they come out on top, and they were able to do that. So there needs to be a way, and there needs to be a situation where they can replicate that kind of success, because the fact that Nibor already used his penalty zone, the fact that Aqua already used in her ultimate as well, allowed Benny QT to come into the team fight able to weave in and weave out and dish out the damage that he was supposed to have in these team fights.
I don't know if Irad made like some kind of misplay as well, because he just stayed under the tower for way too long. He was the first one taken out on RSG's side, and that just gave a green light to Liquid to slowly edge forward. And we need to not see that again, because now, just with that single victory, Liquid are able to take control of RSG's jungle.
They have a 3,000 gold lead now as well, right? So completely tables turns, right? The tables have turned for the side of Team Liquid PH just over that momentum. And the fact that now we can see Benny QT with the Holy Trinity. Kusei doesn't even have Holy Crystal just yet, right? He only has 2 items under his belt. He's on the way to it. But in these team fights, what do you think, right? Do you think that RSG Philippines still have an advantage?
RSG's draft is definitely still better somewhat in terms of direct 5v5, just because of how well Carmilla, Aurora, and Hayabusa work together in terms of doing damage. But if Liquid are able to properly control their approach, we've already seen that they are able to separate RSG and take them out one by one. So it is going to be a bit of a skill matchup here.
Yeah, I agree with you. It just makes this even more precarious with the way that they've set up, right? It looks like it's not as straightforward as we would expect for TLPH. I would say that the win cons for TLPH and their composition is a lot more difficult as compared to RSGPH. So they have a little bit of homework, but it looks like Aqua's feeling it, by the way. Do you see his item? I think he went in with the movement speed boots, actually. So very aggressive build. He understands that he needs to be very... he needs to think about the way that he positions in these team fights a lot better. And then he goes in for Sky Piercer on top of everything.
He's the one in charge of stifling momentum on the enemy side, and as long as he's able to hit someone, Sky Piercer can proc. So having the most AoE does make sense to go for that, though if it doesn't work out, could be greedy. Conceal gonna be used at a kind of strange timing, actually. Penalty zone catches out JP. JP on top of Light. Curse of Blood not available just yet, so Kaltizi gonna be able to get the lore. Zaman Force gonna be used up just to clear up the Dominator's descent. Nibor, though, gonna be abandoned by himself, so Benny QT finishes him off. Fear of Destruction connects in the backline. Irad already picked off. JP jumping in front to stop RSG from escaping, sacrificing his immortality to do so, and getting Light in exchange. Carl! Jumping straight into the base. That's a double kill for Kaltizi, and he just stands there. Oh! The Winter Crown to avoid being being frozen as well. The man still got it.
He does! He bought that just in time for him to evade that damage, and it looks like with 4 members down, TLPH are looking in for the kill.
Yep, the Lord's crashing down. It's a 5v1. There is nothing Aqua can do. It is going to be a 1-to-1 as Liquid Echo returns the favor against RSG Philippines.
It's a 1-1 all across the board. I gotta have to say, even when I was looking at Stream C at the same time, because that is super important for our SGPH Lifeline. Apparently, GigFam ID did manage to take 1 game off in game number 1, and then NIP Flash takes game number 2.
Wow.
So we've got quite a contention over here when it comes down to Group A. There is still so much things all happening on the board, and we gotta have to wait until the end of these 2 series to really conclude anything. But, you know, I digress. Focusing onto this game between RSGPH versus Team Liquid Philippines. Team Liquid Philippines managed to come back into this game, or rather, they did manage to do a relatively good job by the mid stages of the game, while RSGPH started to get really stagnant in the mid stages. What exactly is the issue coming out, despite having such a strong draft and very scary lineup?
There were a lot of moments that I believe that RSGPH, they let the ball go, right?
Oh.
I think there was a big highlight there when Irad had to die under turret. That was really the beginning of the end. The fact that they made these few mistakes that were capitalized over TLPH to give them a better say in terms of gold advantage was the start of the end for RSGPH, because the fact that Benny QT was able to get his Holy Trinity a lot quicker, he even bought the Rose Gold Meteor to respect the burst damage coming out from Aqua, paid dividends to how successful he was in these team fights.
Yeah, I do think that it was a mixture of RSG getting a little bit carried away from playing so well in the early game and desperation from wanting to use that to end the game as soon as possible, because they know that Benny QT is going to scale up to become a monster. But you still have to be very careful, because if you make a mistake, then you end up accelerating that monstrous form of this Moskov, and unfortunately that's exactly what happened.
It also kind of seemed like the final fight, right, during the Lord's fight, was one of the most pivotal fights for RSG Philippines, where they really want to deal with JP. They respect that the implosion could be the most life-threatening ultimate coming from the side of Team Liquid Philippines, whereby we saw Light popping on a conceal, running right in the face of JP, while Nibor immediately went in for the penalty zone on the JP. This pretty much means that a lot of their resources were pretty much split between 2 sides, with a lot of these usages onto JP, while the rest of the backline is just focusing onto the rest of the members, such as Sanford, Sanji, and Kaltizi. So honestly, it kind of seems like RSGPH on the final fight wasn't exactly on the same page, which made the final fight even more difficult.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from as well. That last fight where you have Nibor and Light, your 2 frontliners dealing with JP, while Irad is being left alone on the opposite side of the Lord Pit, was really not good. And it felt like RSGPH was kind of reverting back to the mistakes they were making throughout the tournament.
I mean, at one point in time, they have such a good lead. In fact, that is a 6,000
such a
gold
big swing.
lead. Yeah, in fact, it's probably the first time that we managed to see such a big swing from 6,000 all the way down to close to 4,000 deficit, all in technically one fell swoop, right? Because that is the mysteries of the game. They managed to climb all the way up to 6,000, and that was all fine and dandy, but it was just a single team fight that really concluded, like Itana said, the start of the end.
I call this the mountain.
The mountain.
We don't like mountains.
We know.
Because it means that somebody dropped the ball,
Ah.
right? When we say mountains, that means somebody dropped the ball. And in this case, it was RSGPH. There were so many moments that I think just showed how much experience Team Liquid Philippines has, right? The fact that they did a few team fights the way that they did and they kept losing about it, and then they went back to the drawing board, they thought about it, and they're like, okay, how can we adjust to this? How come every time we go into a team fight, we always lose the ball? We always drop a lot of kills for RSGPH to utilize to their advantage. So they went back to the drawing board, they thought about it, they reset, and then they adapted. And that really shows the experience that Team Liquid Philippines has, because after that moment when they did that big swat, was the moment that every time they went in for a team fight, Team Liquid PH forced it to be messy. And when it got messy, that's when RG Philippines had to lose everything in these team fights.
The 4 kills in the mid stages of the game really just cemented Team Liquid PH to really allow Benny Cutie to get online, and that is the point in time where he completed his Holy Trinity. As such, it wouldn't be too much of a surprise if Benny Cutie to be crowned the MVP. Although it's not exactly an overinflated amount of KDA with 2:0:4, the most important thing is that Benny Cutie stayed on with the team with massive amount of impact, constantly trying to keep up to the curve when it comes down to the goal per minute with 760 GPM. No matter what, Benny Cutie will always be there. He do not want to give any free kills over to RSG Philippines, which kind of gave me the idea that Team Liquid, they were pretty methodical when it comes down to the entire stage of the game. Even when the start where RG Philippines picked up early 6 kills, Team Liquid PH just required one match, or rather one fight, to really turn things around to get themselves 4 total kills.
See, this was the moment when everything just really turned down for Benny QT, right? After this, he was able to get a kill and an assist, and that really helped him propel him forward in order to get that Holy Trinity locked in. This was the beginning of the end for RSGPH, and it's important thing to note, sure, his KDA wasn't as brilliant as it usually is, but even from the beginning of the game, the way that he itemized was also very on point, right? He went in for the cloak for magic defense. He didn't build in his shoes just yet. He didn't go in full for damage because he respected the potential that the Harith had in that 1v1 in the laning phase. And all he did from the start was to farm up. He did that gold lane experience that Naisu really loves saying, right? That gold lane experience, to farm as much as possible and to be able to get to that power spike as fast as possible. So he's very patient, and he was also very, very respectful of the Harith.
I think that's always been an identifying factor of Benny QT. I still think he is one of the best gold laners the world has to offer, just because of these qualities of knowing when it's time to farm and when it is time to fight. And I also want to add kind of a funny little observation on top of that. Another adjustment that Liquid made that made a big difference. That is that JP just stopped starting fights with Implosion.
Yeah.
Like, did you notice that? The moment they started winning, they just stopped starting fights with Implosion.
At the final fight for the Lord, JP was kind of holding off using the Implosion as well. And you can really tell that RG Philippines is really respecting the Implosion as well, where Light is just not really looking forward to getting close enough. Same thing I would say for the side of Terizla. Nibor is just kind of like, you know, let me just drop my penalty zone and then make some space. In the meantime, that is more than enough space that JP managed to buy out of that 2 front lines, and that is the consequence of that that final team fight. That definitely was a very obvious pattern coming in from RG Philippines' downfall, as we saw from the mountain. So it's really unfortunate, but it's currently down to the wire. 1-1 is the current scoreline. I'm gonna have to ask the floor, what do you guys think about the final game? Who's gonna take the final one?
I think now that we've reached this point in the series, logically speaking, it should be Liquid Philippines. They seem to be the team that's a bit more effective at like adjusting their game plan according to what the opponent is doing. So unless RSG has another surprise under the hood, that is what I would predict myself.
I think it really depends on the draft for me.
Damn it, I don't want that answer.
There's nothing for me to say, right? Because honestly, with the drafts in game number 2, there was still a way for TLPH to come back. But in game number 1, it was a lot more difficult with the win cons that were given because of the composition. So if in the next game their drafts are a little bit more equal, I do believe that TLPH would bag it, right? But if TLPH goes in with a draft that's a little bit more tricky to pull off, especially with the Lancelot against the Kufra and so on and so forth, then I think RSGPH should be able to get it. Because RSGPH, when they have the lead in the early stage of the game, that's when they get the ball rolling, and that's when they finish it before that there's enough time for TLPH to readjust in the mid game.
The ball really needs to always be on their court. And a part of me also really hoping that you would manifest the Eterna's blessings. But, you know, draft ultimately is still very important. It have a very high weightage as to how the game is gonna go. But speaking of weightage, this upcoming game has such a big weightage that we gotta have to go off for a short little break as we clean up the battlefield in the Land of Dawn. So ladies and gentlemen, don't go away too far. Stream B of the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals will be coming back to you real soon to conclude the series between RSG Philippines versus Team Liquid Philippines.
Since Demon Kite left our roster, it's hard for us in terms of macro because it really help in shot calling and objectives in a critical moment. So that's our challenge for this season. It's hard because we're just adjusting right now, making most of out of my teammates, and also the chemistry, the connections, and we're still building it. So we're just gonna do our best here in Snapdragon Series. Para sa akin, compare sa last year na tournament sa Snapdragon Series, mas nag-mature ako kung paano kaya handle yung mga bagay, and also nag-change kami ng roster. I just have to itatak sa isip ko na sa mental ko na trust lang yung process since ayun nga, we're starting off fresh again. Siguro yung natutunan ko na magagamit ko siguro this tournament is yun, sa mental lang, na patatagin ko lang yung mental ko, and until the end, ayun, I'm just gonna do my best para wala akong regrets. Paano magiging iba is siguro yun nga, sobrang daming team, sobrang daming malakas sa kalaban, from other regions. Nandiyan yung Indonesia, Malaysia, also Philippines, sobrang dami na-qualify na team, and yun, excited lang ako sa experience na magiging dito sa tournament na to siguro. Siguro malaki and sobrang unpredictable nangyayari kasi lahat ng regions nag-evolve talaga sa meta, lalo na nakakasabay lahat. And yun, interesting lang para sa Mobile Legends kasi parang walang eto malakas na matic ganun. May talaga, lagi may makakatapat ganun na malakas. Sobrang yung mga fans sobrang grabe, yung sobrang passionate nila, like sobrang ingay yung mga nila, chants nila, sobrang parang grabe yung sarap mag-ML. Sa ngayon, my expectation is siguro ayun, since bago kami, parang realistic lang ako na we're gonna make most out of this tournament talaga and mag-gain ng experience para madala namin sa future tournaments na sasalihan namin. Thank you for always supporting us sa mga tournaments na sinasalihan namin, and always believing us na kaya naming manalo and mag-champion. Maraming salamat, and I hope you continue to support us.
type of girl that turns logic into awesomeness. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady joke design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX code, code, run it again. XOX code, code, run it again. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX code, code, run it again. XOX code, code, run it again. You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that. I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Powerless to you.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show between Team Liquid Philippines versus RSG Philippines. We have gone down to the wire between these two, and we are going to be watching the game number 3. Between the two of them, definitely going to be a tough match. I gotta have to say, so far throughout the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro Series, we've been gifted such amazing games all across the board through A, B, and Stream C. What can I have? What more can I ask for, right? Well, anyways, my name's Abstract. With me here, join in is going to be Sadafa and Eterna. The three of us is going to be covering this very, well, historical game, because this is the lifeline of RSGPH that we are talking about. And we thought that it might be very difficult, a tall order for RSGPH to even score a single win, or perhaps a 2-win match win away from Team Liquid Philippines.
I do think that this scoreline has really surprised a lot of us here, because we definitely went into it with the expectation that Liquid were going to be the stronger team just based off of their performance so far in Snapdragon. And RSG kinda pulled the rug out from under them in game 1, catching them off guard. They seem to be back in form right now, so I guess we'll see what happens for game number 3.
It's great. It's great. It's definitely something that I really wanted to see from the beginning, right? From the beginning of the group stages. We want to see all these teams really pull through. We want to see these teams perform at their utmost best. And I'm happy that we've been seeing a lot of 3 games, because yesterday there were a lot of 2-0s. And we're finally getting to the point where all of these teams are like, hey, wait a second, we might not qualify into the playoffs if we don't step it up.
So I believe that every single one of these teams is more or less waking up their ideas, as it is pretty much about time for them to do so. RSGPH being one of them, Team Liquid not necessarily, as they are topping the board at this point in time with a total of 10 points to their name. Perhaps we might be able to see a lot more of these limbo situation, because when it comes down to the rest of the board, well, I believe that when it comes down to GeekFam ID, RSGPH, as well as NIP Flash, they are all in contention, and even Homeboys actually, they are all in contention to be the top 3. Team Liquid more or less solidified their position with this final game incoming.
They should be at 11 points now.
They are 11 points now.
Yeah.
That is right. Well, for RG Philippines, they are at 7 points now. In the event that they actually take this game, they will be at 8 points. GeekFam and Team Flash, though, GeekFam is already 8 points at this point in time, so RGPH is more or less still 1 point away from GeekFam, but on the tie with NIP Flash. Homeboys, on the other hand, they have a total of 5 points to their name, and I believe that they got a 2-0 victory, so that will put them a total of 3 points with 8 points. I can't really quite remember about the Homeboys.
That's a lot of math.
Yeah, that's a lot of math, but I can't exactly remember their exact scoreline, but I'm pretty sure that the
Homeboys were able
A,
to 2-0, by the way.
so it is a 2-0.
Yeah.
It is a 2-0. So, damn, that's tough. At least when it comes down to the tiebreaker rules between Homeboys versus NIP Flash, we'll always want to look out for points first. Points first, and then when it comes down to second, we look at the head-to-head. So in the event that NIP Flash actually wins against GeekFam, I digress. That means that NIP Flash will have 8 points, Homeboys 8 points, but they lose in the head-to-head. That means Homeboys make it to the playoffs. Well, for RSG Philippines, same thing. They require this win to get themselves a total of 8 points. So a triple head-to-head, possibly?
Ooh, that could be exciting here, and I'm sure the teams would be eager to get the points necessary to be able to move up in the ranks and make sure that they're able to get into those playoffs. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen. The players already getting ready for things here. It's a 1-1 score. I don't think we were prepared for this, but I am very excited to see what's going to happen.
Me too, me too. I didn't think we'd get to this point, but I'm happy we are. Let's see RSG really put Team Liquid Philippines here to the test, right? Test them here and now. And it really starts with the drafts. Earlier on, we did see a little bit of the stats and the graphics coming through for both of these teams. And we did see that one of the most favorite heroes that TLPH have picked up so far has been the Zask as well as the Edith. Technically, the Edith did do a lot in their previous game, but without the Zask in their hands, it did feel like they weren't able to get that snowball rolling from the get-go. Do you think that that has been a big factor for them coming in?
Logically speaking, it really shouldn't be as well, because I do feel like they did a very good job when we had the Aurora previously comboed well with the Carmilla, and rather than draft, I do feel like RSG just ended up making a mistake in terms of how far they could push to end the game early.
I'm actually just looking at my cards and just gonna look at this one line that I saw where Homeboys won GigFam ID. So that is that tiebreaker that I'm actually looking out for them against GigFam ID. But I didn't really quite look at RSGPH's tiebreaker rule. So perhaps I will be able to catch you all back on that for series number 3. But for now, we gotta have to focus on this final game between Team Liquid Philippines versus RSGPH. You can pretty much tell that the members from Team
They
Liquid
seem to be having a good time.
Yes, they are. And that may actually translate to something in this upcoming game. They are still confident, despite the fact that it is still 1-1. I mean, they secured playoff. Why can't they be confident, right?
By the way, there's a pattern that I've noticed for this matchup in particular, right?
Okay.
Whoever gets second pick wins, and whoever has the Edith wins.
Hey.
That is true.
Oh.
That is actually correct so far.
So if Team Liquid gets the Edith and RSGPH is in second pick, who wins?
That's
infinite energy.
Dun, dun, dun. Who has the strongest aura, right? I wonder. But Edith is not going to be joining in with the rest on the banning pool at this point in time just yet, as we take a look at what is exactly thrown right into that pool. We do have Moskov, Julian, Fanny, we've got Ling, Arlet, and Chip that is out. So it's really unfortunate that we will not be able to see all these pesky assassins, and of course the Moskov, which will lead up to Team Liquid Philippines picking up the Roger first. RG Philippines now would have the chance to pick up that Edith plus Zart combination, but it doesn't seem like they want the Edith this time. They want the Hayabusa.
Yeah, the Hayabusa seems to have been quite strategically left open here. Considering it is one of the only S-tier assassins left, it would be a very highly contested pick, and that's why RSG decided to go for it straight away, along with Zast, to make sure that they have that mid lane prio. It does mean that Edith is available for Liquid, but without Hayabusa, what will be their jungler?
So, whose aura is stronger, huh?
Yep.
This is a game of
we
whose
will
aura
get
is
to
stronger.
see the exact situation you mentioned.
Which tiebreaker is stronger? Second pick first or Edith first? Hey! Aurora and Edith is going to be joining in the ranks of Team Liquid Philippines. So they've pretty much fulfilled their role. And technically, there's still a bit of flexibility going on here. RSG Philippines, I want to focus about this, right? They have got the mid lane, the gold lane, and the jungle already settled out with no chance of flexibility. So with this core out, what kind of setup are we looking out for? Because this seems like a pretty good combination between the Zask as well as the Harith, whereby they dropped in the Zaman Force plus the Dominator's Descent. Wherever they go, they are getting in control of the entire team fight and wherever the opponent stands.
I would say that this is a lot of early game now from RSGPH, right? Of course, the Harith does need a little bit more time to scale, but in the lane against the Roger, the Harith does have a say, right? Assuming that the Roger goes into the gold lane, right? Remember, the Roger can still be flexed into the jungle if Carl TZ so pleases and so chooses. So we'll see what happens in the second phase. That's definitely something that TLPH can utilize to their benefit as we enter the second phase of the drafts. But the Tigreal here has been banned out, and they're really eliminating and trying to put TLPH in a position where maybe you don't go for more team fight, maybe you're forced onto something like a little bit more of a pick-off kind of strategy.
It's interesting that they would ban the Tigreal when it didn't exactly go the best previously, but it is also true that it took up a lot of their mental headspace, and they were always worried about it when that implosion wasn't being used early on. So on top of Phoveus means that they just want to make sure they're able to take fights the way they want to.
RNG Philippines themselves kind of seems to be a little bit of a limbo and understanding that it could be a flex pick here by banning out both Phoveus and the Tigreal.
I think they're setting up for a Lancelot pick here.
Lancelot.
Maybe, right? Maybe if they're feeling this, maybe if they want to go into the direction they can, because the Kufra was banned earlier on. Technically, I thought that the second ban would be something like the Ruby. That would be a big stopper towards the Lancelot, but the Barrett's being banned out, maybe it's something different. I thought that maybe they want to go for Lancelot again.
Something like the Nolan, maybe.
True. Still an
Nolan.
assassin.
We haven't seen a Nolan in the longest time, actually. In fact, the resurgence of Julian has really been surfacing. But unfortunately, Julian being banned out, that could actually put out some potential out there for the potential Nolan pick. Since Julian, Fanny, they're all out. You talked about Lancelot, that could definitely be a possibility. RG Philippines, what they need right now is a beefy front line. Minotaur definitely looks good, but they have decided to go with a Grok to their name.
That's so much mid-prio, guys. There you go, Lancelot. I had a feeling.
Is. Wow.
This is bad, honestly,
Kaja.
right now
Oh, yeah.
for that mid-prio, right? I think Grok and the Zask will have a really good time in terms of clear. The Aurora will definitely fall behind. And now with the Kaja, sure, Kaja does have decent wave clear to help out in the mid lane, but it still does favor RSGPH a little bit more. But that last pick is going to settle the score a little bit more for us.
Maybe something like the Ruby might be pretty good here for RSG Philippines. Yep, they're gonna go for it. It gives you a little bit of an answer against Lance and Kaja. Liquid have a lot of single target pickoff, but RSG does seem like they would be a lot stronger in the early few minutes.
What is the battery that we're coming out for, or we're looking out for to work with this Kaja in terms of that single target pickoff, actually? Like, when it comes down to the Divine Retribution, who is the one that we really need to look out for when it comes down to the burst damage?
Well, I would say, like, Aurora.
Aurora?
Yeah.
Right?
I do think
Does she really have that much damage?
She actually does do quite a lot of damage. You'd think that she's only there to freeze people, but her skill 1 actually hits pretty hard. And then you have Lance and Roger, who can follow up a little bit here. Like, basically, all of these heroes can actually follow up on one another. So as long as you have enough people around, you should be able to pick people off. And Kaja's a good pick because they have Grok. So you just pull him whenever he decides he wants to come over and scout.
Fair. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just looking out for this final game. Team Liquid Philippines versus RSG Philippines. Which one of these two Filipino teams will be able to come up on top for this final series? Or rather, the final game.
And the rivalry continues, but only one will be able to stand atop the ashes at the end of Game 3. Will it be Team Liquid Philippines on the blue side, once again showing us the Carl TZ Lancelot, or will it be RSGPH who has surprised us here on the last day of the group stages?
It looks like so far that the Hayabusa is actually falling behind in terms of clear. So that's something that, of course, TLPH can definitely work with, as, you know, Carl TZ once again on the Lancelot going to be steamrolling throughout the bushes as well as his own jungle. But again, I'm still worried about this mid trio. I think that RSGPH should be able to clear a lot quicker, but wait a second, it looks like the Aurora and the Kaja has been able to clear a lot quicker, hence the rotations coming through.
Yeah, I think they've been assisting a little bit in the jungle, and we can actually see Carl already on the opposite side, having a clear EXP advantage against Erad, just going directly for the scaling to try and outpace the enemy jungler.
And if we take a look back into the emblems, we do see that Benecutie has opted to go for Warcry. So it's a little bit more of aggression on his part as compared to the previous game that we saw when he was on. So with this Warcry, it does give him a little bit more of physical damage to work with against the Harith. But obviously, it's still something that we need to wait on for that power spike to hit.
We can see as well, doing a good job here, JP. His job is just gonna be to stick to light. Katja has picked up to make sure that Grok doesn't get to roam freely because that's typically what this hero is picked up for.
And now we are going to wait on that level 4 power spike, obviously, for Team Liquid to start going in for these crazy plays. So I don't know if they still want to contest this first turtle. We've seen TLPH just leave it open, don't want to give too much in favor of RSG Philippines, and that's exactly what they do. So RSG Philippines have picked up that first neutral objective, and that will propel them a little bit in terms of that gold.
Probably a good idea, though, from the side of Team Liquid, because they do realize that RSG is going to be stronger at this stage of the game. They just have more damage overall, especially with something like a Zas controlling the turtle pit. So they're not going to risk it. They're going to make sure they have items first, even if it does mean giving up that first objective.
And usually when we see that, we do see that Team Liquid is very quick for that follow-up. And when I mean follow-up is a cross-map play. They usually look for that gold lane to give Benecutie a little bit of a better time. But it looks like RSG Philippines are actually very quick in the rotation. They're actually denying that from going in. But wait a second.
Here comes JP. Flicker Divine Judgment on the Grok. Exactly who he expected. And that's first blood for Carl TZ. Even jumping into the backline to poke Irad a little bit.
This does be... It's an expected outcome, but it looks like... Oh, Sanji?
Irad wants to pop the passive at least, but Sanji actually able to keep it intact. Not enough damage.
Okay, so both of these teams are actually pulling the punches in the earlier stage of the game, and technically, we're also waiting for Benecutie to pick up that first item. Hasn't necessarily had his time to get there just yet. If we take a look at the level leaderboard, Carl TZ is ahead right now with 1 level in EXP as compared to Irad. And that is maybe the expectation that we're coming into for the next turtle to spawn. This is the time when Team Liquid maybe wants to look in for a pickoff first before they go in for the contention for the turtle.
We can definitely see for sure, though, that this game is going a bit more slowly compared to the previous 2 games. Both teams have gained a good amount of respect for their opponents and don't want to be the ones making mistakes first. They're correctly identifying the window that they will be able to play around. So JP could be in a bit of trouble here. Wild Charge misses with the flicker. Divine Judgment pulls him into the tower, but there's no one there to follow up, so Light is fine. Kind of messy there.
There's a lot of resources wasted already by both of these teams before they go for the neutral objective take, and technically, RSG Philippines, they do have a little bit more to work with, right? The Ruby has now joined into the team fight, and that's something that they need to be aware of coming into this turtle take.
Carl gonna come and arrive here. JP gonna get scouted out. I'm offended. Pulls him back into the Ogi. Shadow kill. Oh, just barely gets that last hit. Aqua will kill off the Kaja. Carl TZ, though, able to secure the turtle, though. Sanford now stuck behind the Guardian's barrier with the rest of RSG Philippines. Actually holding on to his Primal Wrath, waiting for a better opportunity as Irad jumps onto Sanji once again. Passive still available, so Irad wants to pop that, and he will be able to get it. Sanford, maybe a bit far, pops the Primal Wrath, gets stunned and pulled at the same time, though. So it does not matter. Aqua even getting double kill onto Sanji. Dominator is sent under the tower. He's going to get punished for this. The fight continues. Team Liquid just breaks through the ranks of RSG Philippines and returns the favor with a double for Benecutie.
Look at that retaliation from Team Liquid, right? Initially, it was a 3-0, but they were able to get 3 members from the side of RSG Philippines. Granted, with the amount of time that they had to contribute into that team fight, we see that Kusei is going to be able to get that turret in the top side, so that is a trade. But overall, Team Liquid, they're the ones holding on to the gold lead, as it looks like Carl TZ wanted to go and translate that and take away that purple buff.
Yeah, looks like he wasn't successful, though, as Irad was still able to get it for himself. Team Liquid gonna look for the opportunity to kind of regroup themselves here, because they have been able to find a little bit of advantage against RSG.
So now, right, 6 minutes in, there are certain things that we need to keep an eye out for, right? Kusei already has the Starlium Scythe, so he is on his way for that second and third Autumn Pyro Spike that we know and love from the Harith, and technically Benecutie, first item Windtalker. What do you think about that?
First item Windtalker. If you go first item Windtalker on a Roger, it means you're planning to scale to late game. You're basically not looking to fight very much in the early stages, and you want to wait until you get like second, third item, then you'll really hit hard, and you'll actually be able to match in scaling compared to some other marksmen. So it could definitely pay off, especially since Liquid knows they're probably not going to be stronger early on.
And that's what we're seeing, right? They're paying it very patiently right now. We do see setup, though.
Ooh, nice! Divine Judgment on the Ruby. Pulls it into Frigid Frost. That's going to be Nibor down for the count. Wild Charge already used. Not able to really set anything up. Karl'Tezi on the Turtle. Zaman Force. Kusei chasing down JP. Irad steals the Turtle away from Team Liquid. And now Oogie Shadow Kill is used. He gets the kill onto Sanford. And Benny Cutie. Double kill for the Hayabusa. And now Karl'Tezi realizing I probably should not be here right now. And backing it off.
That was a 4-0 trade for RSG Philippines. And technically, Irad earlier on, he was a level below of Karl'Tezi. The fact that he was able to steal it was immense, but look at this 1v1.
Irad doesn't have Oogie Shadow Kill yet, but he's got a good amount of damage. Nice Torn Rose into Phantom Execution! Oh, that last hit! Almost! Irad just barely survives. Look at these two junglers.
I mean, technically, Irad has lethal ignition, but wait a second.
Karl'Tezi dodged the wild charge with Torn Rose, and now Light just dies under the tower.
That's insane! What is going on between both of these junglers? They are showing off. They are feeling themselves. And it looks like in the mid lane, we do see a little bit of trades in damage, but not so much as to take someone down. But look how the pendulum has struck for both of these teams. And again, we have a second item down in for Benny QT. He has opted to go for Endless Battle. So the damage is ramping in, but Kusei, on the other hand, is going to be able to pick up that Feather of Heaven too. And he's got a tower in the bottom side too. Let's take a little bit of a replay into what happened earlier on. Man, that outplay though.
Actually, such a good outplay. And Karl'Tezi, even using the Torn Rose, I thought it might have been early, but it was just nice to avoid that. Though now I'm offended. Karl'Tezi, again, Torn Rose gets him out of danger, but will it be enough to get away from Irad? The answer is no. Shutdown, killing spree for the Hayabusa. And RSG should be happy with that.
And you know, up until this point, nobody has actually built in Sky Piercer, right? There's just been so many trades on the board that getting that item would have been a little bit too greedy maybe, right? So they're going for something that's a little bit more sure. When it comes down to the Lancelot, I think earlier on we did see a Hunter Strike being built in. And the same item does come in for Irad, who's also picked up the Malefic Roar. Wait a second.
Flicker Wild Charge from Light onto JP. Forces the Flicker out from him as well to be able to get away, as now the Lord dropping down to 40%. Liquid in position, but can they steal it away? Nibor is CCing the backline, and Sanford actually steals it away from RSG. Light gonna pay the price in his presence. Oogie Shadow Kill comes out once again, but Team Liquid are still very healthy, so it's not gonna do anything. Will they actually chase him down? They do! They find him, the Earth Shatter, and Karl'Tezi with the shutdown and a taunt right in their face.
Baby 40 though, with that Lord Steal. Looks like some more drama's coming.
Oh, Karl'Tezi's just going in for this. Actually doing a lot of damage as well. But now he's really deep. Hopefully he has ways out of the... Oh, Kusei! He just walked into it. The Phantom Execution. Karl'Tezi is showing us how it's done.
Oh, man. Team Liquid coming back in the minute of 10, ladies and gentlemen, as RSG Philippines are slowly losing the ball that they were holding. That Lord is going to be marching down in the bottom side of the map as Karl'Tezi wants to double down on his damage. And he picks up that BOD.
That is ridiculous. Karl, okay, I mean, we are definitely seeing why Liquid wants to insist on Karl'Tezi playing Lancelot. He is doing a good show of it right now, and I don't think anyone can complain anymore about his assassin skills.
And the problem was, right, in the drafts, the Ruby was left open, and I thought that that was one of the biggest mistakes that they did in the drafting phase. But it looks like up until this point, Nibor hasn't really found a moment to be able to stop Karl'Tezi. He's still sitting at a 5-1-3 KDA. Wait a second, what?
Wild Charge again. JP wasn't able to get the Divine Judgment. Frigid Frost used to zone out RSG as well. So a lot of resources committed on both sides. All players gonna choose to back away.
By the way, Benny QT, BOD too.
Oh my god, double BOD on Team Liquid. I mean, why not?
Yeah, they're feeling the momentum. They are definitely feeling the swing, and up until this point, they do have a 4K gold lead, and they want to close this as soon as possible, not allowing RSG Philippines any time to retaliate. Stanford stuck though.
Ooh, in a bit of trouble, actually getting pulled in with the I'm Offended. Does he have Primal Wrath? Looks like he doesn't actually. Aqua just gonna get a free kill here. Light now scouting out Carl T's. He flickers forward. Oh, he missed time to wall charge. Carl, the Torn Rose, understanding its limits.
Technically, it's not too bad, right? Technically, losing Sanford there is not too bad, but obviously Team Liquid don't want to make this a pattern for themselves as we enter the mid-game, because they do have a little bit more time to set up for that Lord, and both of these teams are going to be corralling behind it. If we take a look into the items, we do see that there's a lot of aggression being built in from Team Liquid. We have 2 BODs for the Lancelot as well as the Roger. The Aurora is also really spiking in. Wait, what? Malefic Roar? Oh man, Carl TZ, he means business here. Going for a little bit more damage as well in his kit. Not going for hybrid this time around. Hunter Strike, BOD, and the Malefic Roar to top it all off.
Both teams are just looking to brawl here. Even Irad has gotten his BOD. I could see Aqua looking to get a Sky Piercer next. He just completed it, actually. So they're just ready to fight, and they understand that they gotta make sure to do it properly, because we have seen so many comebacks from Bounty Gold being claimed.
But Kusei doesn't have that Holy Crystal yet, stuff. I don't think he's ready for that big team fight yet. I don't think that damage is going to be enough, seeing as there's a lot of magical defense items from the side of TLPH to anticipate from that from happening. Does he go Divine Glaive first? But that would definitely put that Holy Crystal item power spike on hold for just a bit, right? We have Radiant Armor on Sanford. We do have the Athena Shield coming in from JP. Obviously, they're also respecting the damage output coming in from, of course, the Zas for Aqua. But yeah, again, the layering of skills. Oh, there you go. Holy Crystal,
just got it.
No Divine Glaive though.
Yeah, we are gonna need to see that later, but Holy Crystal is a pretty important item for Harif at this stage of the game. You really need that magic power to just up your damage to a point where you can keep up with the defensive items that are being purchased here. And we do see both teams kind of slowing it down. Team Liquid backing off to make sure that they're not losing too many structures. 2 of the pushes being set up by RSG. And even though RSG kind of have a clear shot at the Lord, they also don't want to risk starting it.
No, they don't. Not up until this point, right? It really boils down for JP. I think there's a lot of pressure for JP right now, because if he's going to be able to get that perfect Divine Judgment combination with a flicker in and everybody's able to follow up on that damage, even out the playing field a little bit more, that is going to be detrimental to the success of TLPH in this upcoming team fight. Seeing as RSG Philippines, they have a lot going for them, and there it is!
He found the Divine Judgment into the Frigid Frost, and Light is gone. Killing spree for the Roger, and Carl, a beautiful flicker, I'm offended, over the wall, but is it going to be enough? Carl still able to get out Sanford, not even using his Primal Wrath just yet. RSG not able to punish Liquid for their aggression, and now this could be a chance.
But he's so low. Okay, Kaltizi opens up with the Haas Claws, should be able to get that HP back in no time. But the fact that that will be able to deny that Lord take eventually, but let's see the retaliation from RSG Philippines.
Nibor, he's got I'm Offended back up, so he's gonna be the main initiator right now since Light is gone. JP gonna be looking for him. Divine Judgment available. Actually a good CC, but it's not enough. Divine Judgment still comes out. Aqua going to fall. We're gonna see Kusei being jumped on. The Lord secured by Carl TZ. Irad wants to get the kill onto Sanford, but he doesn't. Carl with the double kill. And 4 members down from RSG Philippines. Light all by his lonesome, gonna try his best to defend against the minions, try and hold back the surging tides, but it is not gonna be enough. Team Liquid shows the world what they've got. They are the waves crashing upon the sands. RSG Philippines will be humbled once again as Team Liquid takes the series.
Shows us the other importance of the playmakers. We've got back and forth when it comes down to final team fight. It was either gonna be Light or JP that eventually find themselves the catch. And not only that, when it comes down to Ruby, Nibor, played a very big part when he was hoping that he will be able to land a beautiful I'm offended. It did manage to work very well, dropped KRTZ down to lower than 50% HP, but unfortunately, RNG Philippines just wouldn't want to engage fully with one man down. And Team Liquid Philippines took that opportunity right on to RNG Philippines, ended the game that way after securing a beautiful fight. Team Liquid Philippines having themselves a 2-1 victory. On top of RGPH, definitely is gonna be the name of the game today. The lifeline for RSGPH, oh boy, definitely gonna be real difficult now that they only have got 7 points to their name. This might mean that RSGPH unfortunately does not make it to playoffs anymore.
Ooh. That would be really unfortunate too, because it really does seem like their gameplay is picking back up again, doesn't it?
Yeah, so I mean, GeekFam ID now, 8 points. NIP Flash, 8 points because they won against GeekFam. But on the other side, Homeboys, 3 points for that 2-0 victory. They are on 8 points as well. We've got a 3-way tie here in Group A. It would have been spicier if you're looking at a 4-way tie, but unfortunately RGPH did not win that. But I digress. I do want to talk a little bit more about Team Liquid Philippines though. What exactly was that turning point for Team Liquid Philippines, or do you think that it has been granted to them since the start of the game?
I think this game is one of those examples of a draft that just is a little bit more holistic overall and is what is able to allow a team to execute well. Because I don't really think RSG Philippines made a lot of mistakes this game. I do just think Liquid played a little better.
I agree. I think the execution was a lot cleaner. We were doubting the Lancelot being picked up, but of course he gets that MVP, right?
Yeah.
Doubt this man and he will prove to you otherwise. For game number 1, the reason that it didn't work out was definitely the Kufra, right? And so when the Kufra was not being able to be utilized, they were able to ban it in the second phase. That's when the Lancelot had a lot more room to say. And I just want to say that there were so many moments that KRTZ was thrown so many punches. Like, so many resources were wasted on KRTZ, and yet he was still able to pull the trigger on the Retribution to get those neutral objective takes. So it's been insane.
We could say that, or we can say that the aura of picking up Edith is stronger.
That's true, that's true.
So Edith, that's right, that might be the name of the game here. How are you gonna win? Of course, we definitely still have to give KRTZ the credit where credit's due, right? We gotta have to listen to KRTZ. We gotta have to hear from the man himself. So let's take a look at upstairs and have a quick little interview with KRTZ.
We're here with KRTZ, the MVP of today's game. Congratulations. We gotta talk about you doing the TP. You and Arad going back and forth. Hayabusa versus Lancelot. You guys were going at it. What was that about?
Ano lang po, parang part lang naman ng game yung TP. So parang ginagawa ko lang din. Tapos parang nakakamiss yung mga yung nakakabang fights na tinitake ko. Parang pumapasok ako, tapos parang isang mali lang patay na ako. So parang napapampa ko sobra ganun.
The TP, he says it's part of the game, it's part of the excitement, but what gets him really excited are those clashes, that one move and it can go wrong. So it's really exciting for him, and that really pumps him up with those risky moves. Because you and Arad, you guys have had a rivalry going on, but impressive with the Lancelot. Would you say, because we had the M2 skin, because of Carl, the GOAT, they awarded him the Lancelot skin. So would you say the M2 Carl Lancelot is back?
Feel ko po, in terms of skill po, parang same pa rin naman po. Pero feel ko po, mas kailangan ko angatan kasi yung mga heroes ngayon, parang kaya na talaga one-hitin yung Lance. Tapos medyo out of meta pa yung Lance.
He says in terms of skill, it's the same, but he feels like he needs to up it a little bit more because with the heroes right now, with just with one hit, they could overtake the Lance. So Lance is not really part of the meta right now, even though it's the assassin. So he needs to improve a little bit more. That's what he feels. Now, how confident do you feel seeing the tournament right now that you guys will get to the grand finals?
100% confident po kasi parang sobrang lakas po ng team kapag nag-enjoy lang po.
He feels 100% confident because he feels that their team is super strong when they're just enjoying the game. Now, what's your message to the opponents that you're gonna face, not just here in the group stage finals, but towards the playoffs? What's your message to them?
Good luck na lang sa ating lahat. Bigyan natin magandang laban mga fans na lang.
He says, good luck to all the fights and the games that you guys are going to go up against with him. And let's give the fans a good fight. Congratulations once again. We love seeing you play with Lance. Now we're going to go back to our panel with our casters to break it down even more for you.
Team Liquid Philippines with Carl TZ leading the charge, getting themselves the Savage in their name when they went up against multiple, okay, not multiple opponents, but for that one series, Savage, and coming in to set an example to everyone here in the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals. I gotta have to say, they are now really the best contenders to YRG.
It was against Homeboys, by the way.
It was against Homeboys.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Udil. Oh yeah, walking back. La 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 la. Oh. But you know what? We can definitely explore more of that option when we are talking about YRG versus TLPH. But now we take a look at the gold and EXP graph. We're kind of looking at a early game, you know, kind of rocky roads, and then leads into a ravine and goes up into the mountains. This is definitely something that RSG Philippines might be really happy about in the early stages. And then when it comes down to the late stages of the game, boom, Team Liquid, they show what they are made of.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid went into this game with a very good understanding of what their draft can do and what they want to do with it. Because we saw in the first couple of minutes, they just straight up didn't interact with RSG at all. They understood that RSG is probably going to be a little bit stronger at this stage. We don't want them to snowball off of kills, so we're just not going to do anything. You can have the turtle, you can do what you want. When we're ready, when we have things like the Divine Judgment to catch Light off guard, that is when they can afford to be a little bit more aggressive on the map.
As a general idea, TLPH, they're not just great at adapting in-game, but they're also really great at adapting mid-series, right? Because the mistakes that they made in game number 1, they definitely fixed and were able to execute better in game number 3, because technically their game plan was very similar to the draft that they had in the first game, but this time they were like, exactly what you mentioned earlier on, right? They understood their drafts, they understood the power spikes that were hitting, and they didn't force anything too hard in the early stage of the game.
Of course, we're gonna have to give the MVP over to Carl TZ. As you can pretty much see here in the Land of Dawn, Carl TZ conducting a medley of death throughout the entire series. And of course, the very triumphant reverse sweep from TLPH. We gotta have to say that Carl TZ is of course the figurehead of the game with that amazing TP taunt.
It sure is amazing. The mental damage that you inflict with that taunt is way more than any maniac, any savage you can get. And it does feel nice to see that Cortez is still comfortable on heroes such as this. I gotta give a shout out. I think that oh wow,
I would love to find out what he said.
He's got stuff to show, that is for sure. I gotta give a shout out though. I think that Kaja pick was amazing. Like, that was the pick that really solidified the win there for Liquid, because there was just no answer for it on RSG side.
It's just flicker out for days, and I agree, and I saw just exactly what this Aurora could bring in onto the table, albeit not exactly a great scoreline. I mean, it's still 1:5. It's still a lot of assists and still a lot of damage that Sanji could bring in onto the board together with the Aurora. But one thing that I'm genuinely surprised is the fact that Carl TZ have decided to go all the way through with a full damage build, picking up the Heart's Claws as well, based on the fact that the final team fight, it didn't really have a lot of health to work with. He gotta have to do something on the fly and to ensure that he's healthy enough to go for that final team fight. But you know, JP essentially made things so much easier with another flicker Divine Judgment to really seal the deal.
Yeah, it was just great gameplay overall. He did get a fleeting time at some point as well, so that's why we were able to see the Divine Judgment being used multiple times in one team fight, which is great. I'm glad that I got to cast this game because this is actually my last game here as well. Not just in the group stage, but in Snapdragon. Really excited to see what comes next. It's okay, guys.
Ugly cry!
Don't leave us!
I feel like I'm dying.
Well, I'll ask you the same question as I have asked Terrence, right? Coming into SPS, what are the teams that that performed better than expected, and what are the teams that didn't perform as expected?
I came into this with a lot more expectation for teams like See You Soon and Geek Fam. I think they've lived up to it a little bit, but I kind of hope to see a little bit more. On the opposite end, actually not really. I do think that a lot of the top teams have like surprised us. Maybe the one that yeah, I think a lot of teams have surprised us. There's really not much else for me to say. I think Red Giants, Onyx, Liquid, AP Brand are all doing a great job, and I really have no idea who's going to win.
So, I guess this question is gonna be to every single one of the people out there. How exactly the end of Group B is gonna look like? Because we got Smart Omega going up against See You Soon. This is essentially and supposed to be the Owls' defense, where they gotta have to block Smart Omega from getting a free 3 points out of See You Soon. But we have seen See You Soon actually taking 1 point out of Yudu Red Giants, so they are not exactly a team that you should count out just yet. Smart Omega with a total of 3 points since the start of the day, but I believe that has changed a tad little bit. But that final game will dawn upon us very soon after we come back from a break. As that final fight, the Owls' defense will start after we go off for a short little break. So ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere too far. We'll be right back with you.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hey guys, it's Rose, and right now I have with me Jom and Chaknu from Smart Omega. Hi guys.
Hello.
Everyone okay?
Yes.
You guys good? How are you enjoying Malaysia so far?
Doing good.
Doing good? Malaysia's good?
Yes.
Okay, so I will be playing a game with you guys called Never Have I Ever. Okay, Chaknu, do you think Joe has ever stolen a teammate's buff on purpose? Sinadya?
Yes.
Yes. True or not?
True.
True. Chaknu, what about him?
In rank game, yes.
Okay, Joe, he's your tanker, diba? He's a tank. He will say that the enemy is low, and then when you got there, the enemy is not. Does he do something like that? Yes?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Rank or scream?
Even scream.
Even scream. Okay, that's dangerous. Does Joe use a hero for a role it's not supposed to? Example,
Yes.
Angela Goldblum. Yes? Okay, explain.
In rank game, ginagamit niya kung ano nun. Tulad ng mga
Cho Gold.
Chu Gold and Valentina Gold.
Valentina Gold. Okay. He's laughing because he knows it's true. Has Joe ever played a full game in the toilet?
Yes.
Rank or scream?
Rank game only.
Rank game only. Okay. Oh, this one's good. Do you think Chaknu has ever ditched you to play with a girl? You guys are playing. You guys are duo queuing. And then a girl invited you to play. You just left him. Or you left anyone else. Do you think he's done something like that?
Hindi pa.
So, just now I asked you guys about HP. Like, if you guys lie about your opponent's HP being low. What about skill? Do you lie? Like, example, you're a rumor, right? You'll tell Jom, already alt T, already SS. Does Jom do that to you?
Madalas din.
What will he say?
Sabihin niya, wala nang purify yan. Tapos pag ko, ano yun? Mayroon pa.
Okay, last question. Have you guys ever stalked your ex-duo on ML?
Kailangan honest.
Honest, yes. It's never have I ever.
Yes.
Yes? Ex-girlfriend?
Yeah.
Stalking to see who she's playing with? You're better than the guy, or are you better?
I'm better.
You're better? What about you, Chakno?
Wala akong ex-duo eh. Pare.
Alright, so that is it for Never Has My Friend Ever. Thank you.
No. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in to the final series of Smart Omega Philippines versus See You Soon from Cambodia. This is ultimately the final game that we gotta have to see in Stream B, and how is that gonna conclude the entirety of Group B? That is the question. My name's Abstract, and with me here is Eterna, as well as...
Oh, wait.
Who are you?
You're not Husky.
What have you done to...
Where's the dodo bird?
Oh, wait, what? I think
He's
I'm on the wrong
dodo
set.
bird.
Okay, sorry guys.
Get out!
But I kind of rooted now.
Oh, okay, you're kind of rooted. We don't really have a choice now, I
It
suppose.
looks like I'm here.
I guess I don't really have any choice here, but we do have Sir Cloud with us over here, and he was originally from Stream C.
A. The awesome stream.
B for best, bro.
Oh.
Well, how much do you know about these teams coming out here? That's the question, right? Tell me a little bit more about Smart Omega, since you are on Stream A. What do you know about them? Show me your knowledge.
Wow, Smart Omega. I mean, Jom has been the Jom eSports for Smart Omega, right? But if only this game meant a little bit more for them.
Okay. So Stream A is actually not bad. Stream A is not bad.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. But what else do we gotta have to look out for, though?
Well, I would say we gotta look out for their opponents though. But for Smart Omega,
Can I take this? Can I take this?
No.
It's
Yeah.
Chaknu, bro.
Oh,
Chaknu, bro.
How about Andoryu?
I mean, no, I gotta give some context. Chaknu was my first idol when I first started casting.
Is it
I saw
MSC's execration?
Yes, when he was in Execration, Chaknu and Kufra, they were synonymous, right? Sometimes in the drafting phase, I would be like, bro, Chaknu picked up Chaknu because Chaknu and Kufra has been synonymous from that very start, and we've been seeing a lot of Kufras coming back into the meta.
So Kufra is Chaknu, Chaknu is Kufra.
Yeah, it's like Cho and Yawi.
Like how Sir Cloud is now Sadafa or Terrence.
Yeah.
Or which one would you prefer?
You.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, you know, I gotta have to cater to my fellow friends that is on the desk right now, right?
Hey, I like that. I like that.
But you know, I do want to know a little bit about how you guys think about this current game, though, between Smart Omega and See You Soon. As you guys can see on the board here, at least, you know, Sir Cloud and I, we know what we're looking out for. But Eterna.
Why Eterna?
You know, regions like the Khmer, man, regions like Cambodia, they're always full of surprises.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure they could at least get a single game. Smart Omega, their performance hasn't been as smooth as we would love to see them in, so there's definitely room for a 3-game. Going either way.
Okay. To be honest, I would say that there is definitely that probability, especially since we saw See You Soon that actually managed to take one game off of YRG. Like, where did that come from? I don't think that any one of us actually expected that. But in the meantime, before we even jump in and take a look at the rest of the lineup from the side of See You Soon, I believe that when it comes down to Smart Omega, we do have a little bit of an interview coming in from the side of Mara. So I'm very much looking forward to what Mara have got to say for this and what kind of questions she may pose over to them. Over to you.
Here we are with Smart Omega, and because they're out of the tournament, we're gonna do something fun with Chaknu and Ryota. So what we're gonna do is play charades. Chaknu will act out the heroes, and Ryota has to guess. You guys can help them out. Help out Ryota, all right? So I'm gonna pull out my Samsung Ultra. We're gonna have the timer. Ready, Chaknu? Ready? Oops. We're gonna do the stopwatch and stop timer. We're gonna resume, reset. All right. Starting now. We have 1 minute. Go ahead, Chaknu. Oh, Franco. Okay, another one. Minotaur. How do you know? 2 points. Okay. Oh my God. How is it so?
Dali lang. Basic lang.
What else? Sir, I wasn't giving you the mic. Okay, that was good. He said the first one was Franco, Minotaur, Kadita. Again. Another one. You have another 29 seconds using my Samsung Ultra. Okay, he needs a little bit of help. So right now, Smart Omega is just having a lot of fun right now. They know that this game, there's no more pressure. They have nothing to lose. Game.
Hindi, ikaw lang.
Okay, you act it out. So he guesses, even just one.
Grak.
But Chaknu won. Great one, guys. That was so much fun. Now, I want you to say a message to all the Filipino fans who are supporting you.
Ayan, shoutout sa mga fans namin dyan sa, babawi kami sa MPL.
Okay, he says shoutouts. They're gonna make it up to you guys in the MPL Philippines.
Shoutout sa mga fans namin, babawi kami sa eSports team.
Shout out to the fans. They're gonna make it up to you. You just copied what he said. They're gonna make it up to you guys in MPL Season 14. So let's check out how Smart Omega performs in this match.
And for the other side, we're gonna have to take a look at See You Soon. But before that, thank you so much over to Mara as well as the boys from the side of Smart Omega. Eterna, what do we have here from the side of See You Soon?
We'll see here. Sorry, I'm Felix, Tuzura, Boxy, as well as Run. And this is interesting, right? Because we've seen a different flavor of See You Soon. We've seen a difference in the jungle. I think we had, what was his name again? Flick, right? Flick in the jungle.
Flicker?
But this time we're going down with Tuzu. So I don't know what's going on here. Maybe they're reverting back to their previous lineup because technically Flick has been doing a really good time on the Nolan. He was MVP for that performance when they won against the Udu Red Giants. But with Tuzu coming in, what are we feeling about this lineup?
Well, this lineup at this point, honestly speaking, is probably like a experimentation for them, or it's just more of like them giving the other players a good run out at the final game here. But looking at their bans, they are still taking this very seriously by banning out the chip, especially that has a 100% ban rate so far, and also banning out the Zust that's really, really popular, although the win rate is arguable.
I don't know. So far in Stream B, the Zaska's been doing pretty good actually. Like an overall 57%. For certain teams, it's ramped up to 100%. I think See You Soon also holds a really good win percentage on the Zask. So it's a no-brainer that the Zask has been eliminated here in the first phase of the bans. But the Vexana, now that's something that we don't see quite often.
Exactly. I mean, one thing that we always want to see is assassins. And speaking of which, the Fanny is going to be thrown right in, while Ling and Hayabusa actually is still currently available to be picked or banned. So it is actually on the ball is actually on the court of See You Soon to have them banned in either or situation. Moskov, Roger, Ling, Hayabusa, they're all up for grabs. And if Smart Omega wants to make things a little bit more fun, since Ukir did actually pilot onto the Juicin for quite some bit, are they actually going to be trying to look to pick up the Juicin?
I'm looking at another possible as well. Julian has been pretty popular.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Smart Omega has used Julian 4 times so far in this tournament. And with a 50% win, it's pretty decent here.
That's definitely something that they can work with. For certain teams, Edith is also a big priority.
Yes.
So we'll see what is going to be
There
prioritized
we
here.
go.
But Smart Omega, once again, right? They really love their Zusin. And they understand that with the Zas being banned out already, it is going to be a very difficult lane in the mid lane for any of the mages when they get picked up. But Luoyi and Ruby is actually the choice for See You Soon.
Now, when the Juicin was actually picked by the side of Smart Omega, it does seem like the stats, of course, have been updated. A lot of times has been banned, 13 times being picked. I think ban was 25, around there. However, the most important stat that I want to look out for is win rate. We started the day with an abysmal 38% win rate onto the Juicin, but by now, at this point in time, we are looking at a 50%, more than 50% win rate. So that is definitely something that I would like to look out for. While Smart Omega now have picked up, wow, and Edith and Ling, this is actually a really scary lineup from the side of Smart Omega.
Yeah, it's not the first time that we see Ling, right? They have used Ling before this, but then again, unfortunately, they did not win with that game. But Edith instead, they normally play on the EXP lane. So they might leave the pick open here for one of the other roamers, such as a Minotaur or even a Grok could be up for grabs.
For sure. Grok Minotaur, one of the heroes that, of course, Chaknu has been utilizing in this current meta. Definitely now a Kufra is a big possibility for them to pick up against the Lancelot. We saw that even Kyle Teasy himself on the Lancelot had a bit of a struggle when they were going up against the Kufra. So with Chaknu coming in, I hope that we do get to see it if it's not banned out here right now. But remember, with this export being banned out, this also might show us that this Ruby is going into the roam and they may want to pick up something like the Terizla to set up properly for these team fights.
Are we looking at any form of setup though? Are we from the side of Smart Omega? Because whenever we are looking at Juicin, remember we are always talking about Juicin, you need to pair up with a roamer that can clear waves fast enough, and heroes that can actually be able to play very well in a area. And most of the time, it has been Harif. So Smart Omega actually taking away the Harif away from technically themselves. So what do you guys think about that, Ben?
Yeah, I thought they would take the Harif because it's up against the Ruby, but they still have the Roger though. So maybe they're like trying to be like mind games here, but I do see the Roger here probably going to be picked up against Smart Omega because you want to at least put a fighter-like hero against another fighter-like hero.
Wipe out all the injustice
So with the
in
Cho
world.
taken out as well, that is gonna be ensuring that See You Soon would not be able to make full use of any of that pick-off potential. Although I wouldn't say that Cho would be an amazing pick from the side of See You Soon, because we're looking at a mage on the side of Loi, not something that you would really want to play pick-off on. It's more of the fact that See You Soon want to play on to team fight potential in this case. As such, Smart Omega, they are actually reacting with more team fight scenario. They're starting to realize that as well. So with the Lolita, that pretty much means that Edith is going to go over to the EXP lane, which is actually a problem for me. Lolita is actually not all that great when it comes down to clearing out the waves in the middle lane. So this Lolita must pick up the Concussive Blast, but it will still take a lot of time for them to clear out the waves in the middle lane. That means some of these mana from the side of Jusin have to be focused onto creeps instead of heroes.
Which is why I thought the options were either the Grok, if they wanted to commit onto the wave clear and get that mid lane priority, or the Kufra, right? If they really wanted to stop the Lancelot. They go for neither. They go for the Lolita, which is actually quite interesting. The Roger finally does get picked up here, and it's a good lane against this Moskov. It's a skill matchup between both of these two, but I just don't really see how this Lolita comes to play with their composition. Obviously, a person like Chaknu, the veteran that he is, will be able to prove me wrong, but let's take a look at the final hero coming up from See You Soon. It's either going to be an EXP laner or a roamer here, depending on where this Ruby is going to go. I would love to have a little bit more of a setup hero, as well as a little bit more of sustainability in their ranks for themselves.
A little bit of a theory that I believe might happen is that, yes, we are definitely still going to be expecting the what was this again? Lolita to go in middle lane. Instead of shoving their wave, they're making Loi not hit the waves at all because of the bulwark that Lolita can essentially push right out. But most importantly, Guinevere. Probably the first Guinevere that we see here in Stream B. What do you guys think about this?
This is Boxy, right, on the Guinevere?
Yeah,
Boxy.
for the record, they have used Guinevere on day number 1.
Oh.
So, yeah, it's not an alien pick for them. And also to point out the Lolita pick, right? So because we have seen Edith before in the XP lane used by Smart Omega, so the Lolita going to roam.
So, I really want to see and understand if whether the Bulwark really is going to do anything to help them either, number one, push way fast enough if the Loi have decided to throw all of these orbs, or is it just going to discourage this Loi to not push out the waves? But ultimately, Jusin still need to hit the waves, which is something that I'm not particularly happy about, not something that I thought would be the best of ideas. But you know what? I'm going to leave it over to Smart Omega to really answer the question. How exactly is this lineup going to work out, at least in the middle lane? Because when it comes down to the gold lane, we have a pretty good answer. When it comes down to the EXP lane, it is just a game of wet noodle fight. So ladies and gentlemen, how's this going to be like? We are going to be jumping right into the game real soon, or maybe not, because that's a technical pause. So I'm going to be staying here for a little bit more.
Oh.
We can actually talk a little bit more about this, right? I think we have expanded quite a bit onto the Lolita, so I will leave that to the players themselves. But for the side of See You Soon, what kind of value are we seeing from the side of Guinevere? Because aside from Guinevere, no one can actually knock up and set up for Guinevere. That means Guinevere really have to depend on the magical thumb to score those Violet Requiem hits.
I think for See You Soon, they're really focusing on these pickoffs, right? Obviously, if we take a look at their composition, they're more single target, and that's something that they definitely can abuse from the early portion of the game. Obviously, we do want to wait until the Guinevere gets that level 4 power spike, but even earlier on, right, the Luo Yi already does decent damage. She's one of those amazing heroes that doesn't necessarily rely on her ultimate to dish out the damage. Level 1, level 2, she already has everything in her kit to deal that AoE damage. And the one thing that I really wanted to point out was when we're talking about wave clear, we've been dissing the Jushin just a bit in terms of wave clear, but Louis also doesn't have that much going on for her in terms of wave clear. So it's definitely something that is quite interesting. I do understand your point with the Lolita and the Bulwark. I do think that that is one of the main things that we should be looking out for in this mid lane. And on top of that, I think there's a point to be made that Zushin and Lolita, they'll be very focused on denying Luo Yi that early game power that she has by, you know, just what do the casters call it? Choke slamming?
Choke slam.
Jushin choke slam meta.
Oh,
that's
okay.
her power.
Okay.
So you don't really need to depend on the wave clear, but with that range that she has and that damage that she has from the early portion, that is enough to deter a lot of these mid laners from going in at it, which is why the Zask is so good, because the range is better than the Jushin, but against other mages, that's a big question mark.
Now, there's also another thing that I want to focus on, right? Since we are kind of looking out for Chaknu and Ukir possibly just going to be holding down the fort in the middle lane, I'm not expecting a lot of mobility from the two of them for the lack of wave clear. As such, Jome may actually be in a little bit of a tough spot, as he's actually going up against Rune that's playing as the Moskov. We'll leave that out in the air for now. We'll discuss that a bit, because we do have a very interesting top 5 kill leaderboard right here between Smart Omega versus See You Soon. And Andoryu, 27 kills. Jome, 25 kills. Ukir with 19 kills. So it's relatively fair to say that we have quite a bit of dominance coming from the side of Smart Omega.
Yeah, and I guess that also answers like what the prediction that we put out earlier on of Antonio, right? When it comes to kills, they do have that advantage. But of course, to be fair to See You Soon, they have been doing pretty decent today, especially winning the first game against Udare Giants.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the technical pause is over. We are gonna be jumping in over to the tunnel, but we have seen the pause once again. Hello, I'm back.
Hey, we need time.
I'm gonna slowly scoot out, but then come back in again. Scoot out, back in again. So this actually is a pretty good setup for me, because the question that I posed is still kind of up in airs. So, Eternal, what do you think about this? Jome versus Moskov. Naturally, we want to see from Smart Omega more mobility to really help Jome out, since it is a losing fight between Roger and Moskov. How exactly must will Smart Omega allow Jome to actually come online?
That's the thing, right? That's the thing. I think they're gonna let him try and play the weak side, maybe, if that's what they're going for. Obviously, the Roger needs a little bit more time in that lane. But technically, do you think that this is a losing matchup against the Moscow?
When it comes down to Roger against Moskov, Roger will always find himself in a really tough spot, right? Because whenever you would want to poke people, the only thing that you can do is your bullet and your net. That's the only thing that you can work with. One of the main things that you are really good at as a Roger to score first blood is to be able to go for the Lycan pounds, as well as to just going around with your Lycan form. But Moskov is able to kite away from the Lycan form very easily.
I see.
And even create distance when it comes down to the Spear of Misery.
Okay, so maybe Jome in this scenario is playing weak side, right? They're playing weak side. They're playing in for
very
Ryota.
weak side, actually.
That we definitely have seen come out on top, right? We've seen it on Sanford when he plays the strong side lane, that he's able to translate it on neutral objectives. So maybe the neutral objectives is the game plan and the winning condition for Smart Omega here.
I'm really trying to theorize a lot out of this. That means that there is a lot of baggage on either Andoryu as well as Ryota to do something. Because if Jome is losing in terms of priority, he can't connect himself to the middle wave to really help the wave clear for Ukir and Chaknu. So it's either going to be going for Andoryu post 5 minutes, or Ryota to actually try to do some form of clear for them instead.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Smart Omega coming up with the front-to-back sort of strategy, right? So you have two heroes that can protect the front line. So you got Ryota, you got Chaknu who can do that, and then somewhere in between you got Ukir who can also control the situation in case anyone wants to like pounce into whoever's on the back line, or whoever the softer targets are, especially like Andoryu or Jome. So it does to me look like the strategy of, okay, protect Jome when it comes to team fights. But here is where CU comes in with the counter, right? Because of the low yi, and because of like what you mentioned earlier on, the the pick-off potential that they could get, even though it's not the Loyi, it's the Guinevere, so they can potentially pick him off before his other teammates get around him.
So when it comes down to a fight between Smart Omega and Siu Soon, I'm pretty sure that the stats is likely going to be skewing over to the side of Smart Omega. Maybe not.
Oh,
as you can see from the team head-to-head between these two teams, it's actually very, very close. It's quite literally down the wire. When it comes down to team average kills for both of these teams, Siu Soon is actually on top by 1. Average damage dealt is actually very close, but Siu Soon is the one that comes up on top with by about 200 damage, while average GPM, Siu Soon is actually on top. This is definitely not something that I have originally expected, especially since Siu Soon, they are actually just kind of the bottom feeders of Group B.
Aw, don't put it that way.
I mean, they
that's
only
so,
that's
come
on.
so mean. That's so
on,
mean.
They have 1 win.
Okay, I'm gonna argue something different here. I'm gonna put a new argument on the table because all this data, the only thing that it's telling us is that Siu Soon is an aggressive team. Siu Soon is a team that loves to go in for team fights, love to look in for the kills, and that's in true Kamai fashion, right? Even back in when Chama was still in the roster, back when MP the King was in the roster, this is a team that has stuck to the Kamai identity of looking in for team fights, and that's something that we don't necessarily see from a lot of these Filipino teams. It's only in this meta that we've seen that the Filipino teams are looking for a lot more team fights, because usually they don't mind to trade in kills if they get the macro work going for them, right? They don't mind trading in for a few kills if they get, let's say, a turtle, a neutral objective, or even a tower. So if we take a look at this data, team average kills, it just really shows that Siu Soon is a team that loves these team fights. They love the aggression and they love to look for kills.
Very nice. I do agree that they are very aggressive. In fact, all the time that we have seen before, they are a team that just adores fight. In fact, let me digress a little bit, because I just realized that if I were to split the two words bottom and feeders, it actually sounds completely wrong. What I meant by bottom feeders, that means that they eat creators at the bottom of the scoreboard,
Yeah,
or
what
at
were you
the
referring
bottom
to?
of the group.
What were you referring to? That's what I was thinking.
Oh,
what were you
of course.
thinking?
I mean, no,
What are you talking about?
I wasn't talking about anything, but it's just that if we kind of split the two words, okay, let's take a look at something else, I guess. But you know, I gotta have to say still though, Siu Soon is a team that I actually really look up onto, because when it comes down to MSC, they clearly showed what they are made of. And in fact, they went through a little bit of a roster change coming into the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's definitely a little bit of a different kind of gameplay that we are looking out for. And day 1 and day 2, not exactly my expectations. But getting 1 win out of Yudu Red Giants, I think that surpassed my expectations. As such, I wouldn't be too surprised that in the day of upsets here for day number 3, heck, give me a win from Siu Soon. They haven't gotten a series win just yet. So this is probably the game that I would want to see from Siu Soon.
Yeah, and when I was at Stream A, right, and then that was the first game today.
You were the one to witness the 2-1 win.
Yeah, I witnessed the score.
Damn!
I witnessed the score. The score.
The score.
Yeah, when we went to break after the first game, I was like, wait a second. Siu Soon got a game? Are you kidding me? Because what? If you look at their records, right, they have not won a single game at all, like what you said. And they had to take 1 game against Yudu Red Giants out of all the teams.
The top dog. I mean, if you take a win out of some of the other teams out there, I'll say, sure, I think that it is well-deserved and it is technically as expected, and it's something that we could possibly see from Siu Soon. But to take that 1 point from what everyone is really afraid of, even to the point that AP Brand, Team Liquid, when Mara asked, or was it Rose or Coleus, when asked, are you ready to face them off? They said, no, they're not ready. They're not possibly ready. Yudu Ray Giants, they are the Titans. And yet, Siu Soon stand right in front of these Giants and say, we are going to be making sure that you do not get, clean sweeps out of us.
I think we're forgetting something very important here. I think we're forgetting that when teams play without pressure, that's usually when they're comfortable, and that's when usually their game plan works. Because for a lot of these teams and a lot of these players who are not exactly as used to the international stage as some others, playing without any pressure actually allows them to be able to play at their best. So maybe that's what we're seeing right now from See You Soon.
That is kind of like the situation we kind of saw from RGPH as well, right? They did manage to come up with some very amazing games, although it was still kind of lifeline game for them. But they have this expectation that if they don't win, well, it is what it is. But if they do win, then great, they're going to playoffs. But unfortunately, you know, that is something that is not going to be the case for RG Philippines anymore.
But, ladies and gentlemen, it does look like we are going back into the game. All right. As we welcome the first game of this best of 3 series between Smart Omega and See You Soon. The Kamais here coming through without pressure, but the same can be said for Smart Omega from the Philippines.
Well, it's a battle of who will actually get the win out of this and get a little bit of those bragging rights. So far, when they talk about some of the stats like who gets more kills, right? It seemed to favor towards Smart Omega, but the general stats favor towards See You Soon, so it feels like a 50-50 game.
And right now, this is actually quite surprising, right? We haven't really seen a lot of war cries today, but we do see it in the hands of Endoryu. And so far, Endoryu has been that aggressive, I would say, jungler. He really likes to utilize his early game aggression to put some pressure over on the map, and that's exactly what we're seeing. So expect a lot of Endoryus from popping off in these side lanes, maybe giving the Roger a little bit of a good time. The exact thing that we were speaking about earlier with him being in a difficult matchup.
Oh, but speaking about difficult, it's probably going to be difficult for Run here as he needs to run for his life. And so far, okay for him. Managed to evade the Tempest of Blades.
He gets out, luckily for him, as both of these teams are going to be centering around the neutral objective very, very soon. 20 seconds are on the clock. It looks like Boxy is going to be the first one up to give out some vision for his team. And on the bottom side, oh, okay, and Dario's actually picking up all that gold. So it does give him a little bit of an advantage when it comes down to it. Not necessarily an EXP lead just yet over Tuzu, so it's still a 50-50 when it comes down to that turtle take.
Oh, look at the movement there by Boxy. Going inside, just scouting out, gathering information in case he sees Andoyu trying to get that orange buff. But Andoyu's not there. It's okay. Focusing on the purple buff because he definitely needs that as a link. In fact, you kind of think about it, both sides truly need their own purple buff. So if you want to try to cancel each other, we might see a jungle invasion later.
But technically, nobody has actually been as aggressive as I would think that they were going to, right? It looks like Okir is going to be able to zone out the members of See You Soon quite a bit. But Ra, on the Luo Yi, not going to be able to dish out that damage, that early game damage that the Luo Yi is usually notorious for. And again, it pays dividends to the fact that the Jushin has a lot of range to work with. We're actually seeing that Boxy is caught a little bit low from that DPS damage coming in from Okir, but here we go.
Oh, okay, Andoyu onto Ra, but one flicker away, he should be fine. Plus, Run is there anyway to protect it.
That's a big resource wasted, spent actually before they go in for the neutral objective. And it does buy Smart Omega a little bit of time for them to push the tempo a little bit. Here we go, Ryota.
Oh, onto Felix. It's going to be 3v1 Felix. Flickers away, but not too far though. Unfortunately, he's still close enough for Smart Omega to catch up onto him. But the fight's not over yet. Boxy is around the corner. Keep an eye on to Ra as well in case it does something funny, but nah, it's done. Andoyu gets it.
Yeah, See You Soon doesn't want to go for the contest. We saw that Tuzu was nowhere near that, but look at this. Okir might want to press the issue.
Oh, Tempest of Blades and Boxy last hit. Andoyu, do you want to go for it? Do you want to go for it? Nah.
Alright, and he gets away. So that is already Smart Omega Empress holding over control. Did I say Empress? Sorry. I was so used to casting MWI. Smart Omega is actually pressing the issue. Run though.
Oh, Run better run. Oh, Domino Blast. Nice flicker to the front. But Jom, can he finish up the job? Not enough damage, but Jom, but he's punished. But the fact that Tuzu came just in time to save Run.
Alright, that's a trade in favor of See You Soon here. Despite Smart Omega holding control over the turtle, that Kamai aggression really coming through for See You Soon as they are going to be able to, hold off the aggression from Smart Omega. Initially, it was almost a 2k gold lead, but now Smart Omega, they're holding on with only 1k. Yes, we take a look at instant replay with what happened earlier on.
I mean, look at this. Domino Blast was perfect. I'm just looking at Jom right now. Just not enough damage. That is the only answer.
Oh, what? Boxy gets taken off and it looks like they're looking for more.
Oh, look at this Ra 1v3, but Tempest of Place might save him, and Doyo still gets a double kill. Okay. So it looks like it did not save him, but it looks like he will pay the price for it.
2-0 trade so far. It looks like Omega once again looking for another trade in the bottom side of the map. See, we were so worried about Jome on the Roger, but Smart Omega, they have been able to capitalize over the fact that they have been able to mobilize a lot faster, right? Giving Jome a better time in the gold lane, allowing him to get to that power spike a lot quicker. So far, he does build that Thunderbolt first, so he goes in for a little bit more defense. But wait a second!
Oh, just by the edge of that turret. So see you soon. We'll get that kill easily out of Rhoda.
Yeah, Ryota goes down here. But it looks like Andoryu is going to be able to dish out the damage onto Sorry, I'm Felix. Not going to be enough to take him down just yet. But what's happening in the mid lane here?
Oh, looks like Uke might be the first target. No, they target onto Jome. Good targeting there. Run will get the kill onto Jome. That's a little bit of a revenge for whatever happened at the bottom lane. But look who has arrived. It's going to be the Tempest of Place from Andoryu to dish out the damage, but they're still pretty low. Not enough health to withstand the damage coming out of See You Soon.
3-0 trade in the 5th minute of the game. And oh, wait a second, that's a diversion play!
Oh, okay, underneath the turret. And now okay, hoping for the turret to somewhat help him. Nope, he will not. Instead, it's going to be Ryota helping and coming from the side, but they're looking for the next target. Ra, where are you going to go right now? It's going to be Jome that eats him up, but hang that thought for a second. Tuzu comes in as well. Do you really want to continue this fight? Okay, I'm not too sure about that, but still, he's taking that risk and he will pay for it.
Oh, that's a little over-aggressive right now from See You Soon. I think they bit more than they could chew, and they are going to be able to not get the neutral objective. Actually, Smart Omega gonna start it off first. They do have a jungler at the moment with Tuzu being picked off on the board, so that's going to be an uncontested objective for Smart Omega. What did you think See You Soon was planning? I felt like that was too over-aggressive.
Yeah, it felt like they were just contesting for that jungle minion.
Yeah.
That meant nothing much, honestly. So I'm not too sure about that move. I have a lot of questions there. But we're not questioning this move right now because looks like they were going with the Requiem, trying to catch Ryota though, but is Ryota the right target? No, not really. Boxy moving on fall to hands of Jome instead, and now Smart Omega might take the advantage. Oh, nice! Numenor Blast to catch two of them at least, and Jome is still around there to get the double kill for himself, but he goes straight onto the backline despite still having the turret that's below there. And look at this! Smart Omega with the rotation from the side. Andoryu shows up and cleans up the rest of See You Soon.
Yeah, Smart Omega. They are picking up the tempo and they are looking for everything that they can find on the map. That turret is going to fall in that mid side as well as the bottom side. Looks like Tuzu is trying to put some pressure over onto Smart Omega. Not sure if that's the best decision right now, but he does get a trade over.
Boxy,
wait a second. Oh no!
I
He disappeared.
he forgot the power of the Zusin there. Yeah. That's all I can say. A little bit of an underestimation. But for Jome, right now he's being hunted down by the members of See You Soon. But oh, look who has been pulled back. Choke slam, like what you said. Felix will be the next one to fall for sure. And now Tuzu might be the following one. He's pretty low at the backline, but he tries to get Jome instead. Jome, nice kiting there by Jome! Wow!
Oh, he double kill now in for Ukir, however. But Smart Omega, they're the ones that are holding that 5k gold lead. And it looks like it's counting. Right now, if we take a look at Jome, he does have a Thunder Belt being built in along with the Wind Talker. So he is respecting the damage output coming through, is trying to look for a little bit more of a defense coming in and a lot more scaling into the later stage of the game. Meanwhile, we see Run on the Moskov picking up 2 items. So he's not necessarily at his Holy Trinity just yet. He is lacking that DHS, but wait a second. Boxy again goes in.
Oh, Boxy engages first, and now Boxy might pay the price for it. But look at Run. Run is putting out the free hit damage from the back, but Boxy will go down the moment Jome shows himself, and we might see another sacrifice in the name of Ra, so that the other 2 players can get away.
Yeah, they're nowhere near being ready, but it looks like See You Soon. They still want to commit. Tuzu does have the right gameplay in mind, is looking for a counter play in that top side of the map, trying to get in that tower for them to play that macro style. But if you take a look at the items, right, we saw that the Moskov was unable to dish out the damage just yet because he hasn't really completed his Holy Trinity yet. He only has a Corrosion Scythe and the Golden Staff. The DH has not been built yet, so he does need a little bit more time to ramp up that damage for him to be able to come online. Meanwhile, the Endless Battle already built in by Jome, so it does make sense, but it looks like, Andoryu.
Okay, he goes in straight onto Tuzu. And now it's going to be a 1v1. Tempest of Blades will be used by Tuzu. Nice move there to avoid the Tempest of Blades. And looks like both sides will call it truce.
Why didn't continue that 1v1? We want to see it.
Yeah.
Guys.
Yeah. I guess they learned something out of See You Soon early on is that don't overextend. So I'll let that go for now.
Okay. Maybe that was a little bit more for me than for the team, but I would have loved to see that 1v1. We've been seeing a lot of that as well, but once again here, Omega with the Lord push, gonna be marching down. Wait a second.
Whoa, nice catch there with the record up by Boxy, but Boxy, health not that big. He might be the first one to fall, and I know you will be ready for that. Luminous Blast will not connect onto anyone, but it will not be a problem for Smart Omega because right now they are in the driver's seat, but together the two members of See You Soon and also the turret at the bottom with the Lord still active, but the Lord will fall next. Nevertheless, Smart Omega, this is a nice push by them.
Oh man, did you see how aggressive Andoryu was placing? Wait a second, run!
Run! You better run right now. You better run because Jome is still there, but Felix as well as Rai is there. Instead, Felix will be run to fall in the name of run.
Oh man, was that worth it for See You Soon? Was that worth it to get the orange buff that they didn't even end up getting? I believe did they get the orange buff earlier?
I mean, frankly speaking, it wasn't. Probably would be better if they focus on the farming instead. Yeah, but looks like the fight's not stopping just yet. This is a brawl here now, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready for entertainment? Because the next one to fall is going to be boxing thanks to Jome again. Ruta gets 1 point himself as well. Andoyo to Tuzu. It's only Felix left. What can he do about this? Okay, no minutes, so a little bit time up, but there will not be enough time for sure.
It's a 10k goalie, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like he is not going to be enough to defend that base. Delay the inevitable, as it is going to be Smart Omega picking up game numero uno in this best of 3.
I gotta have to say, this is an outcome that I technically didn't really quite expect. I was definitely saying that See You Soon's lineup definitely had lacked a little bit of synergy, especially since I'm talking about, Guinevere gotta have to land the Magical Thumb, otherwise you have to basic attack for days before you can actually send someone flying with the Violet Requiem. But the main question that we have mostly been throwing over to the side of Smart Omega is how did that Chaknu plus what was Ukir combination battery really work in the middle lane? Was there really a difficulty when it comes down to shoving the waves? That's the question.
I think it wasn't really too much about shoving the waves. I think it was more of like, it felt like a brawl to me, right? It felt like a brawl. It felt like a brawl to me. Like, See You Soon contesting for like what, jungle minions, and then they just went in one after another, and Smart Omega was like, what are you guys doing? Are you handing kills to us? Okay, sure, we'll take it.
I would say that Andoryu and Ryota definitely managed to manage their expectations, right? Because when it comes down to mobility as well as lane priority, they definitely don't have a lot working to themselves. So Andoryu gotta have to work things out. He managed to get himself a good amount of kills by the end of the game. 8:1:6 is the scoreline, and 11 minutes in with 10,000 gold lead. It seems like See You Soon is just kind of throwing themselves over to a pack of wolves without really having much expectation as to what might come out of it.
I have a question. Is this the biggest gold lead that you have seen in Stream B?
Actually, yes.
Stream B, I think so.
Actually,
yeah.
yes. The most amount of lead that we have saw probably was roughly around 6,000, close to 8,000, but it slowly dwindled down. This is probably the first time that we saw such a amassing lead, and it stayed there until the end of the game.
Alright, so this is massive here.
This is massive here.
And I can see why though. Just look at the stats here. Gold Mine, Carnage, Resilience, Selfless, everything goes to Smart Omega.
everything is just tilted towards the side of Smart Omega. And even when it comes down to standing objectives, Omega is really getting the job done. When it comes down, of course, when it comes down to turret damage, Jome put himself up to the fight and ensured and understood that, yo, I'm the only one that can really siege turret very effectively. Technically, Andorio can technically do that as well, but you wouldn't need this Ling to go out and beyond to do all that. When I myself, as a Roger with crazy movement speed, I can do that all by myself.
And if we take a look at the golden EXP graph, it's basically telling of the entire storyline of this game, right? I mean, initially it was a really good trades from happening between both of these teams. Smart Omega were able to get a few more objectives, but See Soon were able to trade in terms of kills. But after a certain point in the mid-game, it just felt like See Soon kept going for the exact same battle plan, but expecting a different result. It's like the definition of insanity, right? You do the same thing over and over, but expecting different results. But yeah, Smart Omega just kept capitalizing over it, right? It feels like See Soon, they were overly aggressive, they overcommitted into these team fights in a position where they were not supposed to. There was a moment that they really heavily started to go in for a team fight, but Run was nowhere near the Trinity yet to dish out the damage, but then they still went in for it despite Run not being capable of dishing out that damage. So that's basically the story that we're seeing. It looks like both of these teams are technically just having fun, honestly.
Probably having fun, I guess. I mean, See You Soon kind of understood that they are not in contention for playoffs anymore.
Yeah.
So perhaps they're kind of just working their way around and their coach just like, you know what, let's just have fun. Pick the heroes that you want to pick. Perhaps that is why we are seeing kind of like a lack of synergy when it comes down to the heroes being picked up from See You Soon. While Smart Omega, they understood that, you know what, we can still have fun. Picking up that Jusin coming from the side of Ukir. That is effectively, I believe, the third Jusin that Ukir has piloted today, with a total of 3 kills, 2 deaths, and 18 assists. Definitely pretty darn crazy. And of course, when it comes down to itemizations, we are expecting the main 3 items to be seen. The Clock of Destiny, Glowing Wand, as well as the Brute Force Breastplate. Understandably, the next item would have been the Ice Queen's Wand.
Yeah, I really like how he effectively piloted it, whether it's in an offensive basis or a defensive basis, right? So, but we're going to check out some of the highlights here from the previous round. So, keep your eye onto the movement of See You Soon, especially, right? In general, like this part is still okay, but I believe it's like the 10-minute onwards, you start to see that See You Soon loses concentration. Like they go for objectives that is unnecessary.
There is so many things that See You Soon, I will say, could have done better in some sense. Even when it comes down to Boxy in that current fight, I would kind of understand that he's trying to open up brushes and perhaps try to get a read out of Smart Omega. Hopefully someone will go up into the air, but that didn't really quite happen. He actually stayed in a little longer than expected by going in for a couple of basic attacks, especially the follow-up passive, but that didn't quite work out. He probably thought that, yeah, I could probably get away with the spatial migration, but that ultimately didn't quite work. When it comes down to the later parts of the game as well, this is where Andoryu just went all ham. He managed to get the Testament of Blades, while See You Soon completely disrespected him by standing in between of the 3 swords, giving Andoryu that chance to weave himself back into the play. That shouldn't have happened because Andoryu only used 1 sword. He got himself right out, and then See You Soon is like, yeah, you know, I don't think he's gonna be coming back in. They stood right by the swords. Perfect opportunity, and Andoryu seized all of that. Went all in, and just, yeah, I can kill everyone. Boom. That's the win.
Yeah, there were just a lot of moments that was quite questionable from See You Soon. Do you remember the contest to the orange buff?
Yeah, the last one, right?
Yeah, that was really weird to me. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. It was just weird to me.
I guess when it comes down to See You Soon, there is quite a lot of things that gotta have to be ironed out. I mean, understandably, I would always say that if there is not a lot of stakes on hand, you can definitely have fun. But as a team, when it comes down to See You Soon, they do have quite a name to themselves. So despite how much fun that they are trying to have, I still think that there is a certain level of expectations that we want to see out of See You Soon. So hopefully, by the end of this upcoming break, we'll be able to see something a little bit out of See You Soon and hopefully, you know, give us a better game against Smart Omega. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you guys here in Stream B with the second game of Smart Omega versus See You Soon. See you soon.
let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed on, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No one would like to hear the
Welcome back to the show here for the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Series Challenge Finals MLBB Season 5 here for the final series between Smart Omega Philippines versus See You Soon from Cambodia. Smart Omega did manage to get themselves the very first win in their hands. Now the question is if whether See You Soon will be able to do better for game number 3, and of course I gotta do a little bit of a half flip. There we go.
I love the attitude.
I wish I can, but I can't.
You can. I mean, just kind of like
just flick the mic.
Okay, I'll flip the wire.
Okay.
That's how it feels like. It's been a while.
It's been a while, but hey, you know what? You don't need it because honestly, I'm loving the look of the beanie.
Ooh.
I think I'm used to the caps, but when it comes down to beanie, I'm not really quite used to it, so I'm loving it.
Oh, thank you.
I
I appreciate it.
I agree. I concur.
Okay.
Wow.
Beanies for the win.
I concur.
I concur. Wow.
When was the last time I have used that term? Well, maybe I will try to find a lot more opportunities to use that. Look out for it because I'm definitely going to keep on going up with that.
And I concur with that.
And I concur with that concur.
We used
I
it
set
first.
myself up for that, man. Come on. I set myself up for that. But okay, as you guys can see at the bottom side, zero stake, 100%. I mean, technically it's a table. I mean,
wait, there's nothing. It's a carpet?
No,
Are you
there
referring
is something.
to the carpet?
There is something. The cup that Husky used for the hot sauce.
I miss Husky.
Oh,
wait.
Damn, you missed it.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Too bad! But
Oh,
it is
should
on
we
stream,
make our
though.
own?
Who's the victim?
You.
Mm,
I mean,
of course.
I mean, it's a cloud. Okay, you
So
know
he
what?
has to be the host, right?
Yeah. So if See You Soon is able to get game number 2, wait, I'm confusing myself.
Okay.
If Smart
Let her cook.
Omega,
Let her cook.
okay, wait.
If
how
Smart
do we do
Omega
this?
wins clean,
then
he's gonna chug.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Agree.
Wait.
Okay.
If Smart Omega wins, I will chug.
Yes.
That
Yeah.
means that See You Soon has to win.
I
no!
mean, it's
Yes,
very-
yes,
no,
it's fair,
no,
it's fair,
no,
it's
no,
Hey,
way!
It's very simple, right? If the producer agrees, put it down here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
That's a
wait
tall
for it.
order. That's a tall order. You really think that
We
they will
got
be
this.
able to? Yeah,
Yeah,
no
if
way.
the producer agrees
No.
that if Smart Omega wins 2-0, that Abstract will chug.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Chuck the chili.
if they
Yeah,
can
put it
edit
down, put it
that,
down there.
you know, because I don't
yeah.
think that they.
Well, you look down on the power of the producer.
No, I don't look down to the.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, actually, it does sound like it. That actually might.
Okay, you wait for it to show up. You wait
Yeah.
for it to show
It'll
up.
show up at some point.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye there.
It might not
There
happen.
you
Oh,
go. You heard the signal. Yeah, we just need an approval. This is the approval document.
Okay.
No. I can't take something original away from Husky.
Okay,
you
fine.
know?
What do you want to do then?
Yeah.
I want
What's
to
the
sit,
challenge?
I want to sit on this chair and be really comfy without any hot sauce.
Oh, I know. I heard that Abstract really good at dancing.
Oh yeah, I heard that too.
What?
So I think maybe the stakes is that. So if Omega go 2-0 here, Abstract will do us a little dance.
Oh yeah. We have music though. We have good music here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Production puts out good music. Why waste it?
Agree?
Yeah. There you go.
Deal.
No.
Yeah, it's a yes. It's
no.
a yes. Okay.
I would much rather drink hot sauce.
Oh.
Okay.
I mean, cool. Thanks. We're just waiting for the green light here. Right. That's how.
Wait, what kind of sick setup is this from you two?
I mean, you said it yourself.
No!
There you go.
Ew! No!
Abstract Dance Challenge! Here
Yeah,
we go!
there you go.
Let's go!
Yeah, I told you. You look down on the producer.
Yeah, you
much-
don't challenge.
I would so much rather to be able to chug the hot sauce. But
Hey.
but you know, but if See You Soon actually wins that game,
Then
what
we
are
dance. Both of us.
Yeah.
Hey, that's
Yeah.
not
Take the
fair.
dance,
That's
yeah.
not fair. I'm doing
It
it
is
all
fair.
alone. Come on, I'm doing it all alone. Well, you two have like a tag team system. What the heck?
I
Tango?
mean, who asked you to be at the single seat?
poor
I mean,
Scoot over. Scoot over. Scoot over. Okay, no,
Yeah.
not today. Not
It's
today.
full. It's full. It's full.
It's full.
Oh.
It's taken. It's
It's
taken.
full, it's full.
It's taken.
Oh, goodness gracious. Can't we just
Okay.
get the game up already? Why can't we? This is all fun and games for See You Soon and Smart Omega. Who said that we can have fun?
Yeah, we are having fun. Yeah. Who said we can? Well,
I'm
well, no,
not.
look at this. Yeah.
Yeah, 0-6, 100% fun.
The one before that.
Like Smart Omega did get the win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An abstract dance challenge.
No. So I think this is the perfect time for me to actually take a look at the draft, right? Because the draft is ready. So let's jump right in. Smart Omega versus See You Soon. See You Soon, please. Give
You
me a
mean
good
the
draft,
winning
please.
draft
Please,
of
please,
Smart
See You Soon.
Omega?
Please. See You Soon,
Okay.
keep me a good
Alright,
draft,
the winning
please.
draft of Smart Omega. Let's go.
Okay, not bad. The Zaz band, you know that Smart Omega has been playing the Zaz quite a bit. So yes, get that band out. How about Juicin? Ban out of Juicin! And Ling as well. You don't want them to go for the Juicin. Flick is back. Flick is back. Yes! There's a chance.
Oh,
That's a chance.
yeah, Flick is back.
That's a chance.
Oh, it's been a while.
Oh. You're right. You're right.
Yes! See you soon! Yes! Juicin band!
Okay. Calm down. They can
Yes.
still work out something.
They are definitely working out. If they ban Ling here, I'm their coach.
Bro, Roger.
Roger?
They still have Roger.
I think Roger's fine.
Smart. You cool with Roger?
I'm cool with Roger.
Joan with Roger?
Joan with Roger. Nah, I'm fine. But Andoryu with the Ling just now, I don't think I want to taste that at all.
I think the hero that we should be most wary of, Sir Cloud, is Nolan, right? I think Flick had an amazing game on the Nolan once again, right? With him
I'm the
coming
coach.
back.
Who's the coach now? I'm the
See,
coach.
this is the big problem, right? Unless Omega want to pick it up for themselves in the first phase, which I believe is a little bit too expensive. So it does give See You Soon an opportunity to pick up the Nolan up for themselves.
So the very first pick coming from Smart Omega. It is gonna be a Roger.
There you go.
Joan with a Roger, I'm okay with that. So coming right up, we've got Edith that is still currently available for the picking, but there's still quite a lot going on here. Moscow, for example. So See You Soon, there is definitely still that possibility to be picking up these other two core heroes that we have seen up in grabs for the meta. Edith and Moscow. Great synergy for any case scenario. It's a great building block into whatever that you want. It could be picked off, it could be team fights. I'm just looking forward to that. Harif is also available.
The priestess of primal lightning.
I'm the
Man.
I'm the coach here.
Are you getting a new career path?
Probably, but if I have to go up against Wolf, no thanks. no
TNC
thanks.
represent.
But I do have one wish list though for Smart Omega. As a high loss main.
No.
As a high loss
No.
main. I want to see a high loss.
You want to see a high
I've been
loss?
watching at the sidelines, at the backstage, like high loss being played, but I can't cast a high loss game when I'm a high loss main.
We did manage to see a bit of a high-loss game here in Street B. But unfortunately, based on what we are seeing here, having a Moskov and a Roger pick, I highly doubt that the high loss would actually come in greatly. Technically, against the Moskov, there could still be a probability because Moskov really rides along onto a lot of that attack speed, and when it comes down to a Beast Walker, it's actually very difficult to catch up onto. So as long as you got the glorious pathway coming in from this high loss, it could actually help them catch up onto Moskov. You pick up the Vengeance, that could also be really great to see. So I'm actually rooting for a high loss for the side of Smart Omega.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's still a chance because the XP lane is still open for Smart Omega.
Exactly. I want to see that. Well, in
Wow.
the meantime, See You Soon. They did manage to pick up an Aurora from for their side. So right off the bat, these first three picks from See You Soon is already looking real menacing.
Yeah, I agree. Harith is going to be eliminated here. They are trying to perhaps force this Roger into the gold lane to win up in that matchup. I think again. Come on, Minotaur being banned out. Nolan? Do they really want to leave the Nolan open?
There is still quite a bit of possibilities. What
I
do you
guess
think?
Hayabusa is also still open.
Hayabusa.
The alpha is still open though.
Fair.
I
Fair.
mean-
Since we are looking at a relatively tanky Lolita, I think that it is relatively fair that we could possibly see an alpha if Seosun really wants to pivot that way. But at this point in time, Smart Omega very likely will want to lock this Roger down, as Eterna said, over to the gold lane, just so that the Moscow would have a very good time, a field day, dealing with this Roger. Especially
Terizla.
since Jom is that master of all trades, shutting him down is ultimately super important.
Sorry. I saw the export being banned out and instantly I was like thinking,
shows.
definitely they're going in for the Terizla.
Yes!
But are you serious?
What is our call here?
We're going to be
What was
dancing,
that?
guys.
Okay.
We're... What?
Wait,
AP Brand 1-2-0 against Fnatic Onyx. Is that a joke? Oh my
man.
god.
Okay, this is how it feels like being a stream B.
Yes. Being the last one to start our end.
Always. But I'm happy to see a high loss though.
They stole the Nolan!
Oh!
Smart Omega stole the Nolan away from See You Soon!
Man, all our calls.
Oh!
On point. We should all be coaches now.
We should be coaches.
Yeah, see you at M6.
So the final pick coming in from See You Soon is going to be a Julian. In fact, Julian has been leaked all the way to the end, and that makes perfect sense coming in from See You Soon to actually pick up the Nolan. They still need that burst capability, but this is also going to be a tad bit of a problem from the start of See You Soon, because that is a lot of magical damage from the start of See You Soon that works in the early game. This is a game of Radiant Armor for Smart Omega, which is definitely something that Hylos would be really happy to pick up as one of the first few items too. So Clock of Destiny depends if whether you really want to go for the Thunderbelt, but essentially Clock of Destiny into the Radiant Armor is going to be the name of the game for this Hylos to have a field day dealing with all of these magic damage dealers.
I concur.
God damn it, I forgot about the name. I completely forgot about saying
Yep,
I concur.
it's now 2-1. Sorry, man.
I concur. No, that doesn't work.
It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way.
Sorry,
It doesn't work
Abstract.
that way.
Oh man, but it's okay. I will come back again. And I am gonna be tossing that phrase left, right, and center. Because I'm pretty sure that this game is gonna go left, right, center between Smart Omega versus See You Soon.
Thank you so much, Abstract, as we jump into the land of Ton between both of these teams, but already very aggressive.
Well, wait.
What?
Okay. You blink and you miss it moment, and we might see a second one. Nah, we're not gonna see a second one for now.
That was under minute number 1, by the way. Already a kill over to Flick, and that should propel Smart Omega in terms of that rotation. But look at this.
But Changno by phase 1 for its own. Nice flicker away. Okay, he had it as part of the plan now. You know what? We have to have a stat of the fastest kill. That could be one of it.
Yeah, right? What was that, 28 seconds? 30 seconds?
Below, yeah, thereabouts.
That was very quick, and Smart Omega are now holding on to the gold lead here by 600. I'm pretty sure Abstract is shaking a little bit. I think he's gone backstage to prepare the dance that he promised us, right? But for the moment, it does seem like both of these gold laners are trading in very, very well. We expected that Jome would have a bit of a tougher time going against the Moscow, but so far, in terms of that gold, it looks like Jome is actually picking up a little bit more of an advantage so far.
Yeah, and I mean, you gave Jome the first blood, and we know how important Jome is for the team, right? So he could probably snowball from there, but not all is lost for See You Soon. So I'm gonna give a benefit of doubt to Abstract, right? That See You Soon could still come back from this. It's still very early.
Oh, what?
Okay.
Andorio is 2 levels ahead of
What?
Flick right now. He is falling behind so far in terms of that farming. I'm pretty sure that early portion of the game was detrimental to his patterns, and now Andorio, Smart Omega in general, should be able to get this neutral objective take uncontested.
Yeah, simple solo kill onto the turtle. But okay, let's see here, Joe. How will he manage 3 of them? 3 of them, nobody really committed on the Joe, but instead they run away. Now Changmin to get a bit of kill. They will target on to run. Run will definitely need to run here. But lucky enough, he does have Ra together with Boxy to attack him, and he's still safe.
And luckily enough, right, Chaknu is not yet level 4, so he didn't really have that Numenon Blast to work with in that regard, because I think that would have ended a lot differently.
Felix probably overcommitment there. Glorious Pathway turn, or if only the Glorious Pathway was towards the turret, then maybe, yeah. But anyway, they still get the kill, so whatever, right? But hello to Run! Rota, last it. Run, can he do it? Can he do it? Can he do it? Can he do it? Oh no! He did not! Not enough damage! Oh man, that was so close!
It really was, but luckily he was still able to get out. But wait a second, Andorio wants to come back in to get that kill over. Doesn't necessarily get it, but I mean, both of these teams, they're having fun so far, right? 3 minutes in, already so many skirmishes, already so many mini team fights happening. But for the most part, 3 minutes in, Smart Omega still hold control over that gold lead.
I feel for Run, right? But because during the early stages of Moskov doesn't really have the best base damage, so that's why he could not finish up the job. And plus, you're going up a tank, so I mean the math, we all know that.
Yeah, and he's also not having a really good time in lane, right? So far, Jome already picks up the Thunderbelt, so even if Run wants to try and trade it out in terms of damage, it's not going to be as straightforward as it was supposed to, especially with that early kill being fed over to Jome. But now, again, 12 seconds left on the clock for the next neutral objective to spawn. The turtle should be up in a few moments. Flick is still 2 levels behind of Andorio, and it looks like Flick gonna be... Oh no!
Wow, that was almost a straight up 2-shot kill for Andorio. Andorio, did he manage to steal away the pop? Yes, he did!
Yeah.
He stole it. He did use the retry for it.
Yeah, Flick's not having the best of times here. I've got to be honest. And now Andorio should be able to get this turtle.
Boxy, is he going to be able to do it? Boxy stole it away! Are you kidding me? Only one Earth Shatter, and that's all it takes. But the fight's not over yet. Look at what's happening in the middle right now. Looks like we're going to have a brawl here. Numenon Blast will be called upon. Boxy now taking a lot of damage and managed to flicker away just in time. Another trade is happening here. Rota with the last tick of belt, but Felix is able to get it. Yes, he will get it onto Rota.
Andorio, I don't think he had the retribution earlier, but besides the fact that they missed out onto the Lord, they were able to get a kill over to Run. So not only is Flick having an impossible time in the jungle, Run is also having a run for his money, if you get what I mean, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, not the best of time on the Moskov so far. There is some damage onto the turret in the top side, but they don't necessarily get it just yet. Boxy though?
I mean, Jome, that is a pretty obvious spot to recall, right? Boxy would have seen him earlier. Oh, Felix! Just missed it.
Yeah, flickered out of that. And we are going to take a look at the predictions that you guys had back at home. Smart Omega with 82%. Technically, you guys are still on a roll right now. You guys are still on the run to being correct, as Smart Omega in game number 2 also still hold control over the gold, 2K right now.
Yeah, I mean, so far they're in the driver's seat, right? When it comes to kills, when it comes to leveling even. But hang that thought. Okay, are we going to see a big move here by See You Soon? Looks like they're going to go in onto Jome, but Jome, he's pretty chill here, right? He's trying to pull them back here. Chakno is together with him, no Boxy. Pretty tanky, so okay, Numenon Blast. It will definitely hit onto Boxy, but he is under the protection of the turret. But again, from behind, they will still jump into the Boxy though. Boxy, they really hate Boxy here. They really want to turn him back into the box. And Jome will keep it taken out. Oh, Jome, okay, that's the spear of destruction all the way to the back there by Run, but now Run being caught out in between the other members of Omega. And Smart Omega will take him out. A trade isn't worth it.
That's definitely not worth it, I would say, for See You Soon. Andorio gonna have a little bit more of a better time once again for this neutral objective take, and they should be able to convert that over on the turret in the top side. We saw that Jome picked up the Sky Piercer, and the Sky Piercer did proc, so it's a very aggressive build coming over from Jome. Usually we do see the Wind Talker, second item after the Thunderbelt, but he opted for Sky Piercer instead, and he got that value so far. But wait a second.
Oh, in the middle. Will he be able to get away just in time? Okay! It says Glorious Pathway will be turned on now. The counter attack is happening. Andorio will get one kill. Felix now in trouble. Definitely will go down. Double kill will be given to Andorio. Are they looking for a third one? Nope, they're good enough. But Job, look at the space he had at the bottom.
Yeah, very quick to the utility, to the... Oh,
Run.
what?
Ooh,
Okay, now you
Andorio.
see run, now you don't. I mean, right now, Andorio is rocking 2 items already with the Hunter Strike as well as the Blade of Heptases. So the damage is definitely ramping in and they're utilizing that kill pressure very, very well. Smart Omega now with a 4K, almost a 5K gold lead in 7 minutes.
Man, I mean, this is starting to go way out of hand. Okay, Job comes in to Earth Shatter. Oh man, here we go. Looks like Job takes a lot of damage. Loader's pathway will be turned on. Goes away straight onto the backline. Foxy will be the first one to fall, but the other members of CU soon has protection of the inhibitor turret, hugging onto it, hoping for it to save them, but now the counter attack is happening. Chengdu might be in trouble, and Chengdu will be taken out by Felix. Goes all the way to the front. It is still Felix at the forefront. Ryota will get him, and Jom will be the finisher.
Yeah, still a 1-for-2 trade. Andorio though, oh!
Goes down. Oh! Nice counter back by Andorio, and monster kill to him. He is already at 6 kills.
That's insane. That is incredible. 6-0-1 so far, and now he has his 3rd item. He has that BOD, so he is doubling down on the damage and the kill pressure that he already has in the 8th minute of the game. And, you know, take a look at this, right? Run is trying to do his best to farm up to his items, but unfortunately for him, he is what? 2K gold behind of Jome right now. He only has the corrosion side. Yeah, there you go. He's on the way to his 2nd item, not necessarily there just yet. So he's already falling so far behind. And to make it all worse now, Jome has that Wind Talker.
Oh man, this is still looking bad for CU soon. Okay, they can't even get to their purple buff. I mean, it's looking real bad.
Abstract, I know you're watching right now. Don't forget to prepare that dance, okay? We talked about it pre-game, okay? You know, a man of his word, be a gentleman, prepare that.
Yep, if it came from her, you gotta be prepared, okay? Alright. We want to see that. You can start your choreograph right now. But Smart Omega is doing the choreograph up on top as well. Boxy is at the forefront, opening up the space, but look at the side here. Felix is coming in as well. He does have the penalty zone, so Smart Omega, they're not gathering up just yet. Maybe they might just do just to beat out the penalty zone, but before that happens, Moxie will fall, and now they will siege down the next turret, but penalty zone comes in. Magic against Andoyu as well as Jom underneath the turret, but no follow-up. Everyone's just too far behind thanks to Ryota.
Uh-oh, but Ryota is now caught in a bad position.
Able to get away?
What?
He survived? What? Are you kidding me?
Chaknu? Well, okay. See, that was a little off to me, right? Chaknu goes in under turret, gets a little stuck. I mean, granted, Ryota was able to get out because of that. Yeah, okay. And here we do have a little bit of a podcast going on right now. We have a little bit of time to talk about this. It looks like Abstract is getting prepared to talk to us. So, thank you for staying patient with us, ladies and gentlemen, because we do need a little bit of a statement from Abstract. Are you ready to dance, Mr. Abstract?
Sure, I guess. But yeah, I was at the talent room. I was kind of watching both streams at the same time because we were right. Me and Amy, we were right about the fact that stream A ended first. So stream A have ended first with the FNOP versus FCAP 2-0 to FCAP. That's me and Amy that won that bet. In the meantime, Gideon called us out for being the quote-unquote best stream because we are always the last to finish.
We always provide entertainment to the end.
Yeah.
Yes.
What do we?
Yes.
Wait,
Why are you helping us?
What? I'm not supposed to be here, man.
But okay, you know what? I do want to talk about this game a tad bit because, you know, it's the podcast that we want. Let's not talk about the dance for now, okay? Because, you know, that's not the end of the game just yet. Yeah, I mean, no, it's not all about avoidance. But this is where I talked about Ryota, Hylos. We called for it. But it doesn't seem like they want to give us that podcast. Let me leave it to you two again.
Thank you so much, Abstract. We are going to go straight back into the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. 10 minutes has elapsed, and it looks like this Lord is actually going to be taken off real quick by Run. So that 2nd item really did come into clutch. The Golden Staff just now for Run will help them to be able to defend a little bit more. But granted, they had to lose that inhibitor turret in the bottom side of the map.
Yusun is going for it, just like how we saw earlier on. And now Felix, okay, this time around Felix at least he gets okay, but Jove is there. They take a boxy, but it almost feels like the ending of round number 1.
Yeah, very, would you say deja vu?
Deja. I concur with that.
I concur with that. So there it is. It looks like against you soon they were trying to get something out of that. They went a little bit too aggressive into the jungle. Wait a second, Andoryu though.
Oh, okay, 1v2, but now he has backup. Chaknu has arrived though, saying hello to Felix together with Flick, and Felix might be running for, but Ra is that side. Okay, here we go. The counter comes in from Felix, and the other members of CU soon have arrived as well. Rota tanking out the damage, but no casualty.
Yeah, they don't even get the inhibitor turret in the mid side. So CU Soon does have a little bit more time to work with now. This is an 8k gold lead for Smart Omega. We're inching towards a nostalgia from game number 1 with that 10k gold lead. But for the most part, CU Soon have actually successfully defended their base.
With one elastic in the middle. But honestly speaking, yeah, I think it's still at the stage where it's hard for Smart Omega to truly end unless they get like something big like a wipeout or at least 3 or 4 kills.
Yeah, I agree. It needs to be a really big moment from CU Soon. Technically, Run is a little bit far, like a little bit shy of getting that third item, his Holy Trinity. And maybe that's what they're waiting for. It looks like Smart Omega, though, they don't want to wait. They want to go straight for the neutral objective take. They want to go straight for the Lord.
Yep, they want to end this game. So, but anyway, this is still one of the earlier Lords. So even if it reaches the doorstep of CU soon, it should be quick enough for them to take out the Lord.
Oh, let's hope, because that's a Malefic Roar being picked up by Andoryu.
Ooh.
So above all that damage he already has with the Hunter Strike and the Heptases, with the BOD and the Endless Battle, he now has the Malefic Roar to boot. So see you soon. They're gonna have to respect that damage output. That's all.
What the? Look at the damage output to Raw! Man, the moment he showed himself, he immediately got deleted from the Leo Dawn. And now they look at the damage there up there. Boxy, the damage that he received. I mean, you don't need to take him out. You just need to give him that much damage and he cannot show himself. And now the Crystal will be taken out. And we concur that Smart Omega will take home this out 2-0. And we will have extra entertainment. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen.
This is one of the situations where I would absolutely love for us to go for a 3 full game series despite being the last stream. I didn't sign any contract, okay?
Hey.
I didn't sign any contract for the dance.
I mean, if it's an instruction from our boss,
it
was mentioned down there, you know, it's in written.
I concur. Not the right time to use it, but I guess I concur.
Finally.
Oh man, but I gotta have to say, this game definitely is gonna be in the books, right? This is where Sir Clown and I called out for the Hylos pick, that's number 1. And that is undoubtedly one of the main reason why Smart Omega managed to get themselves such a good game. There is absolutely no answer coming from the side of CU Soon dealing with these tanky front lines. When it comes down to Hylos, whenever he's having low amount of HP, all he needs to do, pop the Vengeance, pop out the Glorious Pathway, he's healing by the second while also reducing the amount of damage received and also retaliating against the damage coming in from Rune. So there's so many things that has been added up on top of that. And let's not forget, the very first item being built up, full item built up from the side of Ryota is going to be the Radiant Armor. He understood the task on hand that he gotta have to tank up all of these early game damage coming in from the Aurora, the Edith, as well as the Julian. He didn't even bother to complete the Clock of Destiny, which arguably is one of the core items for a Hylos.
I mean, I'm going to start building Thunderbelt as well. I mean, that has been a very significant item for Hylos. I've been watching a couple of clips earlier today on Hylos as well, and that item on Hylos late game makes him indestructible.
Exactly, because as a high loss, you already have an amazing max HP, which based on your growth and based on how the kit of high loss is, you actually deplete all your mana and you will start depleting your own HP to fund for those resources, and that is why high loss is built that way, to have a lot of max HP per level. As such, building up more defense to supplement that maximum HP undoubtedly makes this high loss even more tanky, which is so difficult for them to deal with. Look at that, about 138,000 damage taken, and yet Ryota has only died once. This is amazing coming in from a high loss, and I will say that Smart Omega identified what is required out of their lineup in order to really put Siyu Sun to rest.
Okay, fine. I am one of those people that still don't believe on the high lows, but this
does cement something.
A little bit.
A little bit.
It hasn't fully changed my mind, but I'm getting there. It's growing on me.
Slowly.
Let's play ranked games together.
Okay.
But meta or nah, still situational. Unfortunately, it is still very much situational. This is just one of those perfect games where it ticked a lot of those check boxes. So perfect one coming in from Smart Omega. Good drafting, I loved it. Andoryu stealing away the Nolan just so that Siyu Sun's general playstyle of 4:1 with that one jungler going for split pushes is ultimately gonna be stopped a lot easier, because when it comes down to Julian, the mobility is not as much as a Nolan. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a nice little interview coming from the side of Mara upstairs, as she does have quite a bit of questions that she would like to ask over to the members of Smart Omega. So let us just pass the airtime over to Mara and listen out to what Smart Omega have got to say.
Here we are with Ukir. Congratulations. Finishing strong. That's what we want to see. I know this is your first international tournament. So tell us, how was the entire thing for you?
Explore tas happy. Tapos kasi first time kong out of country. Tapos sa Malaysian pa. So madami akong na-explore na mga different culture, tas foods, people, lalo na mga different regions sa mga galing international tournament yan. Katulad ng mga Malaysian ngayon. Tapos mga Indonesian. Yan.
He said it's such a great experience because it's also his first time to leave the Philippines, first out of country trip, where he got to learn the cultures of other regions like Malaysia and Indonesia. What exactly did you observe?
Sa Malaysian, don't tap head ng for respect lang. Ganun. Tapos yung mga foods, katulad mga nasi lemak, tas nasi goreng ayam. Favorite ko yun, guys.
So he learned, like in Malaysia, for example, with the culture, you're not supposed to tap the head because normally you do that in the Philippines. But he learned in other cultures, you don't do that out of respect. And he also learned the cultural food like nasi lemak and nasi goreng. So you were happy with the experience. What are you going to take back home with you in the Philippines?
Kung pwede lang spicy food. Mahilig ako sa mga, tas yung yung journey namin dito, parang pwede namin isang lesson learned, tas gamitin namin sa MPL Season 14. Yeah.
He said if he can just bring a lot of spices from Malaysia back home because he really enjoyed it. And he's also going to take the lessons that they've learned here and he's going to put it towards his journey for Season 14 in the MPL. Congratulations. You have a lot of Smart Omega fans still rooting for you, looking forward to seeing you in Season 14. What do you have to say to all of them and to all the teams that you competed?
Salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa Smart Omega. Throughout, parang devastated pa rin yung mga result, pero nandyan pa rin kayo. Patuloy niyo kami suportahan. Sobrang babawi kami sa S14. Tapos sa mga nakalaban namin, nice game, galingan nyo. Hintayin nyo kami.
He said to all the people that are supporting them, thank you. Even though it was a devastating result, you were still there to support them. And to all the teams that they faced, good luck and wait for them to get better in the next tournament. Once again, congratulations. Go ahead, go eat your nasi lemak, go eat your nasi goreng, and if you have any suggestions where he's gonna get the spicy food, spicy sauces, so you can take it back home, put it down in the comment section below. We're gonna break it down for you and head back to our panel. It's all yours.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. And of course, to Mara as well as Ukir. This is definitely something that we are looking out of from the side of Smart Omega as well as See You Soon. I gotta have to say, See You Soon do have quite a lot of things that they're gonna have to kind of iron out. But you know what? Perhaps when it comes down to the next few international tournaments, that is something that we absolutely want to watch out for them. Perhaps, you know, a little bit of a changes to their roster is something that we didn't expect coming into the SPS. But, you know, they gotta have to work some things out.
You know, since Ukir said nice things about Malaysia, I also just want to put out that the name Ukir itself has a meaning in Bahasa.
Okay.
It means carve. I believe it's the same in Indo.
Carve.
Yeah.
C-A-R-V-E.
Yeah, as in like you carve a stone carve.
Oh, okay. So at one point in time, Ukir will want to carve his name in history.
Oh, I like that.
And of course, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta have to say, it's understandable that Andoryu did manage to get himself the MVP with a total of 8 kills, 0 death, 3 assists for a total of 1,006 gold per minute. But in the meantime, I do want to kind of segue over to the hidden MVP, at least in my eyes, is Ryota. Understandably, there was no answer to this high loss. High loss just gotta have to be the front lines. Good itemizations coming from Ryota, and he knew exactly what was his mission, what was his job in order to open things up for Andoryu. So while we look at all of these highlights, it is very important for all of us to be able to watch out for both Ryota and Andoryu.
Oh, wow, look at this. Look at this.
The flicker
last
as well?
tick and that last hit and the reaction, laugh.
Yeah. But in the meantime, up to the top lane, 6 minutes and 20 seconds in as well. There is just so many things that is just working out for them. And Ryota is just being a pure menace together with Andoryu. I love these battery working for Smart Omega.
By the way, can we just give Andoryu a round of applause? You know, 1,000 GPM at all is already very significant. It's not something that we see quite often. The fact that he's able to pick that up for himself is quite amazing. And I hope to see more from this kid moving forward. I'm pretty glad to see that, you know, despite we're looking at the highlights right now, just have a quick comment as to say that Smart Omega, despite them not being able to move forward here in the challenge finals to the playoff stage, the fact that they still have like that they're all smiles, very light in emotions at the moment is something that I am quite proud of, right? They understand that a lot of them are new on the international stage, and hopefully we get to see more from them next time coming in.
So by the end of this entire Snapdragon Pro Series, despite the fact that they didn't manage to make it over to the playoffs, this is still a valuable learning journey coming in from the side of Smart Omega, and I would love to see how their progression is gonna be like when it comes down to MPL Philippines. Season what again?
14.
14!
Yeah.
Man, that's a lot of seasons already. Singapore is just like at season 8.
See,
upcoming season 8.
The fact that you're only in season 8 and NIP Flash was able to perform at that magnitude is telling.
In fact, they have quite a surprise for us, actually.
Huh?
They have quite a surprise
What do you
for
mean?
us.
Oh,
what do you mean?
What do you mean surprise?
I wonder, because we are going to be pulling up the graphics for the qualified teams that have made it over to the playoff. As we can see, NIP Flash from Singapore, Homeboys from Malaysia, Team Liquid from Philippines, Yudu Red Giants from Malaysia, Falcons AP Brand from Philippines, and Fnatic Onyx from Indonesia qualified to the playoffs.
Wait a second, this is huge.
Wait, you didn't know?
No, I didn't.
Oh my
I wasn't
God.
thinking about this while we were casting. I was so entranced with what we were going to that I didn't even think about this, right? That means that... Wait, GeekFam, they got knocked out.
They got knocked
out. Wait, so who from Group A? Homeboys and NIP Flash?
and Team Liquid Philippines.
Wow.
So
Okay.
this is where that triple tiebreaker comes in. If RSGPH were to win their game in 2-1, that would be a quad-way tiebreaker. And it would have made things a lot more interesting per se. So let's just talk a little bit more about Group A. Because Group B, it is telling. 13 points, 11 points, 9 points, top 3, they head over. But Group A, we've got Team Liquid Philippines that cemented their spot at the start of the day already, but they even ended it off with a 2-1 victory, allowing them a total of 12 points. But Homeboys, NIP Flash, Geek Fam, all of which are at 8 points. So how did this work out? When it comes down to a team, to teams that have managed to find themselves in a tiebreaker scenario, the first thing we look out for is their points, which is telling 3 teams, 8 points. However, when it comes down to tiebreaker number 2, we look at their head-to-head results. Who won against whom? In most occasions, like for example, we look at Homeboys and NIP Flash, and Homeboys won against NIP Flash in 2-1 fashion, so Homeboys will win in that tiebreaker. But how does that work in a 3-way tiebreaker? Homeboys won against NIP Flash, they also won against Geek Fam, so they are in second place. So now it's just left with NIP Flash and Geek Fam. And in this case, NIP Flash won against the Geek Fam in their own head-to-head game, which means that Geek Fam, unfortunately, despite the fact that they managed to find themselves a total of 8 points, rivaling the Homeboys and NIP Flash takes 3rd spot in Group A.
Man, this is definitely not an outcome that I was expecting, honestly.
No one expected that.
Yeah.
I thought it would be TLPH, Geek Fam, and NIP Flash.
Yeah. I mean,
Slipped in that a little.
None of us from the caster's desk would think that both of them together would go. It's
Are you
either
sure?
like
It's either
Homeboys
or.
NIP.
Exactly.
Are you sure?
I mean,
I
like,
agree with that.
Are you sure?
before
Take a look
this-
at my talent prediction.
You pick Homeboys, TLPH,
Yes.
and
NIP Flash.
RGPH?
No, I chose NIP Flash as well.
Wait, you took both Homeboys and NIP Flash?
Yes, I did.
No way!
This is my prediction on the board.
No way.
This is hands down my prediction on the board.
I thought you didn't take NIP Flash.
I wanted to not. I thought that Homeboys definitely would make it through because of their performance in MSC. I didn't know much about their change in roster, and that made me think Homeboys might not make it. But in the end of the day, Homeboys still went through and
Okay.
they showed up.
Can we just all agree that we all agreed with Group B?
We all agree
yeah.
with Group B.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
No doubt.
No doubt.
Okay.
If anyone doesn't agree, we're going to give hot sauce to them. Where it is.
Somebody still owes us a dance, by the way.
Yeah, we're not going to forget about that. Hopefully, Mr. Producer gives us some time towards the end to do the
Yeah.
dance. Yeah, okay, there you go.
Wait, what do you just ask for again?
The dance.
The dance?
Yeah.
What dance?
There's even music waiting for you.
What music?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's check out the prize pool first while our desk host gets himself together now.
Okay, let's take a look at the prize pool. Thank you so much for that. I'm just stuttering all the what that? $144,500 is up for grabs for the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals in the MLBB Season 5. This is the total prize pool with the champions that will walk away with $62,000. But we'll take a look at that later because that is where the playoff will crown the champion. But down in the bottom, we gotta have to award some of these teams with these prizes.
Oh man, the toughest prize to swallow is actually Geekfam's prize.
Yeah.
Man.
And technically for the teams, the 6 teams that are moving forward, they're already walking away with at least 5K.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I gotta have to say congratulations to all the teams that have made it over to the top 6. While in the meantime, for all the other teams, see you soon. Bigatron Beta, Rebellion Esports, RSGPH, Smart Omega, and GeekFam ID. Thank you so much for coming in to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals. You guys did spectacularly well, and that was just amazing to watch. In the meantime, now we move on to the most important message that we like to talk about. What exactly is a hybrid elimination? Because here we have, for the playoff bracket, you can see that Team Liquid Philippines and YRG is actually seeded to the second part of the bracket, which kind of brings in some question marks. While in the meantime, Homeboys fights against Fnatic Onyx. Oof. While on the opposite side, we do have Falcons AP Brand fighting against NIP Flash. This is a very difficult, tough pill to swallow. But this is what's going to happen. The very first bracket that you guys see from the left side, the upper bracket, the team that loses in that series is eliminated. This is not a double elimination. The double elimination per se will only come through from the second bracket onwards. So in the event, let's say for example, FNOC wins against Homeboys, Homeboys goes home and FNOC will fight Team Liquid Philippines. In the event that FNOC were to lose against Team Liquid Philippines, they are knocked down to the lower bracket, waiting for the losers of YRG versus the winners of Falcons AP Brand versus NIP Flash. So only from the second bracket onwards, we see a double elimination, hence a hybrid elimination bracket.
So this is basically like MPL ID's playoff, a bracket system, right? And it really just goes to show how important it was to be number one on the seedings.
Exactly.
Because technically you already go in with a second life.
Yes. So it is a really tough pill for the teams in the second place and the third place of each group to really swallow. Now, with the playoff brackets already available for you guys, you might be wondering when and who are going to be playing first. With day number 1 of the playoff schedule up here, Homeboys will be fighting against Fnatic Onyx first, followed by Falcons AP Brand versus NIP Flash shortly after at 5:30 p.m. And then Team Liquid Philippines will wait for the winners of Homeboys versus Fnatic Onyx.
Wow, so they're going straight into it, yeah?
Straight into it.
Wow.
Right from day one, we will have two teams that gotta have to bow out and say goodbye to the Snapdragon Pro Series.
So technically between Homeboys and Fnatic Onyx, either one of them will have to play twice.
One of them have to play twice if they were to be knocked down. Technically speaking,
if they move forward,
if they
right?
move forward, if they move forward, they gotta have to play twice.
Oh my god.
So they gotta have to face up against Team Liquid, while from the other bracket for FCAP versus NIP Flash, they gotta have to face off against YRG.
My poor babies.
Oh.
If NIP Flash were to win FCAP, which is quite a tall order, they have to face off against Yudo Red Giants, which in the end is going to be, once again, another rematch for Singapore. While for FCAP to fight off against YRG, that is hands down the MSC 2024 Grand Finals rematch that is happening in the upper bracket semi-finals already.
So when is this happening?
Well, of course, this is going to be happening on the 2nd August and running all the way through to 4th August. Happening at Quill City Mall here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So there is a massive stage up in here available in the mall. Everyone can look around the area and there's so many things that is available for every single one of you guys. And of course, when it comes down to watching that playoff, we do have an exclusive free chest for everyone to open. Not really everyone, but only for the first 10,000 people daily.
1,000.
1,000 people. So you gotta have to be the first few people. The early bird gets the worm. Each of these free chests are worth up to 25 ringgit Malaysia. So this is definitely something that you guys would want to, grab for yourself. Tune into the stream early for every single one of these days from the 2nd all the way to the end.
Okay, so when do we get the dance?
Yep. We're done with all the formalities, right?
Here's the thing.
Maybe we need motivation, right? Perhaps if we could cue music. Can we get some music? There you go.
There it is.
There you go.
Okay.
I have no idea how to dance.
This is the perfect way to end the group stage. Oh, yes.
Energy, boy, energy. Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm done.
That was great. Thank you so much.
Oh boy, what was that dance even?
Somebody clip that.
No! Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is pretty much the end of the entire 3 days of the group stage. This is definitely a pleasure coming in from myself together Sir Cloud, Eterna, IC Baby 1-2, as well as Sadafa. Before we go off, any last words from the both of you?
See you in the playoffs.
Ask for more dance.
Never dance in front of the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for once again tuning into the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals. We We'll then see you again on the playoffs down in Quill City Mall. Take care. Have a great day.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.